and how we are managing the foreign manpower population. Mr. Leong has also filed a motion on this matter. We had invited him to do so earlier. His motion appears to be addressing concerns about jobs, but it yet again falsely attributes the challenges faced to our FTAs and foreigners. This is despite the clarifications made by my colleagues, Mr. Ong Yi Kang and Dr. Tan See Leng in July. So we cannot accept his motion. That's why the government has moved a separate motion to explain and to reiterate our position on this important matter. It's important that Singaporeans and the world understand where we stand. And as Mr. Ong said in July, we are prepared to fight the next election on this issue. We are prepared to fight any party that chooses to take a populist line and stirs racism and xenophobia. So we recognize that Singaporeans are anxious about jobs and competition. The pace of change in our economy has accelerated over the decades. Think about what our economy was like in the early 90s. Then PMATs made up about 30% of our local workforce. It was rare to hear of PMATs being retrenched. There was a higher chance of retrenchments amongst non-PMATs, but not so much amongst PMATs. Today, PMATs make up a much larger 60% of our local workforce. Inevitably, we are seeing more retrenchments amongst them. And though the absolute number of layoffs is not many, even those who are in good jobs worry and wonder if they might be next. The pandemic has also increased the economic churn and uncertainty and deepened these worries. It's the same all around the world. Job stability has fallen across advanced economies. In part, this is the result of the churn that happens in any vibrant economy. In some sectors, firms will close and let go of people. In other sectors, there will be growth and more promising jobs being created. Technology is accelerating this churn due to the disruptions it causes across all sectors of the economy. In some places, the churn they are experiencing is coupled with structural difficulties. For example, entire industries going down with no new jobs to replace. And places like these have started to turn inwards and become more protectionist. But that's not a viable option for Singapore. As a small island state with no natural resources and no hinterland, the only way we can survive and prosper is to stay open and connected. And indeed, we have thrived over the decades only because we are an open economy and a business hub. Global businesses see value in locating their regional and global functions here. Homegrown enterprises benefit too, because they can expand easily to markets overseas and access opportunities everywhere around the world. Ultimately, businesses choose Singapore because of our openness, our rule of law, and our consistency in policies. They will hire many Singaporeans because they know the quality of our people, their skills, their drive, their honesty, and indeed the quality of the Singaporean workforce is one reason why they come here in the first place. But there aren't enough Singaporeans to fill all the jobs available. Moreover, as international companies, they want to have a diverse workforce and to move their staff around their different offices to develop them. So here in Singapore, they bring together the best team to oversee their regional and global operations. What is our response to these global businesses? Do we want them in Singapore or not? These companies can locate their functions in any other hub city, be it Hong Kong, New York, or London. If we were to take a politically craven approach and impose many stringent conditions on their ability to operate here, we will lose out on many good investments. We would have fewer foreigners for sure, but many Singaporeans will also be deprived of good jobs and career opportunities. It's like cutting off one's nose to spite one's face. Let me be clear, we are bringing in investments and growing the economy not as an end in itself, but as a means to an end. Our aim is to create good jobs and improve the lives of all Singaporeans. And our strategies have worked. Look at the data over the last decade. From 2010 to 2019, up until COVID struck, median income in real terms grew by 3.2% per annum for residents. Income growth at the lower end has kept pace with the median. Likewise, household incomes have also risen across the board. Our employment rate has been amongst the highest in the world. Our unemployment rate has been kept low. Look at the PMET data, professional managers, executive technicians. Between 2010 and 2020, local PMET employment grew by about 300,000. This is almost 3 times the increase in EP and S-Pass holders over the same time period, which was about 110,000. These are substantial achievements which we can be proud of and which we should celebrate. But the PSP wants to sweep these aside. They downplay the jobs, opportunities, and outcomes we have created and play up the anxieties. The PSP assumes that if we reduced the number of foreigners here, then all these jobs will automatically go to Singaporeans. Mr. Leong has a euphemism for it. He called it, in one of his earlier Facebook posts, rebalancing. But it's quite clear what he means. In one post, he said we can get rid of tens of thousands, I quote, tens of thousands of work pass holders, and he thinks that Singaporeans can fill these jobs. But that thinking is fatally flawed. First, we already have more than 25,000 PMET vacancies today, with many companies still looking to hire. With so many companies having difficulties filling these vacancies, how would we find people with the relevant skill sets to take on the additional tens of thousands of jobs that Mr. Leong thinks can be created by getting rid of the foreigners? Second, if our policies were to become overly restrictive, companies will just find other places to operate in where they can be more competitive. We would lose all the jobs they brought here. And if we are not careful, decades of hard work to build up our business hub will be wasted. Our economy will contract and go down in a tailspin. We'll end up with far worse problems, and it's not the foreigners, but Singaporeans who will ultimately pay the price. Today, foreign PMETs account for about 20% of our PMET workforce. For those who would like to see fewer foreign work pass holders, they may perhaps be feeling a sense of nostalgia about how things were like in the past. Let's say we go back to the 1990s. Back then, we were not as developed as a hub economy, so foreign PMETs accounted for just 10% of our PMET workforce. But remember, our overall standards of living were also much lower then. In 1995, that's the earliest I could get data on, our GDP per capita was just around $35,000 instead of more than $80,000 now. And median salaries of residents were less than $2,000 compared to around $4,500 today. Is that what we want? Stagnate in the 1990s while the rest of the world progresses around us? Remember how Mr. Lee Kuan Yew once said, "Never fear, 10 years from now this will be a metropolis." What do Mr. Leong and the PSP promise? 10 years from now, we will go back 30 years? The reality is that as a business hub, we cannot escape global competition, whether it comes from China or India or the developed countries or cities. But by combining and complementing local and foreign professionals, we are able to attract more investments, including from cutting-edge companies. Then we can grow the pie, create many more good jobs and career choices for Singaporeans. And in fact, companies are actively hiring locals into PMET jobs. Most of our local graduates are snapped up as soon as they enter the workforce. Over the past decade, 9 in 10 were employed within 6 months after graduation, with starting salaries rising steadily. And our resident PMET unemployment rate remains low. Consider the IT sector. 20 years ago, few Singaporeans wanted to study computer science. It was one of the least popular courses in our universities. Today, the IT sector has grown manifold, and there is huge demand for tech professionals in every sector. IMDA estimates that there are around 19,000 unfilled tech jobs across our economy every year. Computer science is now an extremely popular course, and its graduates are in huge demand. The median starting salary of a computer science university fresh graduate is around $4,000 to $5,000 a month. Last year, around 7,600 local students enrolled in ICT courses, in our universities, polytechnics, and ITEs. Our institutions of higher learning are producing as many ICT graduates as they can, but you can see from the data that relying on the local pipeline alone will not be enough. And we also need to balance the needs of other sectors, because if we increase the intake of young people in ICT too sharply, we will end up with fewer people in other areas like nursing or physiotherapy. Then the complaint would be not about foreigners in IT, but foreigners in our hospitals. And it is not just the number of jobs that has grown. Career choices have also expanded as we become more vibrant as a hub economy. Look at the financial services sector. More than 20 years ago, the sector was smaller, and the number of jobs available were more, or the jobs available were more domestically focused than today. Most of the jobs then were in our 3 local retail banks, DBS, OCBC, and UOB. Today, the financial services sector has grown significantly. Our local banks now have a good overseas footprint. In addition, we have anchored major international banks like the Asia-Pacific operations of Citi and the global operations of Standard Chartered, as well as a wider variety of other players, including private banks, asset managers, specialist and reinsurance firms, fintech companies, and more. They serve not only the domestic market, but also the larger regional and global markets. Across the financial sector, the number of Singaporeans holding senior level positions has also grown steadily over the years and continues to do so. Just in recent months, we've seen Singaporeans being appointed new leadership positions in various international firms, including Deutsche Bank and HSBC, as they expand their operations here. And as we anchor more businesses here, and as they expand their footprint, there will be more opportunities for Singaporeans as well. So the data and evidence are clear. Our economic policies have helped to raise living standards across the board and to create many good jobs for Singaporeans. Our children, fresh graduates from our IHLs, polys, and ITEs, are benefiting. They are doing the jobs of the future, not the past, which would have disappeared in any event if we had stood still in the 1990s. So what I've described so far are not just abstract figures. They reflect the lived experiences of the vast majority of Singaporeans whose lives have improved as a result of our policies. But we know that globalization is not an unmitigated good. Being a hub economy brings many benefits to Singapore and Singaporeans, but it also comes with its share of cost. The rapid pace of change and the creative destruction that takes place in any vibrant economy means that there will be people displaced from their jobs. But the issue is not about foreigners working here. Even if we got rid of tens of thousands of foreigners, locals will continue to be displaced because of technology, because of innovation, because of the changing nature of work over time. With the rise of remote work, people can work from anywhere in the world, and they need not be all in the same place. In the face of these painful dislocations, it's easy for politicians to blame someone for them. People don't lose jobs because of technology or innovations, they say, but it's because of the foreigners in our midst. They are the reason you have been displaced. And if they can mobilize existing racial prejudices against particular foreign nationalities here, better still. And that's why we see nationalist and protectionist sentiments gaining ground everywhere around the world. That's why populist and anti-immigrant parties, even neo-Nazis and fascists, do well in many European countries. Far easier to point fingers, make one nationality or another the scapegoat, and blame them all for our troubles, rather than work on reskilling our workers. I emphasize again, there are downsides to an open economy, and these must be attended to. But if we want an economy where nobody will ever be displaced, then we will stagnate and atrophy. So the right approach is not to impede progress by holding on to every job even as they become obsolete, but to work hard to protect every worker and help those who are displaced. In this way, we grow the economic pie for everyone and ensure that the cost of globalization and openness does not fall unfairly on the displaced workers. And this is the approach that we in the PAP and NTUC have taken. On an overall basis, the pluses of what we have been able to achieve far outweigh the negatives. For example, over the past decade, we've had around 60,000 resident PMET retrenchments, but we've seen a much bigger increase of around 300,000 in PMET employment for residents. At the same time, we have taken and will continue to take proactive steps to deal with the downsides. First, we are continually updating our manpower policies and rules to ensure that the flow of work pass holders are managed and that they are of the right caliber. Hence, we review and update the criteria for work pass holders over time, and I will elaborate on this later in my speech. Second, we uphold fair employment practices and take a strong stance against discrimination at the workplace. We know that some Singaporeans have experienced this. Their foreign colleagues may not be up to scratch. They may have been unfairly passed over for a promotion. They may have been victims of discriminatory hiring practices. Prime Minister spoke frankly about these issues at the National Day rally. We recognize the pain and the frustration of those who feel unfairly treated by a foreign boss or a foreign colleague. When our agencies pick up problematic indicators in the firm, we place the firm on the watch list for closer scrutiny, and our agencies step in to intervene quietly but effectively. And as PM announced at NDR, we will now enshrine the tripartite guidelines on fair employment practices into law. This is a major philosophical shift. We had deliberated over this for some time and had hesitated to do this in the past. We were concerned that doing so would lead to a more litigious and confrontational process. It could easily sour workplace relations, harming both employers and employees. But after hearing from the labor movement and NTUC MPs and consulting our tripartite partners, we decided we could manage these concerns and that it was time to change, to send a clear signal that we have zero tolerance of discrimination at the workplace, and to give our agencies more regulatory levers to take action against errant employers. To be fair, the majority of companies do behave responsibly, but we know that unfair practices occur from time to time, and we will spare no effort in investigating every case thoroughly. Where companies are found wanting, there will be consequences. Third, we do everything we can to help those who are displaced. To every person who loses his job, the unemployment rate is 100%. Losing one's job is disorienting and disabling. There are no two ways about it. We understand your concerns, and we will do our utmost to help you. And this is why the government has been investing heavily in Skills Future to help all Singaporeans learn for life and to stay employable in this competitive environment. We are paying special attention to mid-career PMETs to equip them with the relevant skills and to find new jobs. Take the example of Mr. Edwin Shi, who was retrenched in May 2019 as an engineer in a manufacturing firm. Edwin took the plunge and made a career switch to the rapidly growing medical technology industry. And although he was new to the industry, his company valued his good attitude and past experience and hired him under the Career Conversion Program. Through the program, he learned the ins and outs of the sector, picked up new skills, and successfully pivoted into his new role as a senior engineer. And today, Edwin has settled into this new role and enjoys better prospects in this rapidly growing industry. COVID-19 has given us greater impetus to accelerate this important work and to provide more help for displaced workers. We are pressing ahead with our industry transformation efforts to raise wages and productivity across all sectors. We are stepping up employment and training support, especially for mid-careers and mature workers, to help them pivot into new growth areas. We are doing everything we can to help displaced workers get back into jobs. We want to minimize their time out of a job, help them find good job matches that build on their wealth of skills and experience, and give them an injection of skills if needed for the new job. These are the major undertakings under the National Jobs Council, chaired by SM Tharman. Some of our current schemes are temporary incentives for jobs which will be tapered down as the economy recovers. But we are not going back to the pre-COVID status quo ante. After the crisis, we expect a permanent shift in support levels with more help for our workers, especially as we enter a period of greater volatility and disruption. MOF is working through these details carefully to make sure that the changes we make are financially sustainable. I promise all Singaporeans, especially those who are displaced, you will never be alone. We will continue to invest in your capabilities and skills, help you stay competitive, and walk this journey with you through the rest of your careers. So what I've just described fits into our overall policy for Singapore: to grow our economy, improve our standard of living, and make sure we progress cohesively as a nation both now and into the future. Mr. Leong's motion states that the government's foreign talent policy is a cause of job anxieties. But he's barking up the wrong tree, because the issue is not about local talent versus foreign talent. This is not a zero-sum competition, as I've explained. What we have is a Singapore talent policy to maximize our overall talent pool so that we can achieve the best outcomes for Singapore and Singaporeans. We do this by first nurturing and growing our own talent, because Singaporeans will always be our priority and at the center of everything we do. So we start from young through significant investments in preschool and education to help every child achieve their full potential. We are also broadening our conception of merit and giving people opportunities to advance and excel across different domains and at multiple stages of their lives. At the same time, we continue to bring in manpower and skills from around the world to complement our own people, to give us that extra boost so we can continue to thrive amidst intense global competition. We do this across every level of the workforce. At the lower end of the income spectrum, we bring in work permit holders. The numbers are quite large, but we need them in areas like construction and marine. So we control the flow with quotas and levies. For the middle income tier, we have Singaporeans doing the jobs, but there are not enough of them, and we need to top up with S-Pass holders. We control their flow with quotas and levies, but we also impose minimum qualifying salaries to make sure they have the right skill sets and are in areas where we need them most. At the higher level, we bring in professionals with the abilities and skills to contribute at the upper end of the workforce. We need the right instrument to manage the flow of these foreign professionals and ensure they are of the right caliber. And this is best achieved not through levies and quotas, but through the salary cutoffs. Because how much the employer is prepared to pay is a practical indicator of quality. Last year, we raised the EP qualifying salary twice. And we will continue to ensure that the qualifying salaries for both S-Passes and EPs keep pace with our local wages. We are also studying how to further improve this framework to have a finer grain feel for the people we bring in and ensure we get the right talent for Singapore. This is how we constantly adjust the balance in our workforce and bring together the best talent for Team Singapore. Based on this framework, we allow companies to bring in the workers they need at different levels. The PSB has raised questions in Parliament on the nationality breakdown of the EPs. But from a competition and jobs perspective, where the EPs come from shouldn't matter. What's more important are the policy parameters I've just outlined, which determine the overall flow and the quality of the work pass holders. So if there are questions about this balance, then we can discuss and debate the specific settings of our policies. But let's not turn this into an issue about Ceca and Indian professionals, which are not relevant unless the PSP intends to persist with its negative campaign to stir up racial unhappiness. In short, Singapore will remain open and welcoming. We must, but those who do business here must also recognize the value of our workforce and abide by our rules. We will continue to ensure that the companies we attract and root in Singapore are those who are committed to nurturing and growing our Singaporean core. Both sides need to make the effort. Singaporeans must be big-hearted and accepting of those who are different from us. Non-Singaporeans must respect our norms and way of life and make the effort to fit in. Sir, all of us in this House are concerned about the jobs challenges faced by Singaporeans. So I welcome this debate today, but we should not be starting this debate from zero. At the last debate in July, my colleagues Mr. Ong Yi Kang and Dr. Tan See Leng explained why we need FTAs, including Ceca, to attract investments and create jobs for Singaporeans. Both ministers went to great lengths, showing the specific clauses in the text to explain why the movement of natural persons provisions in our FTAs do not allow free access for foreigners to work in Singapore. During that debate, Mr. Leong acknowledged some of the points, and he said, and I quote, that the PSP fully supports FTAs and is in favor of having foreign talents or foreigners to come in to complement us. So with that as the starting point, I look forward to hearing Mr. Leong's further elaboration on the PSP's position today. In particular, at the last debate, Mr. Ong asked whether the PSP agreed on two key points. First, that FTAs, including Ceca, are fundamentals to Singapore's economic survival and our ability to earn a living, and we should not shake this bedrock principle for political purposes. Second, that Ceca is not the cause of the challenges faced by our PMEs and does not allow a free flow of Indian PMEs into Singapore. Those were the two questions raised by Mr. Ong then. Mr. Leong had not given this House a clear answer to these two questions. The PSP has had 2 months to think about their answers, so I hope that when Mr. Leong rises next, he will speak clearly. If he acknowledges that FTAs, including Ceca, are not the cause of the challenges faced by our PMETs, then we can put this issue to rest once and for all. But if he continues to equivocate or to make misleading or false claims, then we can only conclude that Ceca is a cover for the PSP to stoke racist and xenophobic sentiments. The strong racist and xenophobic undertones in the PSP's campaign against Ceca have not gone unnoticed. The business community here has already expressed concerns about the rhetoric against foreigners and FTAs. They are worried that the PSP's anti-foreigner stance will undermine their access to workers and jeopardize their overall operations here. Our fellow Singaporeans are also impacted. Let me share an email I received, or some ministers received, from a Singaporean of Indian ethnicity. And this is what he wrote, and I quote, "Due to such PSP campaign and what is falsely reported in social media, there is every possibility that Singaporeans who are shortlisting candidates may not shortlist me for interviews thinking that I am an Indian. I decided to indicate on the header of my resume on each page, Singapore citizen. But does this help? I don't think so. I seek your assistance that our government put a stop to the PSP campaign, which is truly racist and is hurting Singapore Indians, and we are splitting Singaporeans along racist lines. These are little hairline cracks that, if left unchecked, will result in bigger issues in years to come. So I appeal to the PSP, its two representatives here, and its leadership outside the House. If you are truly concerned about the well-being of our fellow Singaporeans and the future of this country, please have a care about how you go about dealing with these issues. Please reflect on how your rhetoric can deepen fault lines, not just between locals and foreigners, but even between Singaporeans of different races. Please refrain from exploiting Singaporeans' anxieties for your own political gain. I hope that when Mr. Leong rises to speak later, he will share with us the PSP's approach to deal with this important issue of jobs. I've set out comprehensively the government's strategy. We stay open and connected to the world to create more jobs and uplift everyone. We take concrete measures to deal with the downsides of an open economy, manage the inflow of workers, tackle discrimination at the workplace, and look after those who are displaced. We ensure every Singaporean has a place in our society and a share in our nation's progress. We keep Singapore and Singaporeans together, not fractured. What alternative is the PSP offering? I hope Mr. Leong will give us a satisfactory answer later with concrete policy alternatives and not resort to anti-foreigner rhetoric to stir anger and fear or disaffection against the government. Sir, the PAP government has and will continue to serve with the best interests of all Singaporeans at heart. The challenges before us are complex. There are no silver bullets or instant solutions. It would have been easy for us to make cosmetic changes for symbolic effect or political gestures, but that's not the way we operate. Our approach is to deal squarely with the difficult issues, to be upfront with Singaporeans about our challenges and trade-offs. We deliberate options carefully. We discuss with stakeholders, especially our tripartite partners. We forge consensus on the way forward to bring about solutions that are durable, effective, and sustainable. Working together in this way, we have overcome crisis after crisis. During bad times, we do not quarrel and fight over a shrinking pie. Instead, we rally as a team to solve our problems and grow the pie for all to benefit. Let us continue to work together to build a better Singapore for ourselves, our children, and our children's children. Let us never stop thinking about tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move. Thank you.
The question is as moved by Minister for Finance, in accordance with the decision of this House to take this motion, and together with the next motion standing in the name of Mr. Leong Man Wai, I will now call on Mr. Leong to move his motion and make his opening speech before allowing members to debate on both motions. Mr. Leong Man Wai.
Sir, I beg to move that this Parliament calls upon the government to take urgent and concrete action to address the widespread anxiety among Singaporeans on jobs and livelihood caused by the foreign talent policy and the provisions on movement of natural persons in some free trade agreements like the Comprehensive Economic Cooperation Agreement. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is a shame that this government has persistently tried to link the public discourse on Ceca to racism. I hereby state categorically that PSP is against linking the public discourse on Ceca to racism. It is confusing Singaporean and even dividing Singaporean. All that Singaporeans want to know is why jobs and livelihood situation for many Singaporeans has worsened over the last 20 years. Give me the data. Give me the answers. Singaporeans are crying out. And PSP is responding to their calls when we accepted the invitation from the Law Minister to do this debate. The Singapore-India Comprehensive Economic Cooperation Agreement, or Ceca, is not a race issue, but a trade agreement issue. The FTAs and Ceca are part of the equation when we evaluate the cost and benefits of past and present immigration and employment policies. So they have to be part of this debate. As of today, the information disclosed by the government is not convincing enough to prove that Ceca has not affected Singapore's ability to manage immigration, and that it has generated net benefits for Singapore. As a result, the PSP is strongly against the government from shutting off further discussion on the matter. But we agree that Ceca is not the main issue today. Mr. Speaker, sir, our motion today is about jobs and livelihood of Singaporeans, not xenophobia or racism, nor is it directed at any nationality or race. In order to achieve greater economic success, Singapore always needs the right foreign talent to complement our Singaporean core. We agree to that. The PSP is pro-Singaporean and welcome foreigner to work with Singaporeans for mutual benefit. Let me be clear. The PSP is pro-free trade, but not free for all trade. Free trade must benefit all our people and not just some people. We want the benefits of free trade to be shared equitably with foreigners here and among all Singaporeans. However, when there's an imbalance of interest, we will need to redress the situation. In seeking to rebalance our foreign talent policy, we are not advocating a closed Singapore, nor blaming the foreigners. After all, we are responsible for our own policy. The government has been grappling with the foreign talent policy for the last 20 years. We take the foreign talent policy to mean all the immigration and employment policies which the government has implemented since the late 1990s for attracting foreigners. Actually, there isn't a foreign talent policy defined by government and debated in Parliament at the beginning. However, there's a concept of foreign talent, which was mooted in the late 1990s in line with the idea of competition for global talent in the new knowledge-based economy. Initially, Singaporeans largely did not react negatively to it because we are basically industrious and pragmatic and ascribe to learning from others. However, the government opened the floodgates for relatively low-wage work pass holders instead of attracting foreign talent. While work permit workers like the construction workers take jobs that Singaporeans generally do not want to do, the work pass holders are the employment pass, EPs, and S-pass, SPs holders, who are collectively known as foreign PMETs because they take up jobs as professionals, managers, executives, technicians in our job market. The speed and size of the immigration due to easy immigration policies and unfair wage policies forced many Singaporeans out of jobs and then into long-term underemployment. The angst among Singaporeans reached a high in 2008, when in that year alone, 80,000 PRs were given out to work pass holders. As a result, the large displacement of Singaporean PMETs became a major issue in the general election 2011. It is unbecoming of this government to have touted foreign talent as the reason for relaxing the immigration policies and bring in large numbers of average work pass holders instead. Hence, Singaporeans would like to ask the Minister for Trade and Industry to clarify further what is the definition of foreign talent and whether the hundreds of thousands of work pass holders in our country are all considered foreign talent. Singaporeans welcome all foreigners to complement us for mutual benefit. However, because of the potentially large numbers of average work pass holders who want a job in our country, we should have been more careful in managing the quality, number, and concentration of these workers from the beginning. The crux of the matter is that we should have been selective in taking in real foreign talent. The failure to do so was a policy failure, and that's why a rebalancing is required now. By the time the population white paper was released in January 2013, our population had already grown by 40% since the late 1990s. I quote the then Deputy Prime Minister Teo Chee Hean at the White Paper debate on 4th February 2013. Quote, Singaporeans have expressed concerns over job competition, having too many foreigners and overcrowding. We face a series of unprecedented crises in the past decade. 9/11 in 2001, SARS in 2003, and the global financial crisis of 2008. The responses we took threw our planning out of gear. In particular, the growth in foreign workforce, total population, infrastructure, and housing were not aligned. This contributed to the anxiety, crowdedness, integration issues, and the daily inconveniences faced by Singaporeans today, unquote. This was in February 2013. So the problems we are facing today are not new. And the quote from the DPM then was the closest you can get from a minister in admitting policy failures that have caused widespread hardships to many Singaporeans and Singaporean workers. The white paper was to provide a roadmap to align total population, foreign workforce, infrastructure, and housing based on an assumed population of 6.9 million in 2030. The government did moderate the overall workforce growth from 3% before 2013 to 2% thereafter, and belatedly established the Fair Consideration Framework as a form of labor market testing in 2014. However, the jobs and livelihood problem for Singaporeans did not improve, and the underlying sentiments in our society continue to fester. The issue of jobs and livelihood resurfaced as a major issue during the general election 2020, as the finances of many Singaporeans deteriorated into severe situations because they did not have the savings to cope with an emergency like the COVID-19 pandemic. since many were displaced prior to the pandemic. We noted more committees and task forces were set up to look into the work pass holders issue after I accepted the invitation to have this debate in May. The Prime Minister has also spoken on the need to manage quality, numbers, and concentrations of foreigners in Singapore. So the issues I've raised are legitimate, and it would be unfair if the government continues to label PSP and I as xenophobic. However, so far, the government only talks about tackling discrimination with legislation and does not display a full appreciation of the severity of the problem. I think that will be the main focus of our debate today. What are the causes, how serious the problem is, and what are the solutions? Legislation may not be effective because a displaced Singaporean will be in a vulnerable position and may not want to go through a long arbitration process. Priority must be given to preventing displacement instead, and not legislation, although legislation is still welcome. We look forward to the government coming out with concrete measures to tackle the quality, number, and concentration issues identified by the Prime Minister. To begin with, the government must listen to the affected Singaporeans more patiently and then recognize the serious shortcomings of its current policies. PSP has listened to the people and has condensed their feedback in the following 7 questions, which should provide invaluable insight into how we can craft the new policies. Question 1. Why so many Singaporeans have difficulties in finding good jobs when there's so many work pass holders in Singapore? There's a big imbalance in the job market. On the one hand, Singapore is hosting 400,000, maybe 350,000 now, pass holders, and 250,000 PRs, accounting for about 20% and 15% of its PMET workforce. On the other hand, Singapore has 500,000 lower wage workers who need government financial aid to live decently, and more than 100,000 gig workers deprived of basic employment benefits and future prospects, and hundreds of thousands of Singaporeans under the various job support schemes, and many more underemployed, including the increasing number of self-employed workers. Are there not enough Singaporeans? Or are they not given the opportunities by employers? So the numbers are there. Question 2. Are there really more jobs created for Singaporeans if underemployment is a growing problem? The government has maintained there are more jobs created for Singaporeans than for work pass holders. However, many Singaporeans doubt whether there is net job creation for Singaporeans after stripping out the immigration effect from the employment statistics. The statistics which lump Singaporeans and PRs together in a category called residents. Hence, Singaporeans would like to clarify with the Manpower Minister whether the 380,000 PME jobs supposedly created for locals from 2005 to 2020 represent a net job creation for Singaporeans during that period. I know those numbers were given in the last ministerial statement in 6 July, but there are a lot of questions behind it. If there are insufficient jobs created, a portion of Singaporeans will become unemployed or underemployed. Underemployment can be defined in two ways. The first type of underemployment is when a Singaporean is doing a job that does not fully utilize his most valuable skills. For example, a displaced senior vice president of a bank may not be able to find the same replacement job and ended up being a Grab driver. The second type of underemployment is when Singaporeans cannot find work for the number of hours or days she plans to do. For example, a Singaporean may want to work for 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, but can only find enough work for 4 hours a day, 2 hours a week. She's still considered employed, as a person is considered employed as long as she has worked for at least 1 hour during the reference period under our employment statistics. So the low unemployment number that the government is touting may be masking a deepening underemployment problem, which we have to look into. New graduates and the 40 to 50-year-old local PMETs are the most vulnerable to the underemployment trap. Because the former does not have work experience, and the latter needs to keep working to pay the bills. Hence, Singaporeans would like to confirm with the Manpower Minister again, A, whether there are not enough Singaporeans to meet employers' demand, or employers prefer work pass holders. B, is the MOM monitoring underemployment? And C, is the objective of the government to protect jobs for Singaporeans or just to protect jobs? Question 3. If there's a large pool of underemployed Singaporeans, then the shortage of talent is not due to numbers, but skills mismatch. In that case, what happened to our education system? World-class universities and polytechnics. Singaporeans are disappointed that our world-class universities and polytechnics were not able to produce enough talent for our key industries throughout the last 20 years. Even if there are skills that Singaporeans are lacking initially, it is a responsibility of this government to ensure that enough Singaporeans are being trained by our world-class universities and polytechnics. Shortage in the first 5 to 10 years is acceptable, but not 20 years. Hence, the Singaporeans would like to ask the Minister for Education, A, what has gone wrong in the last 20 years in terms of not producing enough local talent for the finance, infocom, and professional services sectors especially? And B, what is the strategy to train Singaporeans to meet future industry needs? Question 4. But by the way, what kind of skills do the average work pass holders possess that Singaporeans do not have? We have been attracting mainly the average work pass holders, judging from the low qualifying salaries for EPs and SPs. Even with the latest revision in late 2020, the respective qualifying salaries for EPs and SPs are at $4,500 and $3,500 only, not to mention the much lower levels in the earlier years. Many Singaporeans believe the work pass holders are here to compete for our jobs. They do not necessarily possess unique skills, let alone create jobs for Singaporeans. Singaporeans would like to ask the Minister for Trade and Industry how the average work pass holders create jobs for Singaporeans as claimed by the government. Question 5. If the work pass holders do not possess unique skills, then why are they dominating some of our key sectors? The finance industry is a good example. Singapore has long been a financial center of this region, and we have very conducive tax policies to promote this sector. As we have grown with the sector, including myself, Singaporeans do not lack the skills to grow this sector further. Yet, the EPs occupy 57% of the senior positions in the finance sector. And even in the domestic retail banking subsector, which serves essentially the local customers, they occupy 30% of the senior positions. This situation is a far cry from what the Monetary Authority of Singapore has done for Singaporean PMETs prior to the 1990s, when localization was the norm. Singaporeans would like to ask the Minister for Trade and Industry again whether foreigners are still supposed to complement us, as the government has always been saying, or are they here to take over us? Question 6. Why the government has allowed unfair wage competition against Singaporeans while talking about fair consideration for all? Many Singaporeans believe that we have arrived at our current predicament, mainly because the government has turned a blind eye towards unfair wage competition and then later on discrimination. In addition to the low qualifying salary described above, the EPs enjoy an advantage over their Singaporean counterparts because their employers do not have to pay the 17% employers' CPF contributions. On top of that, Singaporeans have to do income training. Thus, overall, it is more cost-effective for an employer to hire a foreigner, even if there are relocation and housing costs involved. The unfair wage policies are the single most important factor behind the problems we are facing today, because employers, after all, are profit seekers. This has a very debilitating effect on our Singaporean core, because with competition and wage depression, many Singaporeans make the rational decision to avoid sectors that have competition with foreigners, like the engineering and infocom sector. As a result, the number of Singaporeans available to work in these sectors declines significantly over time, allowing foreigners to take up even more positions in such sectors. This is a mechanism that has likely caused the rapid rise in EPs in the infocom sector, and not because of the growth of the digital economy per se. Question 7. Why did the government continue to consider discrimination confined to the minority of employers, despite seeing the high concentration of EPs in certain sectors for the longest time? The effectiveness of the fair consideration framework as a form of labor market testing is the ineffectiveness of the fair consideration framework as a form of labor market testing is obvious, as the work pass holders were seen concentrating themselves in certain sectors. When Singaporeans become a minority in certain sectors, Singaporeans will not be the first to be considered when new opportunities arise. The infocom sector is a case in point, where many new jobs have gone to more newly arrived work pass holders each year. Based on feedback from many Singaporeans, the number of work pass holders is large enough, and they have been here long enough to have formed networks among main contractors, outsourcing vendors, recruitment agencies, HR managers, and even top managers, which discriminate against Singaporean workers in their hiring practices. Senior Minister of State Chee Hong Tat shared an episode recently. Quote, "A Singaporean who attended a job interview at an MNC was asked by the foreign HR manager, 'You wrote in your CV that you spent 2 years with the SAF. What is SAF?' Unquote. This HR manager exemplified all that is wrong with our immigration and employment policies for allowing a foreigner who has little knowledge about the local job culture to be in a decision-making position. No male Singaporean job seeker should be made to go through this kind of insult again." After all has been said, this government needs to remember that having a job that commensurate with one's ability is the foundation of human dignity. And income stability is important for families to have a conducive environment for the children. If the breadwinner is out of job or doesn't earn enough, a host of social problems will arise. There's a Japanese saying, "Every child grows up while watching the back of his father." What this means is that if the father is doing well, he's likely to stand tall and look confident, and that will have a positive influence on the child. On the other hand, if a father is unemployed, his posture is stooped, and self-assurance is low, and that will have a negative influence on the child. Every time a resident relates his displacement story to me, my initial response is one of anger, but later I would cry when I saw the effect on his family and children. Each such encounter stiffens my resolve to make Singapore a more compassionate society and to give each child a good childhood. Mr. Speaker, sir, so there's a huge divide between the Singaporeans' real-life experiences and the government's narrative. We have debated the same issues in February 2013 at the Population White Paper debate, but Singaporeans' job and livelihood did not improve after that. The government says we have not enough talents, but there are many underemployed Singaporeans, and we have a world-class education system with world-class universities and polytechnics. This government says the jobs required skills that Singaporeans don't have. But you mean so many Singaporeans cannot do the jobs of those average work pass holders? This government says discrimination is confined to a minority, but don't you see the concentrations in companies, industries, and workplaces? The whole situation gave the impression that this government is not well coordinated within itself. Each ministry may be trying to do its best, but the whole government is not aligned to achieve the best outcome. The misalignment that Senior Minister Teo Chee Hean spoke of at the Population White Paper debate in 2013 seems not to be resolved yet. Today's debate continues to be handicapped by the government's unwillingness to give full disclosure on immigration and employment data, not just just restricted to the nationality data, but a lot of other data. We have filed a total of 23 parliamentary questions. The debate was further hindered by unnecessary distractions, like comments about racial undertone. The motion tabled by the government did not reflect a full appreciation of the severity of the problem arising from the overpresence of work pass holders. Neither does it contain substantial and concrete ideas to resolve the problem. If we pass this government's motion, the debate today will very likely become another population white paper debate of 2013. So the PSP calls for urgent and concrete measures to be implemented immediately to restore some balance in our job market. We recommend the following 3 measures. 1. First and foremost, in order to raise the quality of our work pass holders, we should increase the qualifying salaries for EPs and SPs to $10,000 and $4,500 respectively in stages over the next 3 years. In addition, a standard monthly levy of $1,200 on all EPs should be introduced immediately to reduce unfair wage competition. This will create a better chance for our new graduates of getting good jobs and older PMETs of retaining their jobs immediately. 2. To break up concentration and to eradicate discrimination, we should impose a cap on workers from a single nationality based on the percentage of a company's staff strength in each of its business functions. We think new laws may not be effective because a displaced Singaporean will not be in a strong position to go through a legal or arbitration process. In the long term, we aim for a 10% single nationality cap to ensure diversity in our workforce and seek talent from different parts of the world instead of predominantly from one country or region. We also aim for a 25% to 30% combined PMET cap on work pass holders and PRs in the long run. New companies can be allowed to deviate from the cap, provided they can prove there is a genuine shortage of such skills in Singapore, and they have concrete and committed plans for localization, including transference of knowledge and skills within a stipulated time. 3. The number of PRs and new citizenships awarded to work pass holders each year should be reduced to be in sync with the overall tightening of the foreign manpower, to foster a longer period of social integration in order to reinvigorate our national identity. We also recommend the creation of standing select committees for every ministry in this parliament, with representatives from different parties to enable more informative exchange on policies and monitor the implementation of new policies until the anxieties of our Singaporeans are completely relieved. We should not forget those Singaporeans who have been displaced too. We should not only help them look for a good replacement job, but also give financial help for the healthcare and education needs of their family during the period when they are underemployed. Especially, we should not allow a problem of this generation to have a long-term negative effect on the next generation. Mr. Speaker, sir, despite the pressure on PSP, despite the tone of the law minister's challenge to file a motion, despite the underlying suggestion in the government's motion that PSP is trying to fan anti-foreigner sentiment, all of which my party has denied. The PSP has given careful consideration and felt it is our duty to raise the issues, file this motion, and have it fully debated. And Singaporeans can see that the government is taking this issue more front and center in its public pronouncements, including in the 2021 National Day rally. The debate must not end here. This must be the start of a healthy and proper dialogue. Singaporeans deserve better. For country, for people. Sir, I beg to move. Thank you.
The question is, as moved by Mr. Leong Man Wai, in accordance with the decision of this House to have a simultaneous debate on both motions, I will now call on members to make their speeches. Members are allowed to consider both motions in a single speech. As the intent of the business motion resolved on 13 September 2021 is for the House to follow the procedures of previous simultaneous debate, I'll put the questions on both motions at the end of the debate so that the House can express its view on each motion. In addition, I will also disallow any amendment to either motion that has the effect of negativing the other motion. By negativing, the term is to mean the effect of qualifying, transposing, contradicting, and nullifying the other motion. Any members who wishes to vote against either motion can do so directly. Mr. Shanmugam.
Thank you, sir, for letting me join this debate. I would like to say a couple of things and then ask some questions of Mr. Leong. Mr. Leong has said that Ceca is not the PSP's main concern, but it has been thrust upon them by the government. The motion today, would you not agree, shows what he says to be untrue. It specifically refers to Ceca, and may I remind him on what it says? That this Parliament calls upon the government to take urgent and concrete action to address the widespread anxiety among Singaporeans on jobs and livelihoods caused by the foreign talent policy and the provisions of the movement of natural persons in some free trade agreements like Ceca. And this is not something that's thrust upon the PSP or Mr. Leong. I think you will know that at the launch of PSP on the 3rd of August 2019, Dr. Tan Cheng Bock made it a point to emphasize that PSP was targeting Ceca. And since entering Parliament, Mr. Leong, you have repeatedly commented on Ceca, comments which carry clear racial undertones. For example, your post on the 22nd of June 2021, the most important economic policies, I quote, that have affected the jobs and livelihoods of Singaporeans relate to foreign PMETs and free trade agreements, in particular the Comprehensive Economic Cooperation Agreement with India. But today we heard you say that you are in favor of free trade agreements. So is it that you are in favor of free trade agreements, but specifically oppose Ceca? That's what it looks like, based on what you have said so far. Now, your comments have troubled your own PSP members. They have said that your statements in Parliament on Ceca were targeting the Indian community. You protested here that you are not a racist and that these statements and sentiments ascribed to you are a diversion and a distraction. But your party members are quoted as saying that you are targeting the Indian community. And I quote, they say it is totally a racial undertone. Mr. Leong, your statements have been interpreted by your own party members as being racist. People in your party think your statements are racist. Would you accept? I don't expect that you will accept that you are racist, but would you accept that people in your party think that your statements are racist and have said so? It's a simple factual statement. May I seek that clarification from Mr. Leong, Mr.
Yes,
Speaker?
please. Mr. Leong.
Sir, in response to the Minister's clarification, one, we are discussing, we have included Ceca in the motion today, as I've mentioned in my speech, because FTAs and Ceca are part of the equation when we talk about immigration, so it has to be included. As for Ceca and the FTAs in general, we are supportive. We are supportive of FTAs and even Ceca in general. But we need more information about all these FTAs. If we do not have more information, we cannot say we are wholeheartedly supporting them. It has to be evaluated on a case-by-case basis. Two, the Minister commented on I having commented on Ceca on many occasions. Can the Minister give me the examples of occasions that I've spoken about Ceca? Other than starting from my Facebook post on the 22nd of June. Can the Minister give me instances that I've spoken about Ceca before? And even for 22nd June Facebook post, it was after I have accepted the challenge from Minister. So I've started to comment a bit, to put things into perspective. So this is the second point, I think. And the third, in this second point, there's Minister also mentioned that Dr. Tanjung Bok has mentioned at the party launch about Ceca in August 2019. Yes, he talked about free movement, but he was responding to the feedback from Singaporeans, and the word free movement, free flow, these are not words owned by PSP. The government ministers have been talking about free flow way before Dr. Tanjung Bok has said. I don't think I need to make quotes about George Yeo, about what the Prime Minister have said and all that. Okay? So that is one point I want to make. The third point about party members. PSP is an open party. We are liberal with members. We allow them to express their views. And sometimes there are one or two members or a minority of members who will have different opinions. We have told them that they cannot make their views that public. But some of them chose to do that. We can't stop them because we are a liberal party. We are not a party who will prevent all our members from having their own opinions. So just one or two party members mentioned that what I'm doing in Parliament today is anti-racist. That doesn't mean I'm anti-racist. Thank you. That doesn't mean I'm
not
racist.
anti-racist.
Yeah.
Yes.
I beg your pardon. That doesn't mean I'm racist. Yeah. Thank you. Minister?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Leong. So your party members, you say some, think you are racist based on your statements. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, can I ask Mr. Leong to confirm that therefore other Singaporeans may also go away with similar view that what he says is racist? And second, Mr. Leong says they've got nothing to object to Ceca and other FTAs. I think it's an important statement, and I would like that recorded. I think we all need to note that. But assuming that, then we have over 20 FTAs.
Point of order.
Mr. Leong.
I think the minister is misquoting me. I say I'm supporting FTAs and in general, including Ceca, but I didn't say I'm supporting Ceca wholeheartedly. We need more information.
So you're supporting or not supporting?
We have not enough information to support.
So are you supporting or not supporting? If you have not enough information, so are you supporting or not supporting? I'm not very clear.
I'm not supporting.
So you're
Yes.
not supporting Ceca or FTAs, is that right?
The FTAs, we need more information as well on a case-by-case basis.
So I'm trying to understand what your position is. So you're not supporting FTAs and including Ceca, is that
No,
right?
we are supporting FTAs in general for the benefits the FTA can bring, trade to our country, investments and all that. But we are concerned that modern FTAs do have provisions on the movement of natural persons. And so for each FTA, we want to look into the details. That's what we are saying.
Minister?
Sir, I'm quite confused by the answer.
I'm quite confused as well.
So may I ask, sir, through you to Mr. Leong, one, just tell us, does he and PSP, does he and does PSP support FTAs? A simple answer will do.
Mr. Leong?
We support FTAs in general.
Thank you. Would that include, sir, support for Ceca?
Yes. In general.
Yes. Let's then have that recorded as he and PSP support Ceca and FTAs in general. Now, may I then ask, why is Ceca specifically identified in the motion when I assume there is nothing to distinguish between Ceca and other FTAs in Mr. Leong's mind?
Mr. Leong?
As I've said in my speech, we do not have full disclosure on the movement of natural persons provisions in Ceca yet, and also some of the other FTAs. So we would like to know more. Before we know more information about that, we cannot shut off discussion on the FTAs and Ceca, which the government is trying to do. After the July 6th ministerial statement, next day in the Straits Times, the government straight away say Ceca has no effect on our ability to regulate immigration. But the data provided by the government is not conclusive. The government just quoted 1 year ICT number, 500 ICT in 2020, which is a COVID year. You know, the government didn't even provide the data to prove its point. So that's what I'm driving at. And as a result, although the government may say, yeah, we have told you many, many times and we have discussed this again and again, but each time the disclosure is incomplete. That's why we have to continue discussing, because sometimes the time allowed for the discussion and the debate is also not sufficient. And of course, on the 6th July ministerial statements, because we are going to file this motion, we are also holding back some of the things we want to discuss. But today, we can discuss everything. Minister, thanks.
Sorry, sir. Again, I'm a bit confused. My question was a simple one. It's simply that if you look at the motion which I read out, it highlights Ceca. I'm just trying to understand whether Ceca has a special place in Mr. Leong's affection and mind, or is it treated the same as all the other FTAs? And if it's the same as all the other FTAs, why is Ceca getting special mention? That's all. A simple answer would do.
Mr. Leong.
The focus of the debate today is on the impact of our foreign talent policy on jobs and livelihood. So we are focused on all the work pass holders, not one particular nationality. But
Mr. Leong, if you can answer the minister's question, which is a straightforward one, because if it's just FTAs in general, then why is Ceca being flagged up specifically?
because there are data, we want to know more about Ceca.
No, but you do want to know more data about any of all the other FTAs, right? From what you were alluding to earlier?
Yes, that's why
So
we have...
why no mention of the other FTAs, but Ceca in particular?
No, but in our motion, we say FTAs and Ceca. Right? So FTAs are inside the motion.
Minister?
I think Mr. Leong doesn't know his own motion. It says in some FTAs, like Ceca, so there are some FTAs which don't concern him, and there are some FTAs which concern him. This is your own motion, Mr. Leong.
Yes,
Just tell us what it means and why Ceca.
yes, I say some FTAs like Ceca. So these are the FTAs, including Ceca, there are one
Which
information.
ones? Sir, if I may ask, which ones?
Mr. Leong?
Including the Australian FTAs, the China FTAs, the US FTAs, for example.
So, sir, may I ask through you, which aspects of the China FTA, the US FTA, and the Australian FTA bothers Mr. Leong, like Ceca?
Mr. Leong?
Okay, for the Australian FTA also contained a clause on the allowing the ICT to bring in dependents. For the China FTA, we are looking at the China FTA to compare with the Ceca FTA because both countries have very big populations. For the US FTA, we have received feedbacks from residents about why US citizens are allowed to buy properties in Singapore without paying the ABST, the additional buyer's stamp duty. So some of these FTAs, as I say, we have to look at it on a case-by-case basis.
Minister?
Thank you. Sir, my understanding, therefore, is that Mr. Leong is equally concerned about the US FTA, the China FTA, the Australian FTA, and Ceca, and that Ceca is not specifically being singled out. If I may just have that confirmation before I move on.
Mr. Leong?
That is correct, Minister.
Thank you. And overall, we have, I think, sir, Mr. Leong's confirmation that he supports FTAs. Now, I then asked, sir, through you, does Mr. Leong accept that his statements on Ceca, his and his party's statements, having been interpreted by some of PSP members as being racist, may well be interpreted by Singaporeans as racist as well.
Mr. Leong.
The reason why I state our position at the beginning of my speech is exactly anticipating what the minister is going to ask on this. Ceca is an economic agreement, trade agreement, that we want to have more information because the perception is that there are certain terms on the movement of natural persons are not beneficial to Singapore. So we want more information, not necessarily directed at just the Ceca as an FTA.
So I'm sorry, sir, that's
Minister.
point of order. That's nothing to do with what I asked.
Mr. Leong.
Okay, in that case, Minister, sorry, can you repeat the question again?
Some of Mr. Leong's party members interpreted his statements as being racist, and I quoted. One of the quotes is, "You're targeting the Indian community, and it's totally a racial undertone." My question was, if his own party members can think like that, it's entirely possible for other Singaporeans to take a similar view.
Mr. Leong.
Sir, for discussion on any topic, there are people who have a different view. But Ceca is an economic agreement that is the concern of many Singaporeans. So we are asking for more information.
We have heard that. That wasn't my question, sir.
Mr. Leong.
Sorry, Minister.
Do you have a response specifically to Minister's
Sorry, Minister.
question? Mr. Leong, would you be responding specifically
Yes,
to
yes.
his-
Sorry, I want the Minister to repeat the question again.
for the third time, Minister?
Sorry,
Indulge
Minister.
us.
Yeah.
Now, Mr. Leong, it's commonsensical, isn't it, that those PSP members will not be the only ones who think that your statements are racist. If they can think like that, your own party members, the other Singaporeans can reasonably think that your statements are racist too. It's a simple point.
Yeah.
Mr. Leong?
So, okay. Actually, just now, my answer is going to that point. Okay. But doesn't mean that some accused somebody who is trying to find out more and trying to discuss about an economic agreement thinks that that person is racist, then we need to shut up the whole discussion.
No, we're not talking about shutting out. In fact, we are having a long debate. We are going to be here for very long.
All right, yeah.
And it'll be even longer if we don't get answers. So nobody is shutting anybody out. Just a logical conclusion.
Mr. Leong?
There will be some people who will think that there's racial undertone. Yeah.
Thank you. Now,
Minister.
with that, sir, I want to go back to some of the questions that were raised and not answered the last time in July. My colleague, Ong Ye Kang, said that Ceca does not allow a free flow of Indians into Singapore. He made that very clear to this House and to Mr. Leong. I'll also remind Mr. Leong that it has been explained that nothing in Ceca says that Singapore must unconditionally let PMEs into Singapore. And all foreign PMEs have to meet our work pass conditions in order to come and work here. And just to remind members and Mr. Leong, I will set out I will repeat what Minister Ong had said. he said in this House, by reference to Chapter 9 of Ceca, that it makes it clear that the government's ability to regulate immigration and foreign manpower is not affected by the agreement. The government retains full rights to decide who can enter the country to live, work, become PRs, or become citizens. This is clearly set out in two clauses. They are standard clauses commonly found in all FTAs. And then he refers to Chapter 912 and 913. He then says, there is a strong immigration carve-out and national treatment is not found in Chapter 9 of Ceca, nor any other corresponding chapter in the FTAs that Singapore has entered into. Nothing in this agreement implies that Singapore must unconditionally let PMEs from India. Contrary to PSP's claim, our ability to impose requirements for immigration and work pass has never been in question in Ceca or any other FTAs that we have signed. And he made a couple of other points, if I may refer to. PSP pointed out that Ceca listed 127 categories of professionals, hence claimed that Indian nationals in these professions can all freely come here to work for a year. This is false, because as I explained earlier, all foreign PMETs have to meet our work pass conditions in order to come here and work here. The second common criticism is that intra-corporate transferees from India can also freely enter Singapore to work. Based on my explanation on how the chapter works, this is again not true. Intra-corporate transferees have also to meet our work pass qualifying criteria. And then he said, Mr. Speaker, sir, I hope we can put a stop to all this misinformation about our FTAs in general and Ceca in particular. So bearing that in mind, would you, sorry, sir, can I ask through you for Mr. Leong to respond to questions posed by Ong Yi Kang that Ceca does not allow a free flow of Indians into Singapore?
Mr. Leong.
Sir, as I said just now, the word free flow is not the property of PSP. It has been used by the government as well. Okay? So let's focus on what exactly, we are just talking about the numbers of foreign nationals that have come into Singapore.
Mr. Leong, will you be coming to an answer to that question?
Yes, yes. Speaker, sir, please give me some time.
You have all the time. Carry on.
Yes. So let's focus on the numbers. And if you don't give us the number, how are we going to answer to the Singaporeans that really Ceca has no influence over our immigration policies? We ask for ICT numbers, but only 1 year number is given. Can you give all the numbers? You give all the numbers from 2005 to 2020, and the number of ICTs who have later on become PRs and new citizens and obtain new work passes.
Sorry, sir, on a point of order.
Mr. Leong, Minister.
Sir, through you, may I remind Mr. Leong, there are two different issues. One, what does Ceca or the other FTAs allow? And that's a matter of interpretation of the agreement. And that is what we had been debating in July. And Minister Ong asked that there is nothing in Ceca that allows for free flow. The second is within the framework of Ceca or any other FTA, and I note that Mr. Leong only wants to know Ceca and not any other FTA, how many have come in? Those are matters of numbers and details, and we can deal with that separately. And hopefully we won't take another hour for that. But first, as a matter of interpretation, the minister who, as a civil servant, drafted this or was part of the negotiating this agreement, referred chapter and verse, and has explained how the government applies that policy, that it's subject our own work pass rules, and that's how it has been applied for the last 15 years. So unless Mr. Leong says that Minister Ong Ye Kung lied, or that the government policy is other than what it says it is, let's just get an answer. Do you accept that there is nothing in Ceca that allows for free movement of PMETs? That's all. It's a simple question.
Mr. Leong.
Sir, to the Minister, we are arguing not about a legal document, just a legal document, not just the letter of the word. We are arguing about economic effect.
So first, I
Minister.
don't understand that answer, because it says here in his motion, anxiety among Singaporeans on jobs and livelihoods caused by the foreign talent policy and the provisions on movement of natural persons in some free trade agreements like Ceca. That's just untrue based on what Minister Ong has said. We are arguing about your motion, which refers to the provisions of Ceca. Mr. Ong, sir, I'm afraid Mr. Leong doesn't even know what his motion says. Did he even draft it?
Mr. Leong.
So that's the first question. Second question, will he now, in the context of his motion, agree that we are debating the provisions of Ceca, and will he accept that there is nothing in Ceca that allows for free movement of Indians into Singapore?
Mr. Leong.
Okay. The provisions that we put in the motion is actually pertaining to the economic effect of the provision.
Could you explain that again, please?
Economic effects of the provision.
So the provisions are the legal agreement, as been explained by the minister, and what are your views about those provisions? They are written in black and white, and we covered that quite extensively at the last previous sittings. What are your views on that, please?
My views is that we are not arguing about a legal document today.
The legal documents dictate how these interactions take place with the other countries. So unless you're doubting the validity of the agreements or you're doubting the way in which it's implemented, I think we are seeking a view on that. If you could enlighten us, please.
We do not think that we can interpret we can draw a conclusion from just the explanation given by the minister. Because
maybe if I can help to paraphrase that. I mean, the minister has explained what the terms are. Do you agree that those are the terms of the free trade agreements as agreed between the two countries?
No, as I say, I'm not arguing about a legal document. I'm arguing about there's a legal document, but the way you implement the legal document and the economic effect can be different. Because after the legal document...
So as a point of order, I mean, let's stop at the legal document first. I wanted to get, sir, through you to Mr. Leong, because Minister Ong specifically raised this, and Mr. Leong said they need more time to study this. We have had August and September to study it. So, first of all, the English meaning, unless some other language may be different, but the English meaning of the provisions on movement of natural persons in some free trade agreements like Ceca mean what they say, which is the legal provisions in Ceca. So let's not try and wriggle out of that. That's what it means. Now, second, before we talk about implementation, first, in terms of the legal provisions, I've read out what the minister said, what these provisions are, and does Mr. Leong have any basis to contradict that or challenge that? Or does he accept it?
Mr. Leong.
Sir, can I ask my colleague Hazel Phua to come in and answer those questions?
Yes, you may.
So I would like Mr. Leong, because motion stands in his name. He has put this motion. He has referred to provisions. If he doesn't know the answer, he can say he doesn't know the answer.
Mr. Leong?
And I'm not sure the answer is going to be found in a phone.
Ms. Hazelpour?
So some of these points that Minister Shanmugam has raised is in my speech. Can I suggest that we leave it here for now and we can discuss again?
No, I
after?
think Mr. Leong can answer them. I think they're pertinent to the issues that are at hand presently. You may raise it later. Or you can pass your speech to Mr. Leong.
I will have the same answer. We went back to consider the points put up by...
Mr. Leong, we need to, before we proceed, can we just answer the questions rather than cover the same ground again?
As of now, we do not agree to the interpretation of the legal documents as it is now. Okay?
What does that mean exactly when you say you do not agree with the legal documents? As in, as represented by the minister, you don't agree that that's how it was phrased, or you don't agree with how it's being phrased? So that we can proceed with the argument, so that we can develop the debate further. What exactly does that mean?
Because we are looking at the economic effects of the...
No, I understand. We're talking about the
provision.
provisions that's provided under FTA agreement, in this case, Ceca. What exactly is it about the agreements that you disagree with, or whatever that might be?
Okay, I can then say that at this point, I do not have a legal opinion on those provisions.
Okay, even if it's not a legal opinion, what is your opinion on them? A non-legal opinion?
My non-legal opinion would include my interpretation of the economic effect. So it will be a bit different from what the minister is asking.
Minister.
So again, that is a confusing answer. And the minister has said that there is no free movement allowed. We apply, and we are entitled to apply our work pass rules, and that this is how it has been operated for the last, since Ceca has come into force, and likewise for other FTAs. Which part of that statement does he disagree with, side?
We will try one more time.
Yes.
Otherwise,
Maybe he can
Mr.
look
Leong?
at these statements and say which part of it he disagrees with. Does he disagree as that we have applied it this way? Does he say that minister was lying in Parliament? Or does he say that the interpretation that the minister has given is inaccurate, and that we should in fact are obliged to give free movement of all Indians into Singapore?
Mr. Leong.
So what I'm saying is that I'm focusing on the economic effect of those provisions. And looking at the economic effect, there are some initial doubts whether the movement is easier than what the government has represented or not. But we still cannot come to a conclusion yet, because we need more data from the government. And the government is withholding the data.
Okay, thank you. Minister, I suggest we move on. I don't
Yes.
think we're going to get any further clarity on this. We just have to agree to disagree, and
Yes,
we
sir.
register
Yes.
both points.
I will take it, sir, based on the answers, that Mr. Leong really doesn't know about these legal provisions, despite the wording of his motion. And he has no understanding of the provisions of Ceca. And I assume that he has the same concerns about the provisions in the US FTA, the China FTA, and the Australian FTA. And if so, I hope to see those FTAs being referenced in future rather than Ceca being singled out, if what he says is true. Now, I have another clarification to seek, sir. The claim, PSP's claim, that Ceca allows the 127 categories of Indian professionals to come here freely to work. Minister Ong has pointed out that that is false and that they have to first meet our work pass rules. Does Mr. Leong now accept that? Again, a short question. I hope a short answer.
Mr. Leong?
Speaker, that one is easy. I agree that all these ICTs and the 127 professionals need to go through our work pass rules.
Now, thank you, sir.
Speaker, can I ask a question?
So the floor is mine. When I finish,
Later.
if there are clarifications, Mr. Leong can ask me, just like I'm asking him. Yeah. Now, can I, sir, through you, ask, and I think I heard the answer in Mr. Leong's speech, confirm that Mr. Leong accepts that we need some foreign PMETs for our economy. For example, that we cannot have 0 PMETs. Can I, sir, through you, have him confirm that?
Mr. Leong?
Yes.
Thank you.
Minister.
Now, I, sir, want to remind the House, share with the House some numbers, and Mr. Leong. Over the last 10 years, last decade, there has been an increase of 110,000 EPs and S-Pass holders, 110,000. During the same period, the local PMETs increased by 300,000. Right? Local PMETs increased by 300,000. For EPs and S-Pass holders, 110,000. Second, the number of PMET job vacancies have been around 30,000 over the past 5 years. Third, the size of our PR population has remained stable in the last 5 years. 2016 to 2020, it's at about 520,000. In fact, it's been stable even before that, but we'll just take 5 years. So with these numbers in mind, local PMETs increased by 300,000, foreign PMETs increased by 110,000, EP and S-Pass, PR population stable, and Mr. Leong agrees that we need some foreign PMETs. Today, it's 350,000. If that is too much, then can he tell us what is the right number? Is it 300,000? Is it 200,000? Or is it 100,000?
Mr. Leong.
Sir, can I confirm with Minister that you only have one question, that question? Or are there other questions there?
One question for now.
Okay. Okay. The number of rebalancing that we need to do depends on the government estimate of what is the number of Singaporeans that are being displaced, which is something that are pushed during the debate.
So can I take it, sir, through you, that Mr. Leong can confirm that he doesn't really know what should be the number be?
Mr. Leong.
Sir, of course, government is always controlling the numbers, controlling the data. I will have to refer to the government to give me some data to come up with an accurate answer. I got some numbers in mind, but I would prefer to wait for the data.
So based on the data that's available, and I've given him this data, and much of it is available in public, can I take it that he is in no position, sir, to tell us whether it should be 350,000 or whether it should be 400,000 or whether it should be less. He has got no basis.
Mr. Leong?
Yes, at this moment, I will need more data from the government before I can come up with an accurate number.
And therefore, it follows logically, sir, that Mr. Leong is not able to assert here or anywhere else that we have too many foreign PMETs in Singapore. That would be right.
Mr. Leong?
Sir, that is not accurate because we are seeing so many underemployed Singaporeans around. The number of gig
How
workers...
many
have also-
unemployed Singaporeans do you see?
Sorry?
You're saying that you see many unemployed Singaporeans?
Underemployed.
Underemployed.
Underemployed Singaporeans have come forward to reflect to us, feedback to us. We have also seen in statistics the number of gig workers that are increasing, and also the number of self-employed Singaporeans is also increasing. Okay, so there are Singaporeans that are being displaced. So we got some rough numbers, but we want the government to give us more accurate numbers.
Minister?
So my question was a simple one. Mr. Leong agreed earlier that he doesn't know if 350,000 is too many or too little. So it's a natural conclusion that he doesn't really know if there are too many foreign PMETs here. It's basically based on what he says. So can I ask through you that he just be consistent with what he just said 3 minutes ago?
Mr. Leong?
Sir, I'm not going to say what is the number in my head until the government gives me more data. Not that I don't have an idea of how many Singaporeans are being displaced.
Minister?
Thank you, sir. Now, can I ask, sir, through you, I just mentioned there are 30,000 PMET vacancies. Is there, perhaps Mr. Leong can give us an explanation as to why there are so many vacancies which are unfilled in Singapore and have been unfilled for the last 5 years?
Mr. Leong?
Sir, the number provided by these 30,000 PMETs vacancies, again, is a number that now the minister has brought out. Okay, but if all these vacancies and numbers are being presented in a proper time series data set, then we will be able to analyze the numbers better. So at the moment, I can't give him an answer on that. Because you always come up with single data and ask me for answers.
The number of PMET jobs unfilled, that thousands of jobs were being unfilled, was set out in July. So Mr. Leong had said that he will study it carefully. And I think what this House is witnessing is a motion that has been put up, and Mr. Leong doesn't know the meaning of the motion that he has put up, because he says the provisions on movement of natural persons in some FTAs, like Ceca, he has given no credible explanation on why Ceca is singled out. He has no credible explanation as to why he refers to the provisions, which means legal provisions, the clauses in this Ceca, in his motion, and then asserts here that he doesn't know anything about the provisions on Ceca. He's got no view on that. Then he shouldn't have referred to that. So it's meaningless, the motion. Doesn't make any sense to him, let alone to us. And he says there are too many foreign PMETs, but now he says he doesn't know if there are too many, and he doesn't know what the number ought to be. He doesn't tell us what further data that he needs. So none of this is to say that there aren't Singaporeans who have lost their jobs. that there aren't Singaporeans who are underemployed, that there aren't Singaporeans, particularly in their 40s and 50s, who are not in a very good situation. We all know that. Those are all true. But the point is to find the right solutions. Displacement is taking place all over the world. We have tried to keep unemployment low. We have tried to create the jobs. And many people have gotten jobs. And we need to help those who haven't gotten jobs. And the way to do it is to try and reskill them and bring in the right industries. Those are legitimate points to make. What is not legitimate is to try and create a racist, xenophobic, them versus us fervor, put down a motion saying that the terms of Ceca are wrong, and then come to Parliament and say, I don't know anything about the terms of the Ceca. That is doing serious disservice to Singaporeans. That's not the way members should behave, I'm sorry to say. You've got to take this seriously. You've got to know what your own motion says. I'm a lawyer, but you don't need to be a lawyer to know that this term, the provisions on movement of natural persons in free trade agreements, it's got only one meaning. It's commonsensical.
Speaker, sir, can I?
I'm having the floor, please.
You have a chance to respond, Mr. Leong.
Yeah, my chance to respond.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Mr. Leong.
Thank you, sir. Minister, you make a lot of accusations there. Huh? One is that we go back to go back to square one again about my motion statement. I bring the motion statement to this Parliament about the economic effect of the provisions in the FTAs. I'm not bringing to Parliament the legal interpretation of the provisions. But if you have a legal interpretation, I'm fine. I'm just telling you that I'm concentrating on the economic effect of the provisions. Second point, you say you provided the data. But I asked for a lot of data that's not provided. Okay, 3. The displacement in Singapore, and that is a key point that we are debating today. Government say it's due to global forces. I say, or PSP say, a large part of it is not due to global forces. So that's what we are debating about. So don't jump the gun and come and make the conclusion now. Thank you.
Minister.
Mr. Leong, sorry, sir, I should speak with Speaker. I'm sorry. Address the Speaker. Looking at the motion, sir, Mr. Leong can fulminate as much as he wants, but it says what it says. And it says the provisions on movement of natural persons in some free trade agreements like Ceca, and that is consistent with the position that Mr. Leong put forward in July and what he has said in his Facebook post and what PSP has said, that Ceca allows free movement of Indians into Singapore. So before we get all heated up, let me refer to what was discussed here the last time round. The motion is consistent with what Dr. Tan Cheng Bock had said on the 3rd of August 2019, which Minister Ong referenced, and I quote, Dr. Tan, amongst the terms of Ceca, it allowed the free movement of professionals in 127 sectors to enter and work in Singapore. Mr. Leong has confirmed that that is not accurate because he says it's subject to work pass rules. But this was what they were thinking. And as Minister Ong pointed out, on the 7th of July, the same Dr. Tan said, Ceca is an agreement between Singapore and India to bring in, to allow, I think, 127 categories of professionals to come to Singapore and be given that free hand, practically free hand to come and work here. And that is what the motion says. The provisions on movement of natural persons in some free trade agreements. So, I mean, one has got to be both honest and accurate. And, you know, if Mr. Leong doesn't know what the motion means, if it has been drafted by someone and he's put his name to it, he can say so. But this is what the motion says. If I may move on, sir.
Sir, can I respond?
Mr. Leong, quick one.
Yeah. I disagree with what the minister said about his interpretation of the motion, you know, and that I don't understand the motion and all that. I already state again and again that I'm coming here, the motion statement that I put up is about the economic effects of the provision. I don't expect this parliament to just argue about legal interpretation, you know. This parliament is about jobs and livelihood of our people, about the economy. Okay, so what we are arguing, actually a larger part of it should be about economics, social, economic issues. We are not going to stand here and keep arguing about a legal interpretation of a clause.
Mr. Leong, if I may,
Yes.
the provisions are first step, isn't it? Because if the legal provisions do not provide for that, then it provides a basis for us to discuss about the economic effect. I mean, it doesn't preclude discussing that part because your motion addresses that. So that's the issue at hand which we're trying to understand is what's your understanding of the provision? Because it is in black and white, so what are your views on that? We can subsequently discuss about economic effect, can take all day if we wish. But what are your views on the legal provisions, which are spelled out in black and white, not today, but was illustrated by Minister Ong previously?
Okay, sir, so as I said just now, at this point, I don't have a legal opinion on the provisions provided under the agreement. Because
do you agree that those are the provisions as that was spelled out in the agreement?
yeah, but then in order to have a legal interpretation of provisions, you must look at other parts of the agreement, and then you must look at other
So for those
practices.
specific parts of the agreement, do you agree that those are in black and white what was agreed?
At the moment, I have no opinion.
So
Minister.
that might be useful. So through you, sir, therefore, I can confirm that if Mr. Leong has no opinion, then naturally he has no view as to whether Ceca, the terms of Ceca, are negative for Singapore. Terms. I'm not talking about actual implementation. We can discuss that. But since you have no opinion, or Mr. Leong has no opinion, it must logically follow that as far as he is concerned, there are no provisions in Ceca that he is concerned about. Must follow. May I ask for confirmation of that, sir?
You may, but I think we know the answer. Mr. Leong?
My answer is, at the moment, you know, in terms of the legal interpretation that this agreement do not have further implementation implications and all that, I can't get I don't have the opinion. Okay,
But
with
you do
regards-
have a view, but you do have a negative view about it, despite the fact that you don't have a legal or otherwise opinion of it.
I don't have a view yet. I'm trying to get a view if the government is prepared to release more data about ICT and about all that. Then I will have an economic view.
Thank
and
you, Minister. I suggest we move on, because I don't think we're going to make much progress here.
Thank you, sir. Now, Sir, through you again, may I ask Mr. Leong to confirm? Members of this House will recall that Mr. Leong said what he said about the CEO of DBS Bank. He professed his deep disappointment that the DBS is still without a homegrown CEO. Can I ask, sir, whether Mr. Leong still believes what he said, that naturalized Singapore citizens should not hold top positions?
Mr. Leong.
Sir, that is definitely not the case. When you are citizens, naturalized or homegrown, you are citizens. I have raised the issue during the maiden speech because I was talking about the succession plan, about skills transfer, which is part of what we are going to discuss today. About DBS, when he appointed the current CEO, he was still a foreigner. Why wasn't a chance given to a homegrown Singaporean? Okay, and the bank had a succession plan that groomed the Singaporeans to take over the job. That was what I was trying to drive at.
A clarification. None of that answers the point I made. I am quoting Mr. Leong. He professed his deep disappointment when Mr. Piyush Gupta was and is the CEO during his maiden speech, that DBS is still without a homegrown CEO, meaning he is disappointed that it was Mr. Gupta and not a homegrown CEO. So let's not beat about the bush. So I'm asking whether he continues to have those beliefs or has he changed his mind?
Mr. Leong.
Sir, if ministers means that I am differentiating naturalized Singaporeans and homegrown Singaporeans, then I can confirm the answer is no.
Thank you. Therefore, Mr. Leong has changed his mind, it appears, sir, from last year. Now,
Because, sir, can I clarify?
Mr. Leong.
I didn't change my mind. My stance has always been like that.
so may I, sir, then ask through you, what is the meaning of the statement that DBS is still without a homegrown CEO? We are not talking about succession plans here. I'm just asking for an interpretation of Mr. Leong's words. DBS is still without a homegrown CEO.
Mr. Leong.
Okay, what I was referring to was actually referring to the point he was appointed, not at this moment.
Sorry, can you say that again, please?
Okay, what I was referring to was at the point of appointment, the year of appointment, the point when he was appointed, he was still a foreigner. But anyway, when I made that statement, I was not in any way have Mr. Piyush Gupta in mind. I was just talking about the many CEOs that DBS have got, and never had a succession plan. That was the intention. But okay, being one of the top lawyers in Singapore, maybe law minister could, make some interpretations and ask me in that way. Yeah.
Sorry, sir, can I ask that the natural interpretation of a statement that I have deep disappointment that DBS is still without a homegrown CEO at a time when a naturalized Singaporean is the CEO, the normal interpretation, whatever may be the workings of Mr. Leong's mind, the normal interpretation would be that he is disappointed that it's Mr. Gupta and not a homegrown Singaporean. Wouldn't that be the natural interpretation, sir?
Mr. Leong. Would that be a fair interpretation of what you said?
When you, sir, That was not the intention. That was not the intention.
Point of clarification, sir. I did expressly say we leave aside whatever Mr. Leong may have intended. I'm simply asking whether what I've said is a fair interpretation, natural interpretation of what he said.
Mr. Leong?
How it is interpreted, I think it depends on who is listening to it.
So
I think many
the question
Singaporeans-
I think the question is whether it's fair for anyone in the public to interpret it the way as Minister has put across. Because that was what was said. I remembered. I think many of us would have remembered
Yes,
that. I
yes,
think
yes.
a few of us raised our eyebrows because we were wondering what exactly you meant. So would it be fair that that's how people would interpret it? Notwithstanding whatever your intent might be. Because what we say in Parliament matters, because that's how the public will perceive it. Which is why the choice of words and phrases is important.
That was not my interpretation.
That's not the question at hand.
Yeah.
Would that be interpreted the way it's been put across by Minister?
Well, I would say a minority of the people might interpret it that way.
Understand? Minister, let's carry on.
Speaker, point of order.
Mr. Leong?
All these issues that the minister have raised is not related to the motion today. Now he is going into the statements I make at my maiden speech. So can I ask that we go back to the debate proper?
Minister?
So I will just move on. I will just, for the record, set out exactly what was said by Mr. Leong. He said, and I quote, "I am deeply disappointed now," that means at the point that he was speaking, because 22 years later, after, and I assume after Mr. Wool's appointment in 1998, DBS is still without a homegrown CEO. It's open and shut. He meant 2020, and Mr. Gupta was appointed in 2009. I think we can at least be honest with each other when the words are in black and white. I would say, sir, to this House, it's not wrong that we welcome talent when people are committed enough to take up citizenship. It is wrong to have an issue with new citizens and PRs from specific countries, because it is quite clear what Mr. Leong and PSP were doing. It's race baiting and nationality baiting without beating about the bush. And that's what the words of this motion suggest. None of this is to deny the legitimate concerns of Singaporeans. None of this is to deny that there are people who have lost jobs, that there are people in their 40s and 50s in particular who are very concerned, and that we have to do everything we can to help them. And we have to stand by with them. But I think race baiting, nationality baiting, putting down motions and then coming to Parliament and saying, well, I don't know, I don't have a view on the legal provisions, when your party has made it a point from the day one to attack the legal provisions, I think none of those help. Really, based on his speech, sir, Mr. Leong has painted such a dark picture about what's going on in Singapore, which really bears little resemblance to reality. Is it that locals are being pushed out of PMET jobs in a large scale? We have created over 300,000 local PMET jobs. In fact, locals take up 80% of all PMET jobs. Can we do better? I think we ought to do better by the people who have lost their jobs or who are underemployed. Is it that our universities have produced graduates who cannot get jobs? Over the past 10 years, 9 in 10 graduates have been employed within 6 months after graduation, with starting salaries rising steadily. I think it is demeaning and dismissive of all the good people in our universities and polytechnics working hard to train our students to say they are producing people who cannot get employed. And it's untrue. Would Singapore be consistently ranked highly on the UN's Human Development Index if Singaporeans were oppressed in the labor market, if incomes had not risen and productivity stalled? What we have is not perfect. It's not perfect anywhere in the world, and we have to consistently work to improve. But it's not the picture that Mr. Leong is describing. And I would say Mr. Leong's views have been so completely distorted by his lack of understanding of Ceca and his eagerness to attack Indians and Ceca. And I would say what his party and Mr. Leong are doing is one of the worst types of political opportunism, using race as a bait. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Leong,
Sir,
would you like to respond?
I strongly object to what the minister said about PSP position on race.
Noted.
The reason why we raised this motion got nothing to do with race or xenophobia. We will continue to debate on why we think the situation in Singapore is far worse than what the government has presented to the Singaporeans. Okay, we'll debate again. Thanks,
Thank
sir.
you. Mr. Pritam Singh.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak on both motions, the first filed by PSP NCMP Mr. Leong Man Wai on the 31st of August last month, and the second filed by the Minister of Finance, Mr. Lawrence Wong, on the 8th of September. At their core, both motions concern the employability of the Singapore worker and PMETs. So our local population acutely feels the consequences of Singapore being an open economy, with a large number of foreigners working amongst us and living next to us. On this lived reality, fundamental questions that have come up in the last 2 decades include: where does the Singapore worker stand, and what are his or her job prospects in our hub economy? These questions will continue to come up more regularly than ever as we move into a post-COVID future. My colleagues, MPs Herting Roo, Leon Pereira, Gerald Giam, and James Lim, will also participate in this debate with perspectives on both motions and suggestions on the way forward. My speech is in 3 parts. First, I will set out the Workers' Party's stand on FTAs and the India-Singapore Comprehensive Economic Cooperation Agreement, or Ceca. This part will be brief. Second, I will iterate the public sentiments on job insecurity felt by Singaporeans. Third, I will make a few suggestions on what should be done to alleviate the concerns of Singaporeans and ensure that the local-foreigner employment divide does not become a permanent fault line. So let me first start by stating the Workers' Party's position on FTAs and Ceca. First, we accept that FTAs have encouraged investments and created jobs and opportunities for both Singaporeans as well as foreigners. This is undeniable. Second, we note the government's explanation that Ceca does not allow Indian nationals free rein to enter Singapore, and that the entry of foreigners who seek employment is regulated by the government, and specifically the Ministry of Manpower's work pass policies. However, we believe that it is fair to ask whether the government and the MOM for many years past has failed to regulate work passes in the best way possible. I note that the Minister of Manpower recently announced that anti-discrimination legislation will be introduced. This is one of the things that the Workers' Party has called for in its manifesto. Third, the Workers' Party does not assume that good jobs are automatically created for Singaporeans by virtue of Singapore's pro-trade policies and a strong network of FTAs, including Ceca. We believe that for a few groups, such as the sandwiched class, workers who lack skills, and lower-income Singaporeans, the opposite may well occur. These groups may see depressed wages and fewer good job opportunities. Our view is that the government needs to intervene aggressively through policy or legislation to ameliorate this and ensure that the availability of stronger safety nets for Singaporeans who cannot make the transition. The government must ensure that Singaporeans are not discriminated against during their job search or at the workplace, and that our education and training systems provide skills that are workplace ready, and that skills are transferred to Singaporeans by foreign talent. Finally, the government should proactively report on the costs and benefits of our FTAs across time, a subject MP James Lim will touch on as well. The Workers' Party also notes that there have been some elements in our society, or perhaps from abroad, that have used Ceca as a dog whistle, masquerading racism for genuine economic concerns. The Workers' Party accepts that genuine economic concerns exist and that it is fair to raise concerns about them. However, we abhor and denounce the racism and xenophobia that has become a part of the public narrative in some quarters. Some have gotten away resorting to loose and vile language online as an outlet for their frustration, something they wouldn't do in person, or worse, extended this behavior to the real world. This can never be right and must also be rejected and condemned. I now move on to the second part of my speech, public perceptions on job insecurity. Mr. Speaker, the government would accept that there have been long simmering emotions amongst a sizable number of Singaporeans surrounding Ceca, and more generally over the perception that Singaporeans are denied fair opportunities in the job market. Some of this has resulted in highly charged conversations and incidents both online and offline, even without the PSP's focus on this subject. Immigration and the job prospects of locals are not only issues for Singaporeans. Globalization has meant that the local populations of many countries, particularly advanced economies, share such concerns. As a young nation, these feelings of insecurity and dislocation can shake our national cohesion, with the country being unrecognizable to the one many of us grew up in. Job displacement is very emotionally jarring, especially when your HR department tells you that your role has been made redundant, only for you to later find out that your job has been rejigged and filled by a foreigner. It is also upsetting for Singaporeans when they learn that a foreigner has filled a job position for which a Singaporean is suitably qualified. The emotions that we see today, while directed differently towards Indians in some cases, have been directed at other communities in the past. As noted by Minister of Manpower in his ministerial statement in July, and I quote, "In the 2000s, we experienced a similar situation when the share of PRCs in our foreign workforce increased significantly before tapering as China's growth took off. Both then and now, the large numbers did not go unnoticed and created friction within our communities," unquote. An important distinction between the vitriol directed against the PRC workers was that many of them were employed in low middle income sectors, while there has been an acute focus on Indian professional workers today. Today, the influx of employees of Indian ethnicity, not all of whom are from India, some are from the US and elsewhere, taking up competitively paying jobs has also activated emotions in not a small number of Singaporeans. Some ask, why can't our people do those jobs? After all, our students score so well on standardized tests. Our much vaunted education system should have put our workforce in a much better position. This is a subject MP Gerald Giam will speak on more about in his speech. Our sense of home is also affected when some EP and S-Pass holders struggle to speak, let alone communicate in our workplace lingua franca, English, which represents a fundamental basis around which we organize public affairs in Singapore. When this happens, some Singaporeans stop feeling that we are one Singapore, all rowing in the same direction. Those Singaporeans who ride on the opportunities created by a growing economy, or who are new immigrants doing well economically, can more readily accept the new status quo. It is a small price to pay, and one can interpret the new reality as the price of progress and economic growth. But for those who lose their jobs, see their incomes stagnate, and fear for their children's prospects in a competitive Singapore, and these are commonly the sandwich-classed and low-income Singaporeans, strong feelings are aroused, with many feeling that the playing field is uneven and the government is slow to protect Singaporeans in their own land. Ordinary Singaporeans do not delve into the intricacies of free trade agreements. Instead, they look around and come to conclusions based on what they perceive and experience. If Singaporeans have not for years been seeing foreigners occupying well-paying jobs, while qualified Singaporeans are unemployed or underemployed, we would not be talking about this today. Over the last 2 decades, the effect of the government's immigration and foreign talent policies has been so pervasive that former Prime Minister Goh Chok Tong covered the subject in his autobiography released only a few months ago, the second part of his autobiography. And I quote, "Take PRs, for example. In the years before the numbers rose to 50,000 and then 70,000 a year. It was nearly 80,000 in 2008. I was surprised and annoyed. I told the Prime Minister so. Since then, we have kept the numbers to around 30,000 PRs every year. But even then, when you add the numbers up over the years, you will begin to feel the cumulative effects within the society and in daily living." And then he goes on, "As a government, we needed to monitor the inflows of PRs and foreign workers, as well as demographic changes, more closely. No surprise that the people reacted in the way they did. The negative ground sentiment went beyond crowdedness. It also encompassed perceived job competitions from foreigners and preference of some companies for foreigners over Singaporeans," unquote. So if a former Prime Minister whose job was not directly threatened or taken away by a foreigner, can say he was surprised and annoyed, how much more so for a Singaporean who has experienced such fear of or actual loss of their livelihood? Mr. Speaker, I now move on to the third part of my speech on what needs to be done to repair the local-foreign divide. I make 5 suggestions which I will elaborate on in turn. 1. Policies and procedures must be introduced to more effectively promote and track skills transfers from foreigners to Singaporeans. 2. Fixed-term employment passes tied to skills transfers should be considered. 3. The problem of underemployment must be tracked and solved. 4. The government should consider setting up a parliamentary standing select committee dedicated to overseeing this issue of jobs and foreign employment. And 5. The government needs to communicate more and much better on jobs and foreign employment than it has been doing up to now. The first suggestion, promoting and tracking the transfer of skills to Singaporeans. My first suggestion is that the government should double down on how it monitors the success of skills transfer initiatives, which are generously funded with taxpayers' money. Do skills transfer initiatives work, and to what extent? I spoke about the capability transfer program during the Committee of Supply debates this year. This government program has been extended to 2024, and in its own words seeks to, I quote, "support pervasive innovation throughout the economy and build deep capabilities in our local workforce to support companies, associations, and professional bodies to speed up the transfer of global capabilities into Singapore," unquote. Does it do what it promises? There has to be a reckoning, a balance sheet drawn up whether the successes and shortcomings of such initiatives to transfer skills to Singaporeans are properly accounted for and assessed across sectors and industries. In response to my queries in Parliament, the government reported that $5 million has been spent on the program over the last, $5 million has been spent over the last 5 years, and this initiative has benefited 970 Singaporeans. Without more, this does appear underwhelming. I note that the CTP or Capability Transfer Program is only one arrow in the government's quiver. But this only reiterates the point that a holistic assessment and reporting of the transfer of skills from foreigners to Singaporeans is necessary. I suggest that the extent of skills transfer from foreigners to locals be publicly tracked, monitored, and reported as a KPI or key performance indicator for each sector in the revised industry transformation roadmaps under ITM 2.0. As each industry is tracked, reasons should be given why skills can or cannot be transferred. It should also be clearly stated how these gaps are being plugged. Second suggestion, fixed-term employment passes. To ease the insecurity felt by the Singaporean worker, or PMAT, Mr. Speaker, I restate a proposal raised by my colleague Mr. MP Leon Pereira at the Committee of Supply debates in March. He suggested fixed-term employment passes that are tied to the training of or skills transferred to Singaporean workers. Currently, employers expect that employment passes of foreigners to be routinely renewed. A fixed-term employment pass would be one that would only be renewed if the applicant company can prove that under the previous EP, Singaporean workers in the company or in the industry benefited from skills upgrading. This new category of work pass can be piloted in newer disruptive industries such as autonomous vehicles and AI, where there should be no reason why Singaporeans should not be the candidates of choice. I hope MOM can look into such alternative proposals to secure tangible and positive outcomes for the Singapore worker, or PMAT, by tracking skills transfer to our people. Third, underemployment. The government needs to track and solve underemployment. Workers' Party Chair Ms. Sylvia Lim in her COS in a Committee of Supply speech in 2016 suggested that underemployment should be measured. MOM said at the time that time-related underemployment is the only internationally accepted statistical definition of underemployment, and since it is recommended by the International Labour Organization or ILO, Singapore follows that norm. Ms. Lim spoke again on underemployment in her 2019 budget speech, to which the former Minister of Manpower responded that MOM is interested in tracking other forms of underemployment, such as skills-related underemployment, but reiterated that there were no internationally recognized ways of doing so. She said that the government was working closely with the ILO to develop suitable methodologies. We have yet to hear of the result of this work with the ILO. Skill-related underemployment appears to be a reality affecting some of our workers. These workers are not undertaking work for which they were trained. For example, engineers working as private hire drivers. Some reskilling initiatives for these workers may be necessary to better align their foundational capabilities. Yet others may have made the transition out of choice. Better measurement and regularly reporting of such underemployment would also enable Singaporeans to assess the government's efforts in this regard. An accurate understanding of skills-based underemployment would also have the knock-on effect of ensuring that the selection criteria for work pass applicants would be more accurately scoped. The Workers' Party suggests that there is an urgent need to publicly track underemployment among Singaporeans and to publish such findings. My fourth suggestion is that there should be a check and balance of a dedicated platform where the policymakers can be questioned. And this is the suggestion of a permanent parliamentary standing select committee dedicated to the issue of jobs and foreign employment. This high level of accountability would do two things. First, such a committee would closely monitor the government's efforts by tracking unemployment and jobs-related data in addition to calling witnesses to give evidence. Tracking unemployment and underemployment, I beg your pardon. Such a committee could also ensure that Singaporeans are getting a fair shake at the workplace and address concerns on job security and employment prospects of Singaporeans, including where training and skills upgrading opportunities lie. Second, such a committee, by virtue of increased transparency and signature compared to the current status quo, would minimize mischievous attempts at stoking xenophobia and unreasonable expectations of job protection regardless of competence. In other parliamentary standing democracies, such permanent parliamentary standing select committees on fundamental national matters that are appropriately resourced and supported by a strong secretariat are par for the course. It is about time we had such a committee. My fifth suggestion is that the government needs to communicate more, and much better than it has been doing till now, on foreign employment. And by this I mean giving factual information so that public debate can be better informed. And this calls for a change of culture, a philosophical change. The government should have started doing this years ago. Quite clearly, this feeling of displacement and heightened sensitivity was the order of the day well before Ceca entered the public lexicon in the way it has done over the last few months. As early as August 2015, the government fact-checking website Factually put out an article titled, "Does Ceca allow firms to hire Indian professionals in Singapore without valid work passes or without adhering to fair employment guidelines?" The fact that such an article was needed and put out there suggests that the government was fully aware that Ceca was in danger of becoming a fault line many years ago. In July, when Ministers Ong Ye Kung and Minister Tan See Leng made their ministerial statements. I shared with this House that more than 5 years prior, in 2016, my parliamentary colleague, Workers' Party MP Leon Pereira, asked the then Minister of Manpower a straightforward parliamentary question on the number of intra-corporate transferees through Ceca. Specifically, Mr. Pereira asked how many ICTs from India had been approved under Ceca from its first year to the latest year for which data was available. Then Manpower Minister Mr. Lim Swee Say replied, and I quote, ICTs from any country, including India, would need to meet the ministry's work pass qualifying criteria to work in Singapore. The only difference is that ICTs from all countries are exempted from the advertising requirement in our jobs bank. The ministry does not disclose data on foreign manpower with breakdown by nationality, including data on ICTs, unquote. The government simply refused to answer a question of national relevance for which data was readily available. Is this acceptable? Can Singaporeans be blamed for assuming that the numbers must have been so huge that the government saw fit not to reveal them? To say that no other government reveals information to the granularity requested ignores the fact that Singapore is sui generis, of its own class. How many other multiracial hub economies, immigrant needy, and in our unique geographical and demographic situation can we name? None. The government's position on revealing ICT information, intra-corporate transfer information, seemed to change with Minister Tan See Leng's speech in Parliament in July. I quote, "We recognize that if misconceptions continue to spread, in spite of all our attempts to address them in so many other ways, even more damage will be done. So I will share some numbers to address the misconceptions and allow for a meaningful engagement of the issue," unquote. Minister Tan revealed that the number of ICTs from India was a low figure of 500 in the year 2020. But I should point out that this was a number after the onset of COVID-19. Quite obviously, there must have been a reduction of Indian nationals entering Singapore in 2020 compared to the previous years. The ICT numbers that Mr. Pereira asked for in 2016 would allow us to make a better assessment of the impact of ICTs under Ceca compared to other FTAs. Revealing the numbers would promote a fact-based conversation. The government's initiative to release only the ICT figures for 2020 instead of placating Ceca detractors may actually have the opposite effect. It begs the question of what the figures for the earlier years were. To help us base today's debate on facts, may I call on the government to now answer the question asked by Mr. Pereira in 2016. How many ICTs have come from India under Ceca from 2005 to 2019? As far as the release of information from the government is concerned, may I add that I read the minister's speech with an implicit caveat, and this is Minister Tan See Leng's speech, with the implicit caveat that the government's release of information on such matters would likely continue to be reactive and when it suits the government rather than proactive and when it suits the people. I would be delighted to stand corrected on this, but if I am right that the government prefers to remain reactive, I would suggest that to the government that this approach can no longer hold water, and nor should it, a point MP Hertingru will make in a speech as well. This desire to interrogate facts communicated by the government will only increase, a point I have shared previously in this House. The government must share detailed facts that matter to the public and not only consolidated facts that broadly support the government's position. For example, since July, the government has been using the digital notice boards located at every ground floor lift lobby in HDB blocks to launch an aggressive campaign to address the concerns surrounding Ceca. This is understandable. One prominent figure in the digital notices is that 97,000 Singaporeans have benefited from Ceca. But where should Singaporeans go when they want more details? For example, at what wage levels were these jobs? Which industries benefited? Were these jobs part-time or full-time ones? This also invites the question of correlation and causation. Is it possible that these are net jobs created by firms since 2005 that are in India through Ceca? If so, that does not necessarily mean that the advantages afforded by Ceca created those jobs. Such information is not provided in the displays. I do not believe such additional information is a bridge too far if the government wants to clear the air. Surely it would not be too difficult to incorporate additional detailed information or have it available by way of a QR code in the digital notice display. As intimated earlier, particularly for an issue as sensitive as this, the default position of the government should be to release more information and explain the situation. So the government remains in the most privileged position to move swiftly to assuage public concerns or misunderstanding. The government needs to reflect on its own omissions and resistance when it comes to providing data and information, and how it ought to take some responsibility for the groundswell of misinformation about Ceca. Many Singaporeans receive news and information through social media. Much of the racist vitriol and xenophobia directed at Indians over Ceca can be found online and from anonymous posts. In 2018, the report of the Select Committee for Deliberate Online Falsehoods identified particular traits within the ecology of social media, such as confirmation bias, the illusory truth effect, and the slow drip of falsehoods. Such realities make it more important to be forthcoming and aggressive in releasing information. Separately, the foreigner local issue is a fault line that can be exploited by external parties to compromise and destroy Singapore's psychological defenses. Some bad actors, knowing that we rely on foreigners to address our fertility numbers and to ensure an economically vibrant and successful Singapore, and are equally aware of how nation building is more challenging as a result for us, would have their own reasons, no doubt, to see Singapore fail. Pitting one racial community against another is an easy way to do this. It is in our nation's interest that the government anticipate, change tack, and drive an active, not passive conversation informed by facts rather than misinformation on jobs and the employment situation in Singapore. In the face of a US-China Cold War and our majority ethnic Chinese population, I would suggest that it is perfectly within the contemplation of other bad actors to use Singapore's racial balance to play out one act of a modern great game amongst our local population, pitting Indians against Chinese as an overlay to fraught Sino-Indian relations and to build up more anger against Indian workers and India in general. There is some data out there on jobs, which the government releases every now and then. But the government can bring this all together with key principles such as MOM, Skills Future Singapore, Workforce Singapore, and MTI in an open and accountable manner. If we can classify issues that disturb Singaporeans who would inevitably have less information than the government, we would be able to focus singularly on the progress being made by the Singaporean PMAT and workers and address gaps that develop. So those were the three parts of my speech: the WP's position on FTAs and Ceca, local concerns on job insecurity, and suggestions on what needs to be done. Mr. Speaker, may I conclude by saying that being a country open to foreign investment and looking after the Singaporean worker and PMAT must be complementary objectives. In August last year, I said in this House, foreigners are important to Singapore and they help power our economy. Their presence gives Singapore a vitality that keeps us economically relevant and also provides jobs and opportunities to our fellow Singaporeans. Many Singaporeans count the foreigners in our midst, regardless of race, language, or religion, as our friends. But it is precisely because we need foreigners to power our economy that we need to pay more attention to Singapore workers, some of whom feel excluded from opportunities created in their homeland, unquote. The Minister of Finance, Mr. Lawrence Wong, in reference to the ministerial statement made by Ministers Ong Ye Kung and Minister Tan See Leng, said that the tone of how we debate the issue matters. The minister said that if investors start to feel that Singapore is less hospitable to foreign investment and talent, they will surely look for other options, and there are many compelling options everywhere in the world. And we may all end up worse off. In my estimation, sir, a more open and accountable approach by the government to the dynamic employment situation is likely to alleviate the anxieties of foreign businesses. They may well devote their intellectual capital to being a dedicated part of the solution, providing greater emphasis on in-house skills upgrading for all their workers, including Singaporeans, and becoming more conscious of their need to hire and train more locals. The anxieties and concerns of the Singaporean worker and PMAT are real. Our workers carry the same fears and concerns for their children. These insecurities and uncertainties are not recent, and it is for this reason that the Workers' Party proposes an amendment to the Minister of Finance's motion, which I seek to share with this House. May I hand a copy to you, sir, and if permitted, thereafter to members.
Please do. The clerk will examine your proposed amendment for compliance with the standing orders, but meanwhile, please continue your speech.
We just have to wait for speakers.
Shall I carry on? If we may proceed, please.
So I'll just wait for maybe 15 seconds or so for the
Sure.
amendments to be distributed. So I beg to move the following amendments. Under Lim C, to delete the words supports at the start of the sentence and to replace it with calls for stronger. Under Lim D, to delete the word and. Under Lim E, to include the word and at the end of the sentence after the semicolon. And finally, to insert a new Lim F, which reads as follows. Calls on the government to proactively release information on jobs and employment prospects of Singaporeans and the costs and benefits of free trade agreements and foreign worker policies, with a view to formulating better policies to ensure Singaporeans secure good jobs in Singapore and are not disadvantaged when seeking employment. Mr. Speaker, please allow me to explain the proposed amendments very briefly. The inclusion of the words calls on stronger in place of supports reinforces the importance of correcting costs and adjusting or changing policies going forward to address the anxieties among Singaporeans that Lim A of the Minister's motion acknowledges has taken root in the recent past. The new Lim F captures what we in the Workers' Party believes represent a fundamental change of culture needed with respect to information disclosure. A proactive approach to disclosure would operate to take the sting out of misinformation campaigns that ride on jobs and unemployment insecurity and encourage a fact-based conversation amongst our people. This would in turn buttress efforts among Singaporeans to provide feedback on gaps and solutions that can improve outcomes for the Singaporean worker and PMAT. This Lim is not inconsistent with the government's acknowledgement in July that it is better for data, for example, such as that requested by Mr. Leon Pereira on ICT numbers, and this is my example, to come out early when it concerns issues like racism or xenophobia, and that it is much better to quell these issues earlier. So that marks the end of my speech. My colleague, MP Herting Roo, will propose an amendment to the motion by Mr. Leong Man Wai in her speech. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It's been proposed as an amendment to the motion, as articulated by Leader of the Opposition, at para C to delete the word supports at the start of the sentence and to replace it with calls for stronger. At D, to delete the word and. At E, to include the word and at the end of the sentence after the semicolon. and to insert a whole new limb, F, which reads, calls on the government to proactively release information on jobs and employment prospects of Singaporeans and the costs and benefits of free trade agreements and foreign worker policies with a view to formulating better policies to ensure Singaporeans secure good jobs in Singapore and are not disadvantaged when seeking employment. Ms. Hazel Phua.
Mr. Speaker, sir, of all the free trade agreements that we have signed with other countries, the Singapore-India Comprehensive Economic Cooperation Agreement, or Ceca, has attracted the most attention for two reasons. Firstly, it contains a clause in Article 9.5 granting entry to persons in 127 professions, which is not found in the other free trade agreements that Singapore signs with other countries. Secondly, there was a rapid increase in the number of employment pass holders from India working in Singapore in the past 15 years. Minister for Manpower has revealed that the proportion of EP holders from India has increased from 1 in 7 in 2005 to a quarter in 2020. Now, based on 65,000 EP holders in 2005 and 177,000 EP holders in 2020, we can calculate that the number of EP holders from India increased by 377% from 2005 to 2020, an average growth rate of 11% per year. In comparison, the proportion of EP holders from China has remained stable, therefore implying that the number of EP holders from China grew in tandem with the increase in the total number of EP holders, i.e., an increase of 172% from 2005 to 2020, or an average growth rate of 7% per year. Now, the minister explained that the increase in migrant workers from India is a global trend. Based on the figures provided in the ministerial statement, the number of international migrants from India increased from 10 million in the year 2000 to 18 million in 2020, or an average growth rate of 3% per year. Now, if we assume a stable growth rate, then for comparison purposes, the global growth of migrants from India over the period 2005 to 2020 would be 55%. The growth of 377% in Singapore far outstrips the global trend. To summarize, the percentage growth of EP holders from India to Singapore is nearly 7 times that of global trend. What then is the basis for claiming that the growth rate in Singapore is a reflection of global trend? Can the minister provide examples of other countries that experienced similar growth to Singapore's? Singaporeans who experienced such changes in their daily lives naturally searched for answers, thus putting Ceca in the spotlight, for it seems to offer an explanation. The ministers have explained that the clauses on manpower are still subject to our manpower policies, and also pointed out that Japan and South Korea have similar agreements with India. Japan and South Korea have natural barriers in the form of language, thereby making them less accessible as compared to Singapore. Other English-speaking countries are presumably more cautious about signing such an agreement. We're all familiar with the effect of messaging in a commercial context. 2 identical products, one with a good advertising campaign with a strong message, and another with a weak message, can have very different sales outcomes. The same applies to other areas of life as well. A strong message is a powerful tool. This clause on the movement of 127 professionals in an agreement signed by the governments of 2 countries sends a strong message of welcome to Indian professionals. To ignore this effect and conclude that the presence or absence of this clause does not change anything, since it is still subject to our manpower policies and criteria, is being blinded to reality by technicalities. Now consider 2 different countries, one with whom we signed an agreement on the movement of labour and another without. The agreement imposes an obligation to grant work permissions to nationals from the first country, provided our manpower policy requirements are met, but no such obligations exist with respect to nationals from the latter country. So the agreement forms the first gate, and our manpower policies form the second gate. So to address the concerns of Singaporeans, we need to go beyond Ceca to our foreign manpower policies in general. Currently, quotas are imposed on work permits and S passes. There are no quotas for employment passes, which are for jobs with a minimum salary of $4,500, and in the case of the finance industry, $5,000. Now, if we impose only a minimum salary requirement and open up all jobs beyond that salary to fair competition globally, then when our small population competes fairly with the huge global population for those jobs, mathematically speaking, we can expect a significant proportion of the jobs to go to foreigners. As the world becomes more integrated, it will only get more so. So while fair competition sounds ideal, it is neither tenable nor practical. This is especially so when many other developed countries impose a tighter level of control on foreign manpower, making it an uneven playing field for Singaporeans competing for jobs globally. It is our view that tighter controls on foreign manpower are necessary. The government maintained that by opening up to global labour supply, we bring in more jobs for Singaporeans, and that the foreign workforce provide a buffer for job losses for locals in times of economic downturn, as in the recent pandemic. The Minister has said that the local PME jobs have increased by 380,000. My colleague Mr. Leong has raised doubts over claims that our foreign manpower policies have created more jobs for locals and queried this number. Allow me to elaborate. A portion of the 380,000 jobs could be due to reclassification, a result of PRs becoming citizens and foreigners becoming PRs. For example, suppose 1,000 foreigners holding PME jobs applied for and became PRs. Then these 1,000 jobs previously classified as foreign PME jobs became local PME jobs when they became PR. There is no increase in jobs, but there is an increase of 1,000 in local PME jobs and a decrease of 1,000 in foreign PME jobs. Each year, we have about 20,000 new citizens on average. Over 15 years, that's an increase of about 300,000. The number of PRs has been stable in recent years, so the total number of residents comprising both citizens and PRs have increased by about 300,000. While not all the 300,000 increase in citizens and PRs are holding PME jobs, it still suggests that a significant portion of the 380,000 increase in local PME jobs could have come from change in status of the job holders, not due to creation of new jobs. Can MOM clarify whether the changes arising from the change in status of the job holder is included in the 380,000? If so, how many new local PME jobs were created, netting off the effect of reclassification? As for the point on foreign labour providing a buffer for job losses in an economic downturn, our foreign workforce is large enough that even if we were to cut foreign workforce significantly, the same buffer would still exist. In addition, what is not addressed is underemployment, an area my colleague Mr. Leong has spoken on earlier. Singaporeans who were displaced from their jobs may subsequently find employment that do not commensurate with their qualifications, skills, or experience. Given that this concern has been raised for many years, have we made any attempts to measure underemployment? Does the labour survey contain questions to identify and measure underemployment apart from hours of work? If not, why not? If so, can MOM share the information on the extent and trend of underemployment in Singapore in the last 20 years? With your permission, Mr. Speaker, may I ask the clerks to distribute a handout on a comparison of our labour force growth versus median wage growth?
Please carry on.
Now, economic theory tells us that when supply of labor increases, all else being equal, the price of labor, or wages in other words, decreases. There are, of course, other factors affecting wages, with the supply of labor being one factor. But looking at the labor force growth and the real wage growth from 2009 to 2019, we see that in years of high labor force growth, we tend to have lower real wage growth and vice versa. When labor force growth is lower, real wage growth is higher. Now, the handout contains a scatter diagram showing the correlation and the regression line between labor force growth in Singapore and the real wage growth. The regression line is negatively sloped, which means that these two move in opposite directions. In other words, when labor supply growth goes up, real wage growth goes down. As we pursue economic growth, we should always bear in mind that economic growth is a means, not an end, a means to improve the lives of Singaporeans. Increasing labor supply by bringing in migrant workers increases economic growth but dampens local wages, a trend that we observe in our study using statistics from 2009 to 2019. We would like to ask the Minister for Manpower whether the ministry has studied the effects of how labor force growth depresses real wage growth, and if so, what is their conclusion? If our priority is economic growth, then indeed we should welcome all foreign direct investments, or FDI, even if they should require a huge influx of foreign manpower. But if our priority is wage growth, then we should be more selective and focused in bringing in FDI that benefit primarily local workforce and does not require a high proportion of foreign manpower. Trading economic growth for wage growth is a worthwhile exchange. The government had previously indicated that it is aiming to limit the proportion of foreign manpower in our labor force to 1/3. Is that still the target this government is holding to? With this target in mind, does the government turn down FDIs that would require a higher proportion of foreigners? How is this target put into effect? My colleague Manwai has spoken extensively on manpower policies and proposals. I will now touch on another area of concern, and that is enforcement. There is a Chinese saying, 上有政策,下有对策, which translated means that while the government have policies, those who are governed have ways to deal with it or countermeasures. There have been several widely publicized cases of underpayment by employers. This is when employers make inflated claims of staff salaries to MOM, or staff are paid full salaries but told to return a portion to the company in cash. This practice effectively circumvents minimum salary requirements for S-Pass and E-Passes. The reality is this practice has been going on for years, mainly because money is returned in cash is difficult to trace unless a thorough investigation is conducted or the employee reports the matter to MOM. Recent calls by a Labour MP and a TAFET member asking for greater teeth to be given to TAFET for enforcement is also an indication that current level of enforcement is not meeting our needs. Recently, a business executive who is tendering for various projects highlighted to me that this practice has created an uneven playing field. He's aggrieved that while he does the right thing to employ Singaporeans wherever possible and to report to authorities actual salaries paid, his competitors would use such tactics to lower their cost and therefore offer much lower prices to win tenders, with salary being a huge proportion of the cost for projects. Organizations calling for tenders do not have incentives nor reasons to care whether or not such practices are going on in the company winning the tender. While we're trying to build a Singaporean call in companies, should we not strengthen our policing of such practices? It would be ironic if companies that break the rules are rewarded over law-abiding ones. The increasingly common practice of subcontracting can also dilute the effectiveness of enforcement. Separate companies can be set up to take over certain business functions and take the fall, should they be discovered to have violated any manpower policies and regulations. There are also various other ways of circumventing the rules. For example, the use of phantom employees to meet quota requirements. We would therefore like to suggest 2 ways of strengthening enforcement. Firstly, we propose that for large contracts or tenders, a certain level of duty of care be imposed on the purchasing company. For example, to include audit requirements on successful tenderers to ensure compliance with manpower policies. This will provide incentives for companies to comply and also make evasion via subcontracting more difficult. Secondly, we suggest the government explore the licensing of human resource managers. Currently, we license certain professions, for example, doctors, lawyers, and real estate agents, amongst others. We impose on them certain standards of service and code of conduct. Those who fail the standards can have their license taken away. We can similarly license HRMs and task them to ensure compliance with manpower policies in their companies. Large employers should be required to hire licensed human resource managers who will have personal responsibility to ensure full compliance with government manpower regulations, and those who do not risk penalties, which can include losing their license. A high turnover of human resource managers will also be a telltale sign of trouble. In conclusion, we agree that maintaining an open economy and taking in manpower from other countries is beneficial. The issue is one of degree. To what extent do we take in foreign manpower? At what point does it become an overdose? We're not asking for a closed economy or closed labor market, but a reduction in our reliance on foreign manpower to a lower level and keeping a close eye on wage growth while we adjust the level of foreign participation in our labor force. It would also be a good time to reiterate that ministerial salaries should be pegged to median wage. Increasing labor supply leads to GDP growth, which increases ministerial salaries. However, the same labor supply increase depresses median wage growth. Our current model can lead to a divergence in the movement of the salaries of political leaders and those of average Singaporeans. This is not a good basis on which to build trust. On the other hand, if ministerial salaries are pegged to median wage, it sends convincingly the message that the political leaders and Singaporeans at large are on the same boat, more so than any words can. Today, representatives from various parties talk about the importance of a Singaporean core. Let us not stop at lip service. As the saying goes, what gets measured gets done. Make it concrete. Make the percentage of Singaporean workers into a government KPI. I would also like to take this opportunity to respond to some of the points that were raised earlier by Minister Lawrence Wong and Minister Shanmugam. Now, on the issue of spreading misinformation about Ceca. Now, from what has been said, it seems that attempts to spread misinformation hinge on the use of words like free flow of labor. I would like to point out that both George Yeo, a former cabinet minister, and Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong have used similar words in 2006 and 2005, respectively. On the 29th of June 2005, at the dinner after the signing of Ceca, Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong said, and I quote, "As economic linkages expand and the free flow of people and ideas continues, I'm confident that the relationship will grow from strength to strength." And George Yeo, in 2006, on the 2nd of March Committee of Supply, in a nutshell, he said, I quote, "And professionals like doctors, accountants and engineers are able to move back and forth freely, operating within the same legal and regulatory framework." Does this imply that they are also making attempts to misrepresent Ceca. For most lay people, such words are not taken so literally, but merely seeks to imply easy access rather than the total absence of criteria. This focus on semantics and technicalities instead of the underlying causes is rather disappointing. We also object to the implication that discussions on free trade agreements stir up racism and xenophobia. In our opinion, asserting that Singaporeans are not ready for a non-Chinese prime minister does greater damage to our decades of effort to eradicate racism. There are other quotes we can delve into if we wish to discuss this matter further, but we would rather not open up old wounds and prefer to look forward and engage in a constructive debate on how to make things better. It is an area that deserves attention and a fuller discussion in the right spirit, one which is empathetic and cooperating, not adversarial. And Minister Lawrence Wong gave an example of an Indian Singaporean who feels that debating about Ceca is affecting his job search. I would like to emphasize that PSP is pushing for a tighter control on foreign manpower. If foreign manpower is tightened, he will find his employment prospects much improved. I'm an employer myself, and I've been reading resumes for 20 years. Recently, I've seen the trend of Singapore citizenship status gaining greater prominence in resumes, not just in the resumes of Indian Singaporeans, but also Chinese Singaporeans and Malay Singaporeans. If more Singaporeans feel that their citizenship improves their job chances, isn't that a good development? Thank you.
Order. I propose to take a break now. Suspend the sitting and we'll take the chair at 5:35 p.m. Order, order. Order.
Resumption of debate on the motions standing in the name of the Minister for Finance and Mr. Leong Man Wai.
Mr. Patrick Tay.
I'm concerned about some of the points and assertions made by Honourable Member Mr. Leong Man Wai earlier. I wanted to make some comments. First, in relation to work passes, he had suggested we raise the EP qualifying salaries from the current 4.5K, 4,500 to $10,000, and for S passes to be raised from $2,500 to $4,500. I'm not sure whether Mr. Leong is aware of the ground sentiments on this, both from employers and workers. My union leaders have shared with me to handle this raising in a carefully considered manner. Why? Each time the S-Pass rates, which applies to foreigners, are raised, Singaporeans who are working alongside these pass holders and doing the same job may not always get the immediate percentage increases at the same time, which is why it has to be done incrementally and carefully in a considered manner. Second, let me also state that we also have a significant number of S-Pass and EP holders in the healthcare and essential services sectors, looking after all of us and fighting alongside us in this pandemic. Many of them are my fellow union members as well. And a suggested sharp curb of S-Pass and E-Pass in these sectors, as well as in many of these essential services, must also be handled with care. Third, Mr. Leong attributed the 80,000 PRs given at the height of immigration all to work pass holders. I hope Mr. Leong is aware Singaporeans also marry foreigners and apply permanent residency for them. Member Ms. Hazel Phua earlier suggested that we should squeeze out more foreigners, create an even tighter labour market, and this will result in median wages going up. I think this is maybe a bit too simplistic analysis. Tighter labour market alone, by removing all foreign PMETs, does not necessarily result in higher median wages. Real average wage growth at the overall economy level depends on three factors, namely labour productivity growth, growth in labour's terms of trade, and third, growth in the labour share of output. Mr. Speaker, Sir, NTUC and the labour movement, as a symbiotic partner, is fully cognizant that Singapore has to stay open as a business hub and keep pace with the global competition. We agree and support our national operating philosophy to grow the cake so that we have a bigger slice and piece all around. In the same vein, we value and support tripartism, inclusive growth, and working together with the government to ensure we continue to strengthen the Singaporean core. I've been a strong advocate of strengthening the Singaporean core and robust policies in this space since 2011, just like many of my fellow Labour MPs and PAP MPs in this House. And I'm heartened that in the past 10 years of lobbying, many of these measures, from advisories, guidelines, policies, programs, regulations, have been put in place by the Ministry of Manpower, with strong support of our tripartite partners and even our economic agencies such as the Monetary Authority of Singapore and the Economic Development Board to better protect and support our Singaporean workforce and provide them with a fair and level playing field in the job market. I therefore disagree with Honourable Member Mr. Leong's motion, which suggests no concrete action has been taken. Through the NTUC SNEF PME Task Force engagements, we have heard ground sentiments of a plethora of issues and challenges faced by Singaporean PMEs, more than 9,000 of them, all Singaporeans, in the past 8 months. PMEs are most concerned with the lack of job security amidst this outlook and the need for more support in employment and training opportunities. This is especially so as the Singapore economy continues to experience ripple effects and challenges of the COVID-19 situation and other factors like technological advances and digitalization. These challenges seem to impact our mature PMEs aged between 40 to 60 more, as they attributed their age as a key reason for their plight. Mature PMEs have voiced concerns about displacement, disruption, and the issue of competition in a globalized and fast-changing economy. Fortunately, anecdotes from PMEs who shared how they encountered instances of EP holders being employed for jobs that Singaporeans can take on are a minority and confined to certain sectors and companies, and not widespread. In the converse, I also hear of positive sharing of HR practitioners and employers taking great pains and significant efforts to convince their overseas HQs to consider and recruit Singaporeans for positions in the region and in Singapore. I sincerely thank these HR practitioners and enlightened employers for believing in Singaporeans and doing their part to ensure that Singaporeans have a fair chance and shot at job opportunities. In our engagements, our PMEs understand the need for foreign workforce to complement the local workforce. They do not advocate for the closing of borders to foreigners, but they want resolute actions taken against employers who are recalcitrant in their hiring policies to protect our locals from discrimination. They also hope to pick up the in-demand skills to take on the new jobs. The reason why some of our workers experience discrimination is not due to foreign competition, but due to a small proportion of egregious companies and employers who are out to exploit the system. While we take cognizance that many measures and policies, including the tripartite guidelines on fair employment practices, the Fair Consideration Framework, triple week scrutiny, tightening of requirements for S-Pass and E-Passes, including the formation of TAFEP, etc., had been put in place over the years to minimize unfair hiring and workplace practices. And I'm glad to note that they are constantly asking ourselves what more needs to be done to weed out the small proportion of egregious companies out to exploit the system. We need to look at ways to ensure that local PMEs receive fair opportunities and treatment while maintaining competitiveness in the economy. On this note, and for these very facts and circumstances, I therefore cannot accept the motion standing in the name of nominated member, Mr. Leong Man Wai. I'm glad that the government has responded to our advocacy efforts and calls with the setup of the Tripartite Committee on Workplace Fairness, and Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong in his National Day rally addressed and updated that we will look at fair employment guidelines becoming law and the setup of a new tribunal to address workplace discrimination by those few black sheep. I think these are big and bold moves, and I think important for us to spend time engaging the tripartite partners and stakeholders before implementation. Many union members, workers, and PMEs I've spoken to are heartened by the announcements and acknowledge that these are the right steps taken to punish those errant employers and correct discriminating hiring policies and practices. They are positive that this will send a clear message against workplace discrimination and eradicate unfair hiring practices. NTUC will represent the voices of our workers and PMEs and contribute actively in the Tripartite Committee on Workplace Fairness to look into improving workplace fairness through both legislative and non-legislative options and consider measures to tackle workplace discrimination. Beyond legislation, we will need to continuously raise HR standards to further enhance our HR practices and capabilities so that practices and processes are more transparent. HR practitioners, especially those in the recruitment functions, play a vital role in ensuring that the companies adhere to the employment legislation and regulations to improve compliance with fair employment practices. They are also the advocates for the recruitment of Singaporeans in positions within their companies. It is therefore important we move towards increasing certification and accreditation of HR practitioners, as well as providing shared HR services for SMEs. We will also continue to surface recommendations to strengthen the Singaporean core, and this will include, first, enhancing the EP application review process by considering a range of factors beyond the individual applicants' educational qualifications and salary as well as 2, facilitating skills transfer from foreign specialists to local PMEs through skills transfer programs. These are suggestions we have raised in the past many years, and I'm glad Leader of Opposition has also weighed in on this. 3rd, strengthening TAFED to take decisive action against errant employers who pay lip service to the Fair Consideration Framework. Finally, beyond the above recommendations, it is important for tripartite partners and our workers, including PMEs, to invest even more in training and skills upgrading. For a start, employers and businesses can partner NTUC and the labour movement in this journey. In this age of disruption, digitalization, transformation and next normal, the tripartite partners need to stand even more united together to support, enable and ensure our workers stay ready, relevant and resilient. Ready with the new skills, relevant to the new jobs and resilient to the new changes. This is so that we can better weather any storms and pivot and transform when curveballs are hurled at us. Mr. Speaker, NTUC will continue to champion for our workers' interests to ensure that there must be fairness and zero tolerance for discrimination of any kind at the workplace and a level playing field for our Singaporean PMEs, including mature PMEs. In the same vein, we need to see that they are adequately protected, have access to quality jobs, and are equipped with the relevant skills to prepare for the future economy. I therefore support the motion by Minister Lawrence Wong, who acknowledges Singaporeans' anxieties and for the government to take action to manage the population of foreign manpower, ensuring fair treatment of workers by employers, and investing in skills upgrading. This will ensure Singaporeans stay employed and employable, and their lives and livelihoods are secured and improved.
Ms. Hertingru.
Mr. Speaker, while today's motion is ostensibly about jobs of Singaporeans, I believe an inescapable part of the conversation is about immigration and its impact on our economy and society. Immigration is a topic that is complex and sensitive, and we must, as a society, together with the government, learn to have difficult conversations with each other without vilifying those who may have a different opinion to ours. Too often do we hear cries of xenophobia and racism being thrown at those of us who may raise often legitimate concerns about the changing nature of our social fabric or the strain on our labour markets. And on the other hand, those who try to speak up in defence of greater international movement of labour and trade are labelled as sellouts and as opening the floodgates at the expense of hardworking Singaporeans. This polarising approach is neither healthy nor productive, and I believe all of us must take a more nuanced and open-minded approach. Singapore is a young country, and immigration has been a fundamental part of our story for a very long time. From our founding as a free port in the 1800s to our transformation into a modern city in the 1980s, immigrants have and will always continue to shape our story. We are the country we are today only because of our embrace of diversity and different histories, and this has to continue. Indeed, for most of our pre-independence history, immigration exceeded natural births. After independence, the government first tightened immigration, then implemented a policy that uses migrants to fulfill a certain role in our labour force as one of the economic tools to drive the growth of our economy. I do not think that many would deny that this is a complex and difficult balance to get right. This is because the consequences of immigration are often felt very personally by individuals. These changes in the makeup of our society cut at our very daily experience, who we see in our communities every day, the languages we hear around us, and the sheer numbers of others we have to share our already crowded public spaces with. Above all, the perception of the impact of immigration on jobs. This is especially against the backdrop of unprecedented disruption caused by the shift to, amongst others, digitalization, Industry 4.0, and the rebalanced normal, all of which have been exacerbated by COVID. On the other hand, the promise is that immigrants bring skills and a diversity of experiences and often take up the slack in our labour markets. However, these benefits brought about by our foreign manpower policy tend to accrue more generally and are less directly experienced by individuals. The argument that more trade, more foreign workers, and more enterprise equals better and more jobs for Singaporeans is less visible and is not always immediately evident. Tensions are felt when this grand bargain is not one that all Singaporeans have bought into. This could be especially hard to bridge because many come to the debate with views that are seen through a personal lens, one that could bring biases due to personal life experiences, which would in turn lead to a very generalized view over our foreign manpower and immigration policies. And citizens may thus approach the matter without the required nuance or balance that academics or policy makers have the luxury to adopt. Our citizens are, after all, still feeling our way through how to respectfully debate such sensitive topics. It is hardly right, then, that we dismiss all these views and concerns as narrow-minded and xenophobic. The challenge to citizens to accept and accommodate more people into our communities with the different histories, languages, accents, way of lives and cultures they bring is not always an easy one for a society to accept. And it is imperative on all of us to play an active role to manage and mitigate any potential fallout. Indeed, we have seen how our public debate around immigration and foreign manpower has changed over the last decade. In 2013, during the debates around our population white paper with the now iconic 6.9 million figure, then DPM Teo told this House that the growth in foreign workforce, total population, infrastructure and housing are not aligned, and accepted that it contributed to the anxiety, crowdedness, integration problems, and the daily inconveniences faced by Singaporeans today. Additionally, we must be mindful of how world events can shape the conversation. It has also been pointed out that the current era we are living in has been an unprecedented one, which became hyper-globalized, with its roots in the 1980s, when Reaganism and Thatcherism took off. Movement of people, goods and services have become much easier, and together with the growth in the middle classes in massive and emerging economies such as China and India, has had an impact on our domestic markets and society in general. But it must not be forgotten that globalization has slowed down since 2010, and the trend of increasing globalization is not a linear process, as history has indeed taught us. Our reliance on foreign labor, whether skilled labor or the low-wage migrants we see taking up the slack as carers in our medical and social systems, as live-in help for households, and also for building sites, may prove to be our Achilles heel if we assume that we can simply turn on the tap for these roles to be fulfilled at any time and that the workers will come in. Our policies, including our FTAs, need to be sensitive to this and not be blindsided by any reversals in globalization trends, which is currently threatening to be the case. This is especially important in the current era, where we see the rise of nativist politics and governments from around 2016, as evidenced most famously by the Brexit vote and election of Donald Trump. Too easily have immigration and migrants become convenient bogeymen, just like Ceca and our FTAs appear to have done, often against all data that suggests otherwise. Singapore is vulnerable to such dangerous sentiments, and shocks caused by COVID and the anxieties wrought by a changed world only adds to the fear of our people and need to be addressed through more sensitive policies and engagement with the populace. Now, more than ever, there needs to be humility in the approach taken by our leaders to such matters, and the listening ear of the government needs to be attuned to and prod at the genuine concerns behind why some of us feel the way we do so strongly, sometimes in the face of endless explanations that our assumptions or understanding of these policies and FTAs are flawed. Rather than immediately take issue with the speaker, we could understand that lived realities on the ground could be very different to ours, and we should pay attention to whether these views and experiences could reveal potential blind spots in the implementation of our policies. We must also remember that widening inequality is as dangerous as any threats to our economy, as this only drives fears relating to the quality and quantity of the jobs available to Singaporeans and can lead to anger and resentment against any incomers who are perceived to be better off and have taken our rice bowls. Widening inequality thus leads to increasingly polarized politics, which has a certain irony, as data suggests that there's technological advances, which are in turn exacerbated by the failure of politics and government policies to address these trends, rather than globalization trends that drive how equal a society is. Having said all of this, what else can we do to address the concerns and tensions highlighted above? Two big areas where we can work on more are, first, building more, stronger, and meaningful bridges between immigrants and citizens, and second, embracing a strong, transparent, and data-driven culture. In order to better understand one another, much effort needs to be expended by both groups, immigrants and citizens alike, in order to have these immigrants properly integrated and accepted into society. There needs to be mutual understanding, tolerance, and finally, meaningful relationships between these two groups to minimize the pitfalls associated with the other, and also make real the benefits and increase richness to community life that our migrants can bring to our country. To this end, it is notable that the European Programme for Integration and Migration states that this is, quote, a two-way process of adaptation by migrants and host societies, and of identification and respect for a core set of values that bind migrants and host communities in a common purpose, unquote. I think this approach needs to equally apply to incomers who choose to sink roots and take up a pink IC, and those who may be here on a more temporary basis. While I note that there are initiatives organized through the People's Association, what has been less clear to the public is whether the organization itself is seen to be there primarily to serve partisan interests, and more importantly, how successful these initiatives have been. Judging by the recent episodes that have come to our national consciousness, both online and off, towards foreigners, this would suggest that we need to redouble our efforts in bridging any gaps that remain between the groups. How can we, together, in a way that is accepted by both sides, come up with a common core set of values that each of us respects, that would bind us together to lessen any mistrust and negative feelings that may be currently amplified by uncertain economic times and the fear for one's livelihoods? I do not think this is something that government leaders and associated bodies such as the People's Association should ram down the throats of a skeptical populace. Perhaps what is lacking is the buy-in from both sides that it is not only important for Singaporeans to adapt to having foreigners in our midst, but that our foreign friends must also play their part in wanting to integrate into the communities they are in. Efforts need to be made to learn the norms within Singaporean society, whether it is how we chop our tables or the inclination to queue wherever we go. This does not mean losing the richness or the culture or practices that come with one's history. Singapore will continue to embrace diversity as being at our center. And indeed, I do see examples of some immigrants reaching out to us as we conduct our groundwork and expressing their desire to volunteer to work with us and give back to the communities that they live in. It is heartening, especially when we note that they do not do so because they are after priority queue numbers for school places for their children or some other benefit, but because they truly believe in doing something to further the communal spirit that should overcome differences in our backgrounds. I only wish that we see more of these and that we continually look for ways and means to improve the situation to allow more ground-up, non-government directed avenues for interaction and understanding between citizens and immigrants, allowing voices to be heard from both sides. That said, we also need to have a no-excuses approach to discriminatory, prejudicial behavior and against those who seek to sow discord between immigrants and our host community. Both groups deserve to have their rights protected stringently. Just as the law comes down hard against those who make offensive and aggressive gestures against foreigners or those from different backgrounds, we also need to ensure that Singaporeans do not face discrimination at the workplace, and I hope that a welcome but long overdue anti-discrimination legislation announced will be strong and robust enough to achieve this. Finally, I cannot stress enough the importance of a transparent, data-driven approach to immigration and our foreign manpower policies. At the moment, decisions on whether or not to grant citizenship, permanent residence, and various work passes are made by the ICA and MOM respectively, but no reasons are ever given. Likewise, data relating to our resident labour force often lumps Singaporeans and permanent residents together. While the government may have reasons for doing so, the best medicine against misinformation, cynicism, and resentment is cohort data, and to build a transparent culture around the data relating to our policies. We also need to understand that residents who are married to foreigners or who have foreign family members who are often left wondering and speculating about why their family member's application for LTVP, permanent residency, or citizenship was rejected, and what they could do to change the outcome. They would naturally compare this against the number of immigrants moving into the neighborhood who are granted the immigrant status that they have been applying for, some for decades, sometimes without any ostensible familial ties to Singapore citizens. Is it any wonder that resentment would build up? The government thus needs to take the lead in this by being proactive about the type of data that is shared, from information about our workforce broken down to Singaporeans and permanent residents, to providing clear pathways to citizenship for those who are already part of our Singaporean families and communities. Data on these hot-button topics should be published and shared regularly to allow citizens to understand the impact of government-led policies on the shape of our economy and society, and to allow our academics and commentators a fact base to start with. A proactive, transparent, and data-driven approach to the conversation around foreigners might not convince every cynic, but it would go a long way to quiet any unfounded claims, leave less room for conspiracy theories to flourish, and give short shrift to those who seek to sow discord amongst us and seek bogeymen, a prime example of which would be Ceca and FTAs. Mr. Speaker, in Chinese, please. 议长先生，今天动议关心的主题是国人就业面对的挑战。这一个议题离不开移民和外籍员工。这些讨论在今天的新加坡社会，难免会激起比较激烈的回响，而一些国人的真实担忧，也有可能一概被视为排外，甚至歧视的反应。我觉得有几点可以作为讨论的出发点。首先，必须承认新加坡与许多其他国家一样，在经济全球化的环境下，确实面临贫富悬殊拉大的现象，以及相关的社会张力。其次，这些现象也确实造成族群和外籍员工之间的摩擦加剧。在很多方面，这是可以避免的问题。关键在于国人和外籍员工，包括官方，是否致力于融入新加坡社会。面对全球冲击带来的种种挑战，务必尽量放下偏见和歧视，尤其在职场上。在这方面，国会对反歧视立法是一个正面的起步，因为负面情绪要是不勇于面对，很可能只让误会加深。另外，官方机构和决策者可以更主动公开咨询，基本上以咨询公开原则为准，让任何讨论以实事求是的精神进行，尽可以避免误会的产生或加深，防止社会张力无谓拉大。To conclude, immigration and foreign manpower have been heated issues in Singapore for many, many years. Ceca and FTAs are but the latest iterations of the debate. This is a difficult, complicated topic and an issue that many other nations continue to struggle with. We must therefore create a strong ecosystem for conversation, interaction, and disagreement on the topics at hand. We must say no to a continued top-down approach to immigration where we are told what is good for us. The danger is that over time, resentment continues to build and anti-immigrant sentiment spills over into nasty incidents where there's a heavy element of racism and xenophobia that also affect our Singaporeans as well, such as the unfortunate events that we have seen in recent months. I hope the government will take this as an opportunity to rethink the way these topics have been managed and discussed so far, and instead lean more into enabling conversations on the ground to change hearts and minds, rather than continue to debate what is best for Singaporeans and dictate our story for us. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I beg to move amendments to the motion proposed by the NCMPs from the PSP.
The member has moved to propose the amendment as follows: to delete the words "and the provisions on movement of natural persons in some free trade agreements like the Comprehensive Economic Cooperation Agreement," and replace them with a similar paragraph as what they proposed earlier to the other motion, which is by proactively releasing information on jobs and employment prospects of Singaporeans and the costs and benefits of free trade agreements and foreign worker policies with a view to formulating better policies to ensure Singaporeans secure good jobs in Singapore and are not disadvantaged when seeking employment. I'm of the view that the last paragraph is similar to what you proposed in the previous motion, and you should confine that to that motion so that members can vote accordingly. And your proposal to delete the words "and the provisions on movement of natural persons in some free trade agreements like the Comprehensive Economic Cooperation Agreement substantively changes the tone of what that motion was about in the first place, which is being debated. So in my view, that the proposed amendments would not be relevant, so we will not admit it. Let's proceed.
Okay, so be it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Leon Pereira.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I support the amended motion put forth by the Leader of the Opposition, Mr. Pritam Singh. Sir, free trade agreements, or FTAs, are important for our economic development and hence the well-being of our people. FTAs are always a compromise. As in any negotiation, we give something away to get something back. Singapore has import duties on hardly any categories of physical goods, so we have little to give away unless we open up our services sectors or our labour market further. I am glad that the government has clarified that it maintains and intends to continue maintaining close control over the granting of foreign work passes without any FTA provision diluting that. And this is a commitment that this House will, I am sure, hold this government and future governments to. Because FTAs are a negotiated compromise at any one point in time, it is necessary to review these agreements from time to time to ensure that what we have given away is not proved too much and what we are getting back is as good as what we expected. Therefore, I echo the calls made by the Leader of the Opposition and my colleague Sengkang MP Ms. He Ting Ru to regularly study the impact of our FTAs, to engage research, to quantify the net economic benefit over costs. Furthermore, it is vital that the government engages our SMEs when negotiating FTAs and FTA reviews. I raised this at the MTI COS in March 2020 and through a PQ in March 2017. The reply stated that there were roundtables and engagements conducted, but numbers were not given. Anecdotally, some SMEs on the ground do not feel that their views factor substantially into FTA negotiations, which they perceive may be conducted more from the perspective of creating incentives for MNCs to hub in Singapore to invest abroad. I believe more can be done to gather feedback from SMEs to bring into FTA negotiations, something countries like New Zealand, when defending its dairy industry in the TPP negotiations, for example, seem adept at. Moreover, the government should regularly assess local FTA utilization rates and perceived benefits to see if the other country is delivering on its market access commitments. FTA utilization rates by SMEs should be published to help all stakeholders assess our efforts in public debate. Many SMEs do not fully utilize FTAs when they go abroad for reasons that range from lack of awareness to lack of administrative bandwidth. More can be done to make these FTA benefits visible and usable by our local firms. For instance, the idea of a one-stop whole-of-government portal which could allow SMEs to transact with government and utilize government schemes that I've spoken about in this House in the past. Such a portal could be used to allow SMEs to gain visibility on FTA benefits in different countries and enable them to transact to realize those benefits online. At this stage, sir, I declare my interest as the CEO of an international research consultancy that conducts studies related to FTAs and SME development, among other topics. Mr. Speaker, sir, I shall devote the rest of my speech to the anxieties that exist around the granting of work passes to foreigners. Sir, in the decades after Singapore's independence, there was no mass anxiety about the role of foreigners in our economy, at least comparable to what we see now. It was widely recognized that they play a useful role. The same is not true of every country in the world. Singapore's attitude towards the presence of foreigners on fixed-term stays and those who choose to make Singapore their permanent home used to be more liberal, to my mind, than that you see in some Asian countries I can think of. That culture was shaped perhaps by around 200 years of history as a free port and open trading economy. The sense then was that the rising tide of liberal economics would lift all boats. This is no longer the case. There is widespread anxiety, frustration, and angst about the role of foreigners in the economy, as all the motions put forth in this House today acknowledge to some degree. I want to share, sir, 2 stories about how these anxieties came home to me. First, I met a delivery rider, a Singaporean delivery rider, in full uniform at a coffee shop in the Serangoon ward of Aljunied GRC, who told me at length, with tears in his eyes, that he was laid off from his job as an aerospace engineer, whereas some foreigners at his company were not, and he is now struggling to keep his family afloat. Secondly, I met an SME business owner who said that she cannot find Singaporeans to do trades jobs, so she's frustrated at curbs on foreign manpower. And if I know of Singaporeans who want to do such jobs, can I give her a list of their names? Mr. Speaker, sir, these concerns revolve around 3 T's. First, a deficit in trust. The first T, the sense that some Singaporeans have that they face some degree of discrimination on the job market by foreign talent hiring their compatriots. Secondly, a deficit in transferability, the second T, the sense that there are poor pathways for Singaporeans to learn skills from foreign talents and advance. This current mood is very different from the sense people had in the 1970s and 1980s with foreign investment from the US, Europe, and Japan, to my mind. Back then, there was a palpable sense that skills and know-how were being transferred by foreign companies and foreigners to locals through in-house training and foreign Singapore joint training institutes, for example. Thirdly, a deficit in transparency, the third T. There is angst about why foreigners seem to leapfrog Singaporeans in some contexts in spite of our much vaunted education system, even though those foreigners sometimes come from countries with less recognized education systems. I should say that the transparency deficit is also felt by another group, local business owners. They wrestle with the issue of hiring talent and often say that Singaporeans don't want to do trades jobs, so why is the supply of foreigners for those jobs being curbed? Sir, one antidote to the trust deficit is anti-discrimination laws, something that the Workers' Party has championed in its G2020 manifesto and in this House. I am glad that the government is now moving in this direction. One antidote to the transferability deficit is fixed-term employment passes, a suggestion I made in this House previously and which the Leader of the Opposition alluded to. These would be foreign work passes granted for a fixed term with the understanding that the job has to be localized in that term, and the pass as a default would not be renewed unless the employer can demonstrate strong extenuating circumstances to appeal for a renewal. This differs from the current employment pass system where many employers assume that they can renew their EPs and there is no assumption that the EP would definitely not be renewed as a default. So to be sure, we're not arguing for all EPs to be made fixed term, but for some of them to possess this feature. Fixed term work passes should be one tool in our toolkit to nudge us to advance transferability of foreigner skills towards locals. There are other tools that can be used to advance transferability that Workers' Party MPs in this House have argued for, such as stimulating cross-border remote working internships for our students and young adults with cutting-edge MNCs abroad who are not present in Singapore, for example. As for the antidote to the transparency deficit, the key is not just more public dialogues and communication between government and citizens, vital though that is. The key is to set out long-term goals and clear policies to advance those goals. Let me expand on this issue of transparency. So many Singaporeans are pained and confused about our foreign talent policy because they don't understand the rationale, the mechanics, the ends and the means. One major area where this angst is being felt is when it comes to education. Singaporeans don't understand why the government keeps praising our education system, but in some employment contexts, foreigners seem to dominate or have a large share of the better paying jobs. Has our education system groomed us with the wrong skills and attributes? So we need to interrogate the gaps in our education system that contribute to these aspects of our employment landscape and address them aggressively. My parliamentary colleague, Mr. Gerald Giam, will elaborate on what needs to be done on that front. For the remainder of my speech, I'll speak about two areas of government employment policy where the public, I sense, feels angst from a lack of transparency and whether the system is working in their best interests. And these two areas actually map onto the two anecdotes that I shared earlier. Firstly, the notion that hiring foreigners is necessary to create good jobs for Singaporeans, even if the foreigners constitute a high share or a significant share of the better paying jobs. I shall call this the numerical multiplier argument. Secondly, the subject of trades jobs that SMEs perceive Singaporeans no longer want to do. I'll call this the trades jobs problem. Firstly, the numerical multiplier argument. Mr. Speaker, sir, the government has articulated this argument before, inside and outside this House. If I were to summarize it at the risk of oversimplification, it is the view that we don't have enough Singaporeans and not of the right skills and talent to do all the cutting-edge economic activities we want to do as a global hub city. So we need to import foreign talent. And if we do that well, this creates good jobs for Singaporeans. We try to upskill and upwage Singaporeans, but if foreigners account for a large share of the better paid jobs, it's still okay because the Singaporeans are in good jobs that they might not have if the foreigners were not here. So the Singaporeans are absolutely better off, even if sometimes they may feel relatively worse off in the employment hierarchy. Or to put it another way, this argument is saying, if Singaporeans want to always hog all of the better paying jobs, we will end up poorer in purchasing power terms. This argument stands, by the way, on solid ground in the field of political philosophy. It reminds me of the Rawlsian theory of justice I studied as an undergraduate. According to the philosopher John Rawls in his seminal work, A Theory of Justice, inequality could be justified if that inequality causes the least well-off person in a society to become better off in absolute terms. Honestly, sir, there is much to be said for the numerical multiplier thesis, and it can be found as the subtext to employment policies in many countries and cities. But to delve deeper to the empirical reality, what is of concern to many Singaporeans about this argument is a few things. One is the pathway to skills transfer. Another is fair employment practices in a foreigner-heavy workplace. I've spoken about these already. But there are deeper and more subtle problems with the numerical multiplier argument. Or I shouldn't say perhaps problems, maybe questions. A large population of foreigners to create jobs for Singaporeans places burdens on our scarce resources of land, healthcare capacity, road capacity, public transport, and so on. It also runs the risk of entrenching work cultures that disadvantage Singaporeans in the longer term, especially if the foreigners start off from a higher skills base in a new industry. Initial endowments of resources like skills do weigh heavily on ultimate outcomes downstream. Being very reliant on foreign labor also means that we are vulnerable to global events that may make these foreigners less willing to come and work here one day. And that day may not come so soon, but it could come in our children's time, in our grandchildren's time. So how do we get our workforce profile towards a ratio of foreigners and locals that would better address these issues? So I'd like to suggest that the EDB and our economic agencies, together with our institutes of higher learning, work in sync to do a few things that would optimize this ratio, that would create good, well-paying jobs for Singaporeans while managing the size of the population of foreigners and hence overall population pressures. Firstly, can we attract FDI projects, foreign direct investment projects, that are better matched to existing skill sets of Singaporeans or skill sets that Singaporeans can easily acquire? Secondly, can we catalyze continuous education and training platforms to train Singaporeans in new skills ahead of demand? By ahead of demand, I mean to attract Singaporeans to train for skills in industries that are nascent, that are newly emerging, confident that the government is working with investors to groom and build those industries using all the tools in the toolkit. The JTC and EDB building physical infrastructure ahead of demand was a key factor in our industrial success in the 1960s. The key to our Industry 4.0 success in the 21st century would be catalyzing soft infrastructure, i.e. skills, ahead of demand. Thirdly, tie foreign direct investment incentives to a number of fixed-term employment passes to ensure Singaporeans a pathway into new industries, as discussed earlier. Fourthly, can we examine if we need to expand university educational places for locals in disciplines necessary for future industries? thus managing the need to import foreign manpower with degrees from, in some cases, less highly ranked universities than our local ones. This ties to another Workers' Party manifesto point on expanding university capacity to 50% of the cohort size. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to speak about trades jobs that it is said Singaporeans don't want. By trades jobs, I mean carpenters, plumbers, highly skilled construction workmen and supervisors, air conditioner technicians, and so on and so forth. There is a huge transparency deficit here with our local business owners. In the decades after independence, many of these trades jobs were done by Singaporeans. But now, many SME owners believe that Singaporeans simply don't want such jobs. If this is true, if it could be due to the overall growth of the economy and population base, coupled with our low total fertility rate, could also be due to the expansion of other, more attractive jobs in other sectors. There is also the fact that many of our polytechnic and ITE graduates, as well as older PMETs, are going into gig work rather than a trade. Many SME owners are adamant that even if they paid more for these jobs, Singaporeans don't want to do them. No ifs, no buts. One of them told me that when he attends construction training courses as a guest speaker, the only Singaporean trainees there are those with white hair. Yet, on the other hand, from a totally opposite perspective, another older gentleman I met on a market walkabout said that he was gainfully employed in the construction industry as a supervisor in his 20s and 30s. But now, all the jobs in this line have gone to foreigners. And even though he's willing to take a 50% pay cut from his last drawn construction industry pay, he cannot get a job. So he became a private hire car driver. So how do we reconcile these two different and seemingly contradictory perspectives? So the Workers' Party has supported moves such as the past tightening of DRC quotas to curb over-reliance on foreign manpower. However, that cannot be the only solution. We need to deeply address the reasons why SME business owners say Singaporeans don't want to take up trades jobs. Quotas alone should not be the solution. To move more Singaporeans into trades jobs sustainably needs us to go beyond quotas, to tackle a few things deeply. And here I move to my suggestions. I have about 6 suggestions. I'm not saying that these ideas are not already being looked at or have not been attempted, but clearly the results are not yet there, and we are far away from success in outcomes rather than just success in efforts. Firstly, let's implement an across-the-board minimum wage, as we've called for, and PWMs to ladder and upgrade wages on top of that. We do need to accept that prices have to rise as a result to ensure that businesses can survive. Secondly, implement job redesign to upskill these jobs with state support for productivity-enhancing investments in a more ambitious way than has been done thus far, with both carrots and sticks. For example, can we introduce harder productivity conditions for government contracts? And there should be clear long-term timelines for phasing out low productivity work, not ad hoc short-term changes to foreign manpower quotas done in an unpredictable fashion. Sir, our low construction productivity, for example, to take one sector as an example, has not brought low construction costs, as the Workers' Party has argued before. With the right policies, there is no reason why we can't attain developed country productivity in trades jobs to justify higher pay for those jobs. Thirdly, investigate and fix negative non-wage characteristics of these trades jobs. For example, do employers provide adequate equipment to ameliorate the physical downsides of such jobs, like proper gloves, boots, tools? Are trades jobs persons given proper break times and reasonable expectations on hours and working at short notice? Are they treated by bosses with respect? Are they given enough paid leave? These should all be studied and addressed, as I argued in this House a few months ago. No Singaporean will take a trades job at high pay if he or she knows that they will be treated with disrespect and have to put up with awful conditions. They may prefer to do gig work or a lowly paid office job that attracts less pay, with all the attendant dangers of obsolescence from technology that those kinds of jobs bring. Fourthly, we need to enhance the prestige and standing of trades jobs. I do not have the luxury of time to elaborate on this particular point during the speech, but more can be done to try to shift expectations and attitudes. It's worth bearing in mind that trades jobs are highly respected in many countries around the world. I think continental European countries and Japan are examples that spring to mind. Fifthly, we need to create pathways for some good tradespersons who are foreigners to become citizens, in small enough numbers not to suppress, but to supplement locals moving into these sectors, and then nudge those new citizens to transfer skills to more locals in the ways we've spoken about. Are such tradespersons given the opportunity to become citizens now, even if they have no university degree? And sixth, and this is another call the Workers' Party has made, and the Leader of the Opposition alluded to this, we need to measure underemployment so that we can tackle it. And this was a theme of a speech made by my party chair, Ms. Sylvia Lim, some years ago. Some gig jobs are at long-term risk from technology. Today's underemployment can be tomorrow's unemployment. Can we shift local Singaporeans from some of these at-risk gig jobs to redesigned, revamped trades jobs? In conclusion, sir, every country struggles to find the right balance between foreigners and locals in their economy, and that balance changes from one era to another. In other developed countries, one often finds a more relaxed and liberal attitude towards foreign talent in big cities like London and New York, where even those in relatively lower income trades jobs like taxi drivers and restaurant staff have benefited from the rising tide that foreigners contribute to. But go to the towns and cities where living standards have stagnated or nosedived, like some of the opioid-ravaged Midwestern towns in the US, and you sometimes find bitterness towards foreigners and the cancer of racism, together with the far-right nativist politics that go along with that. With the right policies, goals, and mindsets, sir, I believe Singapore can return to what it was in a previous era, a country of citizens who are confident enough about their present and their future to welcome foreign talent that genuinely complements our strengths and adds value to our lives. Thank you.
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as there are still quite a number of speakers who have not yet spoken, I shall need to move an exempted business motion.
Please do.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the proceedings on the business set down on the order paper for today be exempted at this day's sitting from the provisions of Standing Order Number 2.
Question is a motion moved by the Leader. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may I seek your consent and the general assent of members present to move that the proceedings on the item under discussion be exempted from the provisions of Standing Order Number 48 to remove the time limit in respect of Minister Tan See Leng's speech.
I give my consent. Does the Leader of the House have the general assent of honourable members present to so move? Leader, please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the proceedings on the item under discussion be exempted from the provisions of Standing Order Number 48.8 in respect of Minister Tan See Leng's speech.
The question is as moved by the Leader of the House. As many as are of that opinion say aye. To the contrary say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister Tan See Leng.
Mr. Speaker, sir, a debate on jobs should be taken seriously. It is more than a hashtag. The success, the livelihoods, and the well-being of millions of our fellow Singaporeans are at stake. I had hoped that the PSP would share this understanding. Instead, the PSP's approach has disappointed me. First, the PSP continues to equivocate about FTAs, claiming it does not have enough information. What further information does the PSP need? We have explained that all foreigners have to meet the same work pass criteria. The PSP has asked for data on ICTs over the years because the data cited was for 2020, a crisis year. We didn't go into these details further because the trends were similar. But since the PSP persists in this line of inquiry, here are the numbers over the last 5 years. The total number of ICTs in 2020 was 4,200. This is overall. In addition, in 2019, it was 4,400. In 2018, 3,200. In 2017, 2,600. And in 2016, 2,100. Now, the total number of Indian ICTs in 2020 was 500. In 2019, 600. In 2018, 400. In 2017, 400. And in 2016, 300. These numbers have been consistently low. So I would ask the PSP again, what further information does it need? Given the racial undertones on this issue, and this is acknowledged by all members of the House, the PSP's equivocation is not only misleading, but it's also dangerous. Second, the PSP has fielded a slew of data requests via parliamentary questions, and it has made a sweeping statement that there is no credibility in any of our statements because we have not released all of the data it has asked for. It has equivocated that it cannot provide answers because it has no information. Let me be very clear. When it comes to data on our local workforce, we publish it regularly at a high level of granularity, and this is in line with international standards. But it seems the PSP is not aware of this. In the 26th July parliamentary sitting, the PSP filed a PQ asking for the annual breakdown numbers of local PMEs from 2005 to 2020. Parliamentary rules made it clear that a PQ should not ask for information that is already publicly available. Nevertheless, in my reply to Ms. Phua, I told her where to look for such data. I've also told her that the data stretches back to 1991 on the Ministry of Manpower's website, if she was interested. Notably, I have not heard the PSP use any of the data we have provided in its arguments. We have responded, and instead of being bogged down by these unhelpful distractions, I want to speak about the anxieties of Singaporeans, workers and business owners alike. Now, I acknowledge these anxieties, they are present, but they're not just present in Singapore alone, but they are present all around the world. I oppose the PSP's motion because it does not provide the solutions that Singaporeans anxious about jobs and competition seek. The way to address Singaporeans' anxieties about jobs and competition in a fast-changing economy is to invest and continue to invest heavily in developing our local workforce and ensure that foreigners complement rather than displace our locals. Minister Wong has already shared some important perspectives on our strategy. I will share some of the facts and data that are relevant. Turning first to the jobs landscape. Now, the PSP fixates on the increase in the number of foreign PMATs to argue that locals have been displaced and have lost out. It has painted a picture of widespread displacement based on the anecdotes it has heard. But how have local PMETs actually fared? MOM publishes this data regularly at fine granularity, but the PSP has not made any mention of this. So let me walk you through the numbers. With your permission, Mr. Speaker, sir, may I display some slides on the LED screens?
Yes, please.
First, look at the local PMAT employment. The PSP harps on the number of foreign PMETs. This is depicted by the orange bars. But the number of local PMAT jobs, which is depicted by the blue bars, is significantly higher. Over the past decade, there was an increase of 110,000
EP and S-Pass holders, but local PMETs increased by 300,000. This is the case even if you look at some of the subsectors that hire more EPs: finance, Infocom, and professional services. Over the past decade, EP and S-Pass holders in these subsectors increased by 40,000, but local PMETs increased by almost 155,000, almost 4 times. This goes to show that competition between locals and foreigners is not a zero-sum game. Now, the PSP has asked whether most of the local job creation went to PRs rather than Singaporeans. During the 6th July ministerial statement, I have already shared that the majority of local PME growth over the last decade went to Singaporeans born in Singapore. This is the same for PMETs. Some other data points we publish should make it clear that Singaporeans have benefited. First, MUM regularly publishes unemployment rates for PRs and citizens. The unemployment rate of citizens has remained stable and low. Secondly, the PR population has also remained stable over the past decade at around 500,000. So it cannot be the case that most of the employment growth went to PRs. But more fundamentally, as a society, I don't think we should be drawing lines between Singapore citizens and permanent residents. Many of our PRs either share family ties with Singaporeans or have studied, worked, or lived here for some time. They contribute to our strengths as a society and our economy. Singapore is an immigrant nation, and openness is one of our society's core strengths that has defined who we are. Now, the second point on local PMET unemployment. Looking at the chart, I think that was shown earlier on, outside of crisis, if you look at the chart up there, okay, outside of crisis, it has generally remained at 3% or lower. Few countries have achieved unemployment rates as low as this. I think we're one of the lowest in the world, one of the top 3, or the bottom 3 lowest in terms of these statistics in the world. Long-term unemployment rate, referring to those who were looking for a job for at least 25 weeks or about 6 months, is even lower, at below 1%. The increase in foreign PMET has not caused our unemployment rate to rise. Third, the number of PMET job vacancies. It has been on an upward trend since 2010 and has been hovering around 30,000 over the past 5 years. These vacancies are spread across various sectors. There are 4,300 unfilled PMET jobs in Infocom, 4,100 jobs unfilled PMET jobs in finance, 2,700 unfilled PMET jobs in professional services. This is just to name a few. Now, if every additional foreigner results in one less opportunity for a local, why are there still so many unfilled vacancies? Surely, these vacancies should have long been filled. Finally, members of the House, median local PMET wages. It has risen from $4,600 in 2010 to $6,300 in 2020. This represents a total increase of 38%. In real terms, it translates to a 21% increase. So, to sum up, looking at the data, and I put it in a table for everyone to see, the data shows us that while the number of foreign PMETs has increased, we saw one, even larger increase in local PMET employment, two, low local PMET unemployment, three, growing number of PMET job vacancies, and four, growing local PMET wages. In fact, the proportion of our workforce in PMET jobs is amongst the highest in the world, at almost 60%, doubling up from 30% in the early 1990s. This is a very different picture from the dire situation that the PSP has portrayed. If you hear Mr. Leong, you would have thought that it has been midnight in Singapore for the past 30 years. Nevertheless, while the vast majority of local PMETs have experienced positive outcomes, we must not neglect the lived experiences of the minority who have not. Their experiences are equally valid too. It is not just the PSP who talks to Singaporeans. I meet them too, and I hear their concerns. And I feel their angst. One group in particular concerns me, our older local PMETs. They have contributed to society, and they are still able and willing to work. Yet, some amongst them have lost their jobs. When this happens, it can be devastating. It feels like a part of their identity is lost. And even for those who are still employed, seeing others around their age lose their jobs may cause them to be demoralized and causes them also to feel anxious. I understand the pain, but I must point out that this is happening not because of increased competition from foreigners, but also from deeper structural trends. If you look at this chart, the unemployment rate amongst older local PMETs started diverging from the overall rate from about 2015 onwards. I remember this year particularly well because it was the year I attended the World Economic Forum, and at that time, big data was top of the agenda. That was the year that big data and machine learning hit the mass market very rapidly. Companies were racing to build up digital teams. It created new roles which required new skill sets while disrupting some existing roles and skills. Against this backdrop, our older PMETs faced competition. Not so much from foreigners, but from technology, and possibly also from younger Singaporeans who had the necessary skills. We saw these trends happening, and we rolled out Skills Future in January of 2016. We knew that lifelong learning had to become the norm so that Singaporeans could pivot to new opportunities. And we built on this foundation year after year. But the government's efforts is only half the story. What really makes the difference is the spirit of older Singaporeans, their willingness to remain open to new possibilities. Take Mr. Arnold Lim, who spent 25 years in the banking industry and was retrenched at the age of 50. After a year of efforts to return to the banking industry, he decided to join Secure, an IT firm. The learning curve was steep for him initially, given his lack of IT experience. Secure hired him through the Web Developer Career Conversion Program, which allowed him to pick up new technical skills and gain relevant on-the-job experience. Mr. Lim subsequently took on additional IT certifications on his own accord. And in his own words, after 50 is a new start for me. Now, I've spoken at length about unemployment, but various members of the House have pointed out that this may not reveal the full picture of underemployment and asked if the government is monitoring this. Now, there are two different concepts of underemployment. One is time-related, when a worker would like to work for longer hours, but is unable to find a job that allows him to do so. This is well defined, and internationally there are ways to measure this. The Manpower Ministry regularly tracks and publishes resident time-related underemployment, and this can be found in MAM's Labour Force Survey. The time-related underemployment rate has averaged 3.6% over in the past 10 years. Although the resident time-related underemployment rate rose to 4.1% in 2020 due to COVID-19, it still remains relatively low. The other type of underemployment is skills-related, when a worker believes that his current job does not fully utilize his skills. Now, this is more subjective, and this is what I think a few members have alluded to earlier on. But this is more subjective as there is as yet no internationally accepted standard for measuring this. MOM is part of a working group led by the International Labour Organization, or ILO. to develop suitable methodologies to relate an individual's occupation to their skill and education level. These are discussions involving professional labour market statisticians. So while I appreciate the interest of members for MOM to magically provide a KPI for skills underemployment, the fact that there is at the ILO a working group of statisticians studying how this should be measured should highlight that this is not a simple matter. In the meantime, we regularly track and publish the number of self-employed persons, or SEPs. Now, another chart here, the graph shows the share of our local workforce who are self-employed persons since 2010. They include private hire car drivers, taxi drivers, real estate agents and hawkers, and these are not employed by a company. The proportion of SEPs has remained stable at between 8 to 10% over the past 2 decades, although we did see an uptick during COVID. Now, gig workers are defined as self-employed persons who use online matching platforms. The top occupation of gig workers is private hire car drivers on online matching platforms like Grab or Gojek. Around 1.5% of our local workforce are working in this particular occupation. However, in response to a survey by MUM, 70% of them said they do this on a preferred basis because they would like the flexibility and also the freedom of time. Grab's own survey echoed this. More than 70% of their private hire car drivers have chosen to take up work via Grab because of the flexibility of time. Now, for the 30% who wish to transit to regular employment, they can tap on our skills training and employment facilitation services, including career advisory counseling offered by the WSG and E2I. And as mentioned by PM Lee during the 2021 NDR, MUM will form an advisory committee to propose recommendations to improve protection for this group. Now, ultimately, the best thing we can do for our locals is to continually invest in them, to help them adapt and compete. But it seems that the PSP would want us to take a more effortless route and simply target the 400,000 foreign PMATs they say are here. In fact, as Mr. Leong noted, the number of EP and S-Pass holders has fallen to 350,000. How much lower does he want it to go? 300,000? 200,000? Or maybe zero? Ms. Hazel Phua has painted a simple narrative that if we keep labour supply tight, it will contribute to productivity improvements and a higher wage growth for Singaporeans. But at a certain point, a tight labour market can also lose us opportunities and the ability to internationalize. This can cost us jobs and wage growth in the long run. It is not such a simple linear relationship. Let us not talk about rebalancing abstractly. Let's focus instead on the PSP's policy suggestions. Can the PSP explain how all of its suggestions will not dampen Singapore's attractiveness to foreign investors and cause poorer outcomes for the vast majority? As a small country that is devoid of any natural resources, there are severe consequences if we turn inwards, lose our luster as a regional hub, and cause companies to leave our shores and take the jobs with them. I speak to many businesses, trade associations, and chambers. A common thread in their feedback is the difficulty of finding enough locals with the right skills, and this has hampered their expansion plans. Some of them are giving up and turning to hiring foreigners based in their home country. After all, people can now work from anywhere. The 10 biggest MNCs in Singapore alone create around 30,000 local PMAT jobs. If they decide to leave, we would not be talking about recouping tens of thousands of jobs, but about losing more of them instead. Members might also know that Singapore has already fallen from 1st to 5th in the Institute for Management Development's, or IMD's, 2021 World Competitiveness Ranking. Now, this was partly due to COVID. as our small economy was more affected by the global slowdown than larger ones. In particular, we have slid in our openness towards global trade and talent, in rankings regarding attitudes towards globalization, availability of skilled labor, and immigration laws preventing companies from hiring foreign labor. I will say this plainly to Mr. Leong. What he and his party spew, attacking Ceca and FTAs and foreigners in general, has an effect on IMD's assessment and on business sentiments, both here and overseas. Investors watch and wonder how many other Singaporeans feel this way. Has Singapore become less welcoming of foreign investments, of global talent? Why do you think we're taking this issue so seriously? In July, Minister Ong and myself made ministerial statements. We decided to confront Mr. Leong openly. In August, the Prime Minister addressed the issue again in his National Day rally speech. And now in this debate, three ministers have spoken thus far, myself for the second time. Do Mr. Leong and his party think Singapore will forever be attractive to investors? Is there some magic water? Stupid. Is there some magic water that draws global multinationals here, and that all this happens spontaneously? Mr. Speaker, sir, we made this happen, and we will continue to make it happen. You've heard Minister Wong recall how Mr. Lee Kuan Yew went so far as to pay special attention as to how the road leading from Changi Airport to the city looked. Day in, day out, many government agencies continue to work hard to make sure that we remain safe and attractive to investors, so that they come here, they sink billions here, erect plants, labs, studios, facilities here, create jobs and livelihoods for Singaporeans, including our children, so that they can do jobs of the future and not of the past. As a result of this unremitting work over the last 60 years, Singapore remains a competitive economy, as proven by our pipeline of investments, even during the pandemic. However, please note, other economies are also upping their ante. We cannot afford to take our economic competitiveness for granted. The attitudes that PSP is promoting are detrimental to how others perceive our openness. Mr. Leong, please have a care. I know that by and large, Singaporeans are pragmatic, and they understand that we need to remain open to global talents and stay connected. Some of them feel frustrated when they see a foreigner being hired, though he may not be able to do the job as well as a Singaporean, or simply because he has links with the hiring manager. We know these sorts of things happen. And that is why, when it comes to our foreign workforce policies, we constantly adjust them to ensure that foreigners complement and not displace our locals. We strengthen our levers against discriminatory practices. Yet, in spite of our work, the PSP continues to criticize our foreign workforce policies as being too lax. And today, we hear some ideas from them. They characterized our foreign talent policy as a conduit for cheap immigration and a source of cheap labor, and claimed that the qualifying salary of S-passes and EPs are too low. They said that there's an unfair wage competition because employers do not have to pay the 17% CPF contribution for foreigners. They have asked us to raise the EP qualifying salary to $10,000 and the S-pass to $4,500. And they've asked us to impose a $1,200 levy, and to impose a 25 to 30% cap on work pass holders and PRs, to impose a hard nationality cap of 10% in each firm. Mr. Leong also laments that we do not have enough Singaporeans in leadership positions, and elsewhere he has suggested greater protection for top leadership roles. Let me take each point in turn. First, on Mr. Leong's claim that our qualifying salaries are too low and that there is unfair wage competition. I wonder whether Mr. Leong is aware that the numbers he cited are the minimum qualifying salaries for EP and S-Pass holders at the youngest ages. Does he know that our qualifying salaries rise with age to maintain a level playing field for our mature PMATs? For example, the EP qualifying salary for those in their 40s is around double of the minimum qualifying salary. I would like to ask, has the PSP actually consulted businesses on what they think of our current policy? Many businesses, including the SMEs, are already crying out that they are not able to access the foreign PMATs that they need. We listen to them, we engage them, we help them to transform, and we help them to find suitable Singaporeans. But ultimately, we explain to them why we have to hold the line. Mr. Leong has also repeated the point that foreign EPs are cheaper to hire than locals because their employers do not make CPF contributions. I have already clarified this point on the 6th of July, but let me do so again. The CPF is set aside for our retirement needs, and it can also be used for housing. Foreign PMATs are not working in Singapore on a permanent basis, and we are not responsible for their retirement adequacy or their home ownership needs. It does not make sense for us to extend the CPF coverage and benefits to them. I think everyone in this house knows the interest rate percent that we pay on our CPF contributions. I will not elaborate further. Fundamentally, our CPF system is designed to benefit our resident workers, not to help attract or deter foreigners. So how do we maintain a level playing field? When reviewing the qualifying salary to maintain a level playing field, we take into account the CPF contributions as part of the cost to employers. Ms. Hazel Phua also highlighted the issue of false salary declarations and kickbacks as ways for employers to get around our work pass framework. MAM takes firm measures to safeguard the integrity of the work pass framework. False declarations of any sorts are an offence under the EFMA. It carries a fine of up to $20,000, up to 2 years imprisonment, or both. The fact that Ms. Hazel Phua is aware of this means she's also aware that MOM has been enforcing this and publicizing our efforts to stamp out these illegal practices. At the same time, the PSP solution is to raise salary criteria for EP and S-Pass holders significantly. Does the PSP think that this underlying problem will get better with their suggestion? Second, imposing a levy of $1,200 on all EP holders. This is easy enough for the government to do. It also generates revenue. So why do we not go down this route? Because at the EP level, our primary focus is on regulating quality. A levy would have the opposite effect. Employers have finite budgets for manpower. Suppose an employer has set aside $10,000 a month for a new PME hire. A levy of $1,200 effectively reduces his budget to $8,800. This immediately narrows the pool of EP candidates from those willing to consider a salary of $10,000 and below to those willing to consider a salary of $8,800 and below. Now, how would this benefit the employer or his Singaporean employees if the intention is to seek the best talents available? We would also be sending contradictory signals if we say that we welcome high-caliber global professionals to Singapore on the one hand and impose a levy on them on the other. So instead of a levy, we focus on regulating quality through the EP salary criteria, and this sets a high bar so that EP holders must reach to work in Singapore, and it raises their quality over time. Third, imposing a 25% to 30% cap on work pass holders and PRs in the long run. First, I think PSP should know that we have quotas at the SPAS level. We have already been reducing the SPAS sub-DRC over the past decade for the services sector. For the services sector, it's currently at 10%, down from 25%. And there are ongoing cuts still taking place in all the other sectors. I've also explained why we do not set quotas at the EP level, because there is fierce competition for global talent and worldwide shortages in areas such as technology and digital skills. And doing so would send the wrong signal that we are not welcoming to such talent. Let me give a concrete example. Take, for example, infrastructure financing. Since the 2000s, MAS has been promoting this because there's a huge infrastructure opportunity in Asia and a yawning financing gap. However, working in this area requires significant expertise given the complex risk profile of infrastructure projects. In the early days, we did not have enough local talent to work in this area. Global banks, especially Japanese and European banks, were the most active players in the initial phase and had the talent and the expertise. Mizuho Bank was one such bank that chose to set up a project financing team in Singapore. In 2003, Singaporeans accounted for 40% of its project finance team. Now, Singaporeans is about 70%, occupy 70% of a much larger office. The proportion of Singaporeans is 70% of a much larger office. Now, if we had imposed the quotas up front, I doubt if this would have happened. If the PSP insists on a 30% quota, then I would like to ask, would you turn away a company that creates 69 high-end jobs for locals because it needs 31 foreigners from abroad? If PSP's prevailing assumption is that less foreigners means more jobs for locals, what would stop it from lowering this quota further to 20%, or 10%, or 0%? He had previously suggested that it is not good enough for Singaporeans to make up 70% of the workforce in the financial sector, but that it should be even higher at 80% or 90%. In which case, how do we remain and maintain our status as an international financial center? Fourth, imposing a hard nationality cap of 10% within each firm. Once you stack up a 30% cap on top of another 10% cap, it becomes clear that Mr. Leong's policy can only make the environment so hostile that very few foreign investors will consider Singapore to build any business. Maybe no foreign investor will consider. To use the example of Mizuho Bank, the effect of Mr. Leong's proposal is to tell a Japanese bank that only 10% of their workers can be Japanese nationals. Nevertheless, as I shared in my 6th July ministerial statement, we understand the tensions that can arise when a foreign nationality dominates. And we have levers today to address this. The FCF watch list, the Fair Consideration Framework watch list, identifies firms with high concentration of a single nationality. Their work pass applications are scrutinized for potential discriminatory hiring, and TAFEP, or the Tripartite Alliance for Fair Employment Practices, engages them. And as I had also shared, we are exploring further refinements to our EP framework to help us achieve our objectives of a strong Singaporean core, complemented by a diverse foreign workforce. And finally, on Mr. Leong's calls to ring-fence positions in top management for Singaporeans, let me state simply that we help Singaporeans rise to the top, not by protecting them, but by enabling them. Many companies have programs in place to groom talent for leadership positions. Take Asia Pacific Breweries, for example. Their staff can participate in their management team and beyond fast-track program, be rotated into positions globally, and expand their skill sets. When companies first set up here, it is understandable that they will need to bring in many of their senior management to oversee the business here. If we protect the top management jobs for Singaporeans alone, and companies decide not to invest here because of that, we would lose good jobs for our locals. And the opportunity to for them to take on the higher level positions in the future would also diminish. I worry that the PSP is calling for policies that are not only short-sighted, but protectionist, and this will do grave harm to Singaporeans. I would also like to address Mr. Pritam Singh's idea of a time-limited EP to facilitate skills transfer. Now, I should point out to Mr. Singh that our work pass, no work pass is issued indefinitely. At a point of renewal, employers must meet our prevailing criteria. Now, the idea of a skills transfer requirement sounds good in theory, but in practice, it is not as straightforward to implement. The process of skills transfer is rarely linear or one-to-one. So, I don't think it makes sense for the Ministry of Manpower to be the judge to set a fixed duration and force employers to let go of experienced work pass holders once their fixed term is up. So, I want to finally address our efforts to stamp out discrimination. Minister Wong touched on the anti-discrimination legislation earlier, but I would like to address the PSP's claim that because the FCF, or the Fair Consideration Framework, was introduced in 2014, fair consideration for our locals was not a priority before that. In fact, the tripartite partners have been issuing guidelines on fair employment practices over the past 2 decades, having introduced the tripartite guidelines on non-discriminatory job advertisements as early as 1999. In 2002, we added the Code of Responsible Employment Practices. In 2006, we set up the Tripartite Alliance for Fair and Progressive Employment Practices, TAFEP. In 2007, we issued the Tripartite Guidelines on Fair Employment Practices, or TGFEP. And in 2011, we enhanced the TGFEP to include guidelines on hiring and developing a Singaporean core. In 2014, the introduction of the FCF took these efforts one step further by introducing the job advertising requirement. And we have been progressively strengthening the FCF ever since. We introduced the FCF watch list in 2016 as a systematic framework for engaging firms with outlier workforce profiles and scrutinizing them for potential discrimination. In 2020, we strengthened the penalties against firms found to have discriminatory hiring practices. And in the same year, we extended the coverage of the FCF job advertising requirement to S-passes and doubled the minimum advertising period from 14 days to 28 days. Ensuring responsible and fair employment practices has always been our priority. At the National Day rally recently, PM Lee announced we are taking the next step of strengthening our enforcement against workplace discrimination through legislation. Members of the House, this is a very significant major step, both philosophically and legally. This will cover discrimination on the grounds of nationality, in addition to other kinds of discrimination covered by the TGFEP. And it sends a clear signal that discrimination of any kind is not tolerated. When you consider all of the policies that we have put in place, it is quite clear that we are providing strong support for the employment of local PMETs. Even Ms. He Ting-Ru has noticed and acknowledged our plans to legislate TAFEP guidelines. Indeed, many companies tell us that they prefer to hire locals over foreigners, so long as they can find the skill sets here. And even if there's initially a shortage of skills, many are willing to develop local talent to fill these roles. Take, for example, PayPal. When it first started, it had to rely more heavily on global talent for specialized technical skills and more senior roles that required managing regional teams. However, PayPal committed to hire and train 150 Singaporeans across tech and business roles over 3 years. I acknowledge there will always be more work to be done. And I've said before, in my past statements that we are always a work in progress because we continue to refine and tweak and improve. We will always refine continuously our policies to secure the well-being, the livelihoods, and the livelihoods of Singaporeans in a post-pandemic world. But, members of the House, we must not discard the principles that have worked well for us. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me now say a few words in Mandarin, and I'll try and keep it short. 最近，新加坡中华总商会会长黄山中先生在《联合早报》专栏中提到，虽然商界认同政府必须优先保留就业机会给本地人，但我们也意识到，引进优质外来劳动力是推动本地经济发展不能缺乏的一股巨大动力。这起着与本地劳动力相乘的共赢关系。我非常同意黄先生的看法。新加坡经济政策的重心是为国人创造良好的就业机会，从而改善并提升大家的生活。政府的目标从未改变，帮助国人发挥潜能，把握新机遇，提高竞争力。随着经济的重塑和发展，许多企业引进了外籍专才来补充本地劳动的队伍，但这为本地员工带来了更激烈的竞争。有些员工难免倍感压力，尤其是年长专业人士。PMAT， 设身处地，我能了解他们的担忧。年长专业人士所面对的挑战来自多方面，比如数码科技的发展，促使全球经济结构性的转变，企业需要员工具备相关技能，但这与年长专业人士之前所接受过的培训截然不同。此外，他们所面对的竞争对手不仅限于已在新加坡的外籍员工，还包括受过高等教育的年轻员工。在这个不断变迁和竞争激烈的世界里，我们应当如何面对？孔子曾说：“50知天命。”这让我有所领悟。人到中年，经历了人生的起起落落，具备了宝贵的经验，就更应该有能屈能伸的精神，不是墨守成规、固步自封，而是坦然地面对一切挑战。所以我要呼吁大家不断地自我提升，接受培训，掌握新技能，适应新的工作环境，共同为自己和家人打造一个更美好的未来。除了年长专业人士，自雇人士也面临了严峻的挑战。政府正关注为线上平台服务的自雇人士，因为他们与中介平台之间有着类似雇佣的关系，却不受雇佣法律的保护。所以我们已成立了咨询委员会，来探讨如何改善这群自雇人士的工作保障。至于其他想找到受薪工作的自雇人士，我们仍然会继续提供培训与职业配对的服务。香港乐坛知名歌手许冠杰有一曲金曲叫《世事如棋》，有一段歌词我一直难以忘怀：张眼远望，世事如棋，每局应观察入微，但求共你棋艺相比较，了解做人道理。的确，人生如棋，面对多变的棋局，一旦举棋不定，就会错失良机。针对经济与就业，政府也正积极推动企业创新转型，打造更多吸引国人的工作，确保国人能在与病毒共存的阶段里越战越勇，成为赢家。关键是在于大家齐心协力，奠定基础， 把握时机，方能旗开得胜。谢谢。Let me conclude. The PSP has fielded a slew of data requests. We have responded to all of this. We've given you the number of foreign PMETs. We've given you the number of ICTs over the past few years. We've given you the number of local PMETs. Data is regularly published on unemployment and time-related underemployment. So the debate today is on whether Ceca and other FTAs allow complete free flow. The answer is clear. It does not. And second, how do these impact on local employment? In July and now, we have shown you that local employment has increased as a result of FTAs. There's enough data for that. This suggestion that you are not being given data is really a red herring. Now, based on what we have shared today, I think reasonable members would agree that our strategies have worked for the vast majority of Singaporeans. I have not based this argument on anecdotes or perceptions alone, but on hard data and facts. Nevertheless, the concerns of the minority are just as important to all of us. Now, we cannot assure today that every Singaporean that their jobs will always be protected. But make no mistake, we will work very, very, very hard to protect every Singaporean and ensure your employability. Mr. Leong has presented us with one bleak and biased view, that of an anxious and fearful Singapore, whose instinctive reaction to challenges is to withdraw from the world. I reject this view of Singapore and Singaporeans. It doesn't define us, and it is not us. The motion put forward by Minister Lawrence Wong acknowledges our anxieties while affirming our achievements, preserves what has worked well, while pointing out the work to be done. And I repeat what Ministers Ong and Wong have said. We are prepared to fight the next general election on these principles. And we are determined to fight any party wedded to racism and xenophobia and a small-minded vision of Singapore. With that, I support Minister Wong's motion. Thank you very much.
Mr. Leong Man Wai.
Thank you, Speaker, sir. Thank you, Minister, for your passionate, informative presentation. Okay, but I have a few clarifications. One is, PSP has never said we want a closed society or an economy. We have just suggested policies that you disagree. But today, we are happy that we are here, that all of us recognize that there's a problem. But of course, before I come to this debate, I know the problem is we cannot agree to the causes of the problem and the severity of the problem. As a result, our solutions will be very different. So what the Minister has said just now, I would like to, one, clarify that we have not said that we want a closed economy or society. We also want an open society. How we maintain the open society, how we send the message to foreigners, it depends on how we Singaporeans get united and speak with one force. Now we have two voices, one from the government, one from PSP, and maybe the other alternative parties as well, because we got the feedback from the ground. So what we want whatever you say, today we come here to realize that there's a problem. And that means the past policies have some problems. You cannot just say that, oh, we just continue with those policies. So that's why we are asking for a rebalance. And I would want to explain to you a little bit more what rebalancing we are talking about.
Mr. Leong, are you seeking clarifications or making another speech?
Because
you will have a chance to round out later. If you have clarifications for the minister, please raise them.
Okay. Okay, then I direct one question first. First of all, you mentioned about the number of PMEs that were, jobs that were increased from 2005 to 2020. On January the 6th, your number was 380,000 for locals and 112 for EPs. Today, you give us a figure of 300 and 100. What is the change? Why the change? First question. Minister, please.
Mr. Leong, Mr. Speaker, sir. Well, I thank Mr. Leong for his agreement with many of our policies, even though he thinks that all he's asking for is a rebalancing. And I've said that we continually work to refine and tweak and improve our policies. So we thank you for at least...
Speaker, sorry, Speaker.
He doesn't agree.
Yes, Mr. Leong.
Thanks, Speaker. Minister, what I've said is that the policies have actually produced some problems. So we are here to discuss how to solve the problems. I didn't say I agree to your policies. In fact, one of the reason why we differ on our assessment of the situation is because I think some of the basic assumptions, there's a big difference. But we'll discuss again on that. So please continue, Minister.
Thank you. May I?
Thank
Mr.
you.
Speaker, sir. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Leong. Now, you've said that you said that PSP has never said that it wants a closed economy. But you know, our point in all of our speeches, I don't think the PAP has ever suggested that we want an economy that's open to every and any foreigner. We have always maintained that we want to select the right talent to complement us. So I said, let us not talk in abstractions. Let us not hypothesize. What I had debated were your concrete suggestions and why it would not lead to the rebalancing that you asked for. Now, to your point on the differences in data cited, it's a matter of differences in time frame. Anyway, all of this data is published, Mr. Leong. You can look it up. And again, if you cannot find it, we're happy to point you, just as we have pointed Ms. Phua, to where to look for that information.
Ms. Hazel Phua.
No, sorry, Speaker, sir, I still have one
Mr.
response. Yeah. Minister, sorry. What is the difference in the time frame? Both are from 2005 to 2020, right?
On the 6th of July, Mr. Leong, Mr. Speaker, may I?
Please proceed.
Yeah. On the 6th of July, it's 15 years from 2005 to 2020. And at that time, we were talking about PME and EPs. If you notice that, I think perhaps, you know, when we have time, I can actually segregate and explain to you the difference between PMETs, which include the EP and the S-Pass, and then PME, which is just the equivalent of the E-Pass. So today, the statistics quoted to you is 10 years, from 2010 to 2020, and it covers PMET and the EP and S-Passes. So I hope that clears so it's a different time horizon and also different categorization.
Ms. Hazel Phua.
Okay, thank you.
Firstly, the charts that have been displayed on the screen over at our location, we can't see any of it. So can I request for it to be made available to us in a different form?
I'm sure we can.
Okay. Now, the minister is still quoting 300,000 increase in local PME jobs, but you have not quite answered my question whether those figures, does it include changes resulting from reclassification, as I've mentioned in my speech earlier, and to clarify on the fact that about my PQs, asking for data that is already published. When I communicated with the parliamentary staff, I made it clear that I wanted to compare with some of the statistics that government has released, sometimes as PMETs, sometimes as PMEs. So I said that they could either tell me which are the final classifications that comes under PME or PMETs, or alternatively give me the total number for PMETs and PMEs, because what you have in what is published goes into final classifications.
Minister.
Thank you. Can I just have a minute? I think for your first point, in terms of the reclassification, I don't have all the statistics here with me now, but the majority, I think I've shared that on the 6th of July in my ministerial statement, the majority of the local PME growth, over the last 10 years went to Singaporeans born in Singapore. The majority. Now, I would, that's more than 50%. So I would urge Ms. Phua not to drive this kind of separation and segregation, because I really don't think it's healthy for all of us, particularly when at some stage in our not too distant past, all of us, our parents, maybe our grandparents were immigrants.
Okay, I would like to clarify that my intention is not to separate between those who are born in Singapore and those who are naturalized, but merely to understand which are really jobs created and which are really just, due to technicalities, they result in an increase in job, but is not a real increase. It's just that the job holder's status is reclassified.
Minister. I'm not sure I fully understand that, but...
Should I explain further?
Yeah, so, okay, I mean, perhaps I wasn't clear. The majority of the jobs created went to Singaporeans who are born and bred here. Not reclassified, yeah.
Cesar Phua, do you want to pursue that?
Okay, you are unable to give a number, just majority?
She wants a number.
No, Ms. Cesar Phua, are you asking about Singaporeans, naturalized, born here, or are you talking about reclassification
actually,
of jobs?
my intention is just to net off the effect of that job increase, which is due to reclassification. So that we get a better idea what really is the new jobs, number of new jobs created.
Would you like to elaborate what do you mean by reclassification of jobs?
Okay, I've mentioned this in my speech earlier. So let's say, for example, you have 1,000 jobs held by foreigners. Then when these 1,000 PME jobs held by foreigners, and when these foreigners becomes PRs, because of the change in status, this 1,000 jobs is now classified under local PMEs.
So it's still the issue about Singaporean-born, others, and so on. Okay. Minister?
Mr. Speaker, sir, Earlier on, I covered it. Perhaps maybe I was too long-winded. I'll just repeat it. During the 6th July ministerial statement, I've already shared that the majority of local PME growth over the last decade went to Singaporeans born in Singapore. I know you want a specific percentage. It's a majority, so it's more than 50%. And this is the same for PMATs. Now, some of the other data points we publish should make it clear that Singaporeans have benefited. So we publish regularly unemployment rates for PRs and citizens. Now, the unemployment rate of citizens has remained stable and low. Now, secondly, the PR population has also remained stable over the past decade at around 500,000 or 500,000. So it is not, and it cannot be the case that most of the employment growth went to PRs.
Yes, but the PRs become citizens, so there's a drop in the PR, and then the new foreigners go in to fill up that PR numbers. So as a whole, the number of citizens plus PRs actually increases. That base increases, and therefore leading to an increase in the number of local PME jobs purely due to reclassification, not job creation. That is my point. I'm not really even making a difference between citizens and PRs. I'm just talking about local, citizens plus PR.
Mr. Speaker, may I respond?
Yes, please.
Ms. Phua, I've said that the majority of the jobs went to local, bred and born Singaporeans. Majority, that means more than 50%. So there's no reclassification. So it's not like as if these PRs became naturalized Singaporeans, right? That majority number are Singaporeans who are born and bred here. So the statistics do not include, for that majority, I mean under that category, do not include those who are not born here.
Okay, maybe let me just clarify, when the majority of the job increase or majority of the PME jobs are held by those born and bred in Singapore?
Majority of the job increase.
I guess the point is that I'm actually very mindful of, and I'm actually trying to also understand the members' question here, but the majority of the jobs created went to Singaporeans.
Mr. Vikram Nair.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the motion standing in the name of the Finance Minister. I also oppose the motion proposed by Mr. Leong Man Wai to the extent that it states free trade agreements like Ceca are responsible for the anxieties created for Singaporeans in relation to jobs. I'm actually quite surprised that Mr. Leong maintains this position, despite the clarifications that have been provided in the last sitting about how free trade agreements like Ceca work. Now, it is common ground that Singaporeans have anxieties about jobs. And as advisor to metal industries workers' unions, I've seen retrenchments take place, and I've seen how businesses cope with difficulties. Now, the usual cause of retrenchments is business difficulties or restructuring. Now, this has nothing to do with free trade agreements. These are business realities. In the course of COVID-19, many industries have suffered as well. Sectors like retail, F&B, and tourism. Even well-known names like Robinsons have folded during this period. Now, the sufferings of all these businesses have nothing to do with free trade agreements. Global businesses are such that business cycles have become much smaller, there's a lot more volatility, and jobs, people may need to change jobs because the world changes. Industries become redundant very quickly. Now, typically in situations where redundancies take place, the reality is that it's usually foreigners who lose their jobs first, as work passes are not renewed. For those Singaporeans who need to be redeployed or reskilled, where industries are unionized, the unions come in to help. So this is how we try to work with Singaporeans with job anxieties. And right now, the job anxieties are only going to get more. Now, for those who retain jobs, especially in this current climate, there are many people who feel pressure working from home as well, because they fear potential redundancies. Maybe the bosses don't know that they're working, so they work longer hours. And I think all of this adds to Singaporeans' anxieties about jobs. But I think as members of this House, we have to be very clear what are the cause of anxieties. Now, what happens if there are situations where foreigners take Singaporeans' jobs? And we've all heard anecdotal evidence of this. The Ministry of Manpower actually has many levers that it does pull in these situations. Currently, companies are required to actually comply with the Fair Consideration Framework, which means that they must give consideration to resident population first before they apply for foreign work passes. And as a lawyer, I've dealt with many companies who've been on the wrong side of this, right, and who have been investigated by MOM and against whom MOM takes actions. So these levers are exercised judiciously. Now, what do free trade agreements have to do with all this? Now, I think it would help, actually, if people understood free trade agreements, and it's clear that Mr. Leong may not even have read the relevant provisions. Now, the primary aim of free trade agreements is the removal of tariffs. Tariffs are taxes imposed on goods being traded. Generally, the higher the tariffs, the less trade takes place as the cost of trading goes up. Reduction of tariffs encourages trade by reducing transaction costs. Now, free trade agreements also usually have provisions to facilitate the transfer of services to flow freely between countries. So consumers and businesses will therefore have choices to purchase goods and services from all over the world, while producers of services can likewise look at more countries for a potential marketplace. Now, related to the aim of improving business between countries, there are also bilateral and multilateral investment agreements. Now, typically, these are a different species of agreements. These agreements usually permit countries to invest in each other, and the host country would provide protections for such investments, such as not to expropriate them. And for those of you who've read about the more tumultuous past, there are many situations where foreign investors go into a country, and because of political turmoil, those investments may get expropriated. So multilateral investment treaties provide that kind of minimum protection. Now, some treaties go further. They have clauses that provide most favored nation status, which means that we will give this country the same provisions it gives to any other trading country. So against this backdrop, Ceca is primarily a free trade agreement that allows goods and services to flow freely between India and Singapore. It has some clauses that protect investments, and this includes protections against expropriation in Chapter 6. Now let's come to Chapter 9 of Ceca. This is where Mr. Leong, I think, has found the language on free movement of persons. Now, there is language here on the free movement of persons, but what it allows is the free movement of persons for temporary purposes. This is primarily to facilitate people wishing to visit one country or another for business purposes. So I am part of Raja and Tan's South Asia desk, and I have a number of clients from India. So generally, if any of them wish to visit Singapore, they will need a sponsor from Singapore to indicate they are visiting for business purposes when they apply for a visa. And on this basis, they may be granted a visa to visit. Now, the same applies for people who wish to visit for investments. And the same thing applies if Singaporeans wish to visit India. So this facilitates the free movement of people to do business. Does this take away jobs? No. Does this create jobs? Potentially, yes, because more people are coming here to do business. More businesses start up here. More businesses service other parts of the world. Now, Chapter 9 of Ceca does not change anything in relation to citizenship, permanent residence, and long-term employment. And this is very express in Clause 9.2. So this means Singapore retains full discretion on who it admits. right? The drivers for our long-term employment policies are our needs, as Dr. Tan See Leng has explained very clearly in his ministerial statement. Now, if it is felt we do not need that many people in a particular sector, or that Singaporeans can do the jobs, it is already within our power to do this, and Ceca does not change this. So what really is Mr. Leong trying to achieve with this motion? Ceca is just one out of 26 free trade agreements that we have. Why focus on this one? Is it simply to target Indian nationals? Or worse, people of Indian ethnicity? It is clear that anxieties about jobs relate to structural issues that have nothing to do with Ceca. At the same time, Ceca potentially helps to create jobs for people by facilitating investments and trade. Now, according to MTI, some 97,000 locals were employed in 2019 by organizations that invested in India. So if people in this House who have the ability and should research and look into things before coming, I think, do their homework, we will probably be in a situation where we have clarity on these issues. Now, I've heard feedback from many people in the Indian community about discomfort they are feeling with the current anti-Ceca stance being perpetuated, which is a thinly veiled attack against Indians. Even the leader of the opposition has acknowledged it's a dog whistle in some corners. Many in Singapore's Indian community also get caught up and mistaken in this anti-foreigner torrent. Now, in some ways, I can understand why members of the public may have mistaken beliefs that treaties like Ceca are causing foreigners to take their jobs. Essentially, they may be feeling job pressures and job losses, particularly during a pandemic. At the same time, they may see many foreigners, including Indian nationals, having jobs. But these jobs are in different sectors, and these jobs, if the Singaporeans are eligible for them, they should apply for them. And if they're not given fair consideration, they can report to the MOM, and MOM will take action against the employers. So I think it's important for us to help solve misunderstandings and make it clear that, even though there are foreigners who have jobs, they're not getting it by virtue of free trade agreements like Ceca. Now, Mr. Leong also talked about the white paper and said that this was a paper that proposed allowing foreigners to come into Singapore. Now, I was actually in this House when the white paper was being debated. And again, if you read the white paper, it says very expressly, we cannot allow in an unlimited number of foreign workers. We do not want to be overwhelmed by more foreign workers than we can absorb, or to expand our total population beyond what our island is able to accommodate. So if you look at the white paper properly, it is really a very balanced paper that looks at Singapore's long-term needs and what foreigners and how many foreigners we can accommodate within that framework. Now, against this backdrop, I think to me it is very clear that Ceca and free trade agreements really have nothing to do with the anxieties Singaporeans face about jobs. There are very real anxieties Singaporeans face, and the way to address those is to make sure we continue to create new jobs and be an attractive place for investments to come in. Now, I'm also one of those who agrees that we should have protection for Singaporeans, and as one of those who also spoke in favor of the anti-discrimination laws, which I'm glad are coming into force. So this will give an additional lever. So currently, MOM already has the power to take away work passes for foreign workers, for employers who engage in discriminatory practices. What a potential anti-discrimination law would do is also give the aggrieved individual a personal right, a personal remedy. So to me, this is one more additional measure to prevent employers exercising discrimination. Now, let me, in closing, also address the amendment put forward by the Leader of the Opposition, Mr. Pritam Singh. I think I'm glad that the Workers' Party does seem to have a lot of common ground with us. I think they've stated expressly that they agree free trade agreements are important for Singapore's future. And he's also acknowledged that Ceca has been used as a dog whistle in some corners for racist behavior. But I will have to stop short of supporting the amendments and would actually be objecting to them. Now, the main reason I'm objecting to the amendments is, firstly, I think they change the substance of the motion. This motion is a very clear one, the two motions before this House. Mr. Leong's motion claims that Singaporeans' job anxieties are caused by free trade agreements like Ceca. The minister's motion is quite different. It focuses on the measures we need to take to deal with Singaporeans' anxieties and denounces the link to Ceca and free trade agreements. Now, I think what Mr. Singh is really trying to do is to include one of his pet topics, I think, a request for more information into this debate, which is really quite different from what the core of this debate is. The First Amendment, of course, where I think is changing the word supports government action to calls for stronger government action, also has an insinuation that the government is not doing enough. Now, I personally don't think this is fair to the hard work done by the people in the Ministry of Manpower, who I know are bending over backwards to enforce and take measures to support the local employment. So I do not agree with that amendment. The second amendment, to proactively release information on jobs and employment prospects of Singaporeans, there is actually a great deal of information out there already. There's quarterly labor market data, advanced market data coming out with breakdowns of Singaporeans and foreigners employed. So, I think an insinuation that there isn't adequate information out there is something I cannot support. In relation to free trade agreements, there is the agreements themselves out there in the public domain, which anyone can read, but I think very few do, except perhaps a few people like us lawyers. But that information is out there. There's information on the MTI website that simplifies the benefits of free trade agreement for people. And of course, if more information is needed, if a debate is needed on the costs and benefits, we can always have motions in Parliament. So in my view, I don't think the amendment is necessary because it insinuates that there isn't enough information out there and we can't make sensible decisions with the available information. So, Mr. Speaker, for that reason, I will not be supporting the amendment. Thank you.
Ms. Janet Ang.
Mr. Speaker, let me declare that I am a council member of Singapore Business Federation. I have spent 37 years in the ICT industry, and I was a foreign worker myself, 3 years in Japan and 8 years in China. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the privilege to join in the debate on the subject of jobs, livelihoods, and foreign talent. I have shared previously in this chamber my views of the imperative of free trade agreements for Singapore businesses. The FTA network, which Singapore has established, including the more recent digital economic agreements, offer a key tool for businesses to expand into new markets, enhancing accessibility of different markets. And I quote Mr. Lam Yi Yang, CEO of SBF, who wrote in a July article, "Trade is Singapore's lifeline, and it is imperative that we remain open and connected to the world." We are a country built by immigrants. But Singapore has gone from third world to the first by recognizing that though we are an island, it is imperative that we cannot behave like one. We need to be relevant to the global economy. And when I did research of all the rankings that's out there, in almost every competitiveness ranking report for the most innovative cities in the world's best global cities, the world's most competitive economy, this is what I found. A city's ability to attract talented human capital, to generate economic growth, increase competitiveness, and ensure stability and security are key factors that make the difference. Singapore, though just a little red dot, is ranked amongst the top 10 in many of these lists. The concentration of quality talent is invariably a key factor for outperformers, whether they are companies or cities. Singapore's highly educated workforce, enabled by world-class university communities here, coupled with our ability to attract diversity of global talent, has helped us maintain our competitiveness and attract large multinational companies to expand in Singapore and startups to plant their seeds of innovation here. In dialogues which I had with TACs and chambers throughout the year, it is almost unanimous, I could say unanimous, that Singapore must maintain our open foreign talent policy. To quote Mr. Farid Khan, President of the Singapore Malay Chamber of Commerce, Singapore must accept diversity and remain open and transparent in our foreign talent policy, even as we scale up the number of graduates from IHLs majoring in key disciplines where we have supply-demand gaps: information technology, cybersecurity, software engineering, and the like." Unquote. Now, in the same breath, all agree that companies, both global MNCs and Singapore companies, need to implement fair practices in the workplace. They demonstrated their commitment with a pledge in January earlier this year. And Mr. Per Menuson tells me that the Singapore International Chamber of Commerce has focused on operationalizing the intent of the pledge by doing a pilot of orientation programs for newcomers to Singapore. But of course, alas, industry-wide, it is still work in progress. Now, we might think that foreign talents are needed only by the MNCs, but that's not true. Dr. T. Chandru, chairman of the Singapore Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, shared with me an example in the built environment industry. BIM, or BIM, Building Information Modeling. Okay, so BIM professionals were in high demand for their competencies and skills early last year, or in recent years. However, positions such as BIM manager, project manager, and architectural manager had to be filled by foreigners or outsourced to foreign companies because Singaporean architects and engineers were not sufficiently exposed to the convergence of these technologies with traditional engineering and architectural disciplines. The foreign talents were proficient in visualizing building information models and AutoCAD, and likewise in the engineering domain, there is an increasing need for employees to have multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary skill sets. Businesses that have secured contracts from clients can't wait for a critical mass of Singaporeans to be trained before they can service the contracts. So foreign talents hence provide a good complement as our Singaporean core upskill and reskill for the changing demands. Now, notwithstanding that I am a NUS alumni, I must say that NUS' bold move in transforming curriculum structures, for example, setting up the new College of Design and Engineering to prepare future Singapore workforce who will be interdisciplinary, broad-based critical thinkers and problem solvers in a VUCA world. VUCA being volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous, is exactly what industry expects of our world-class universities: to lead the way of change, to secure our workforce relevance in the new normal. Now, Mr. Roland Ng, president of the Singapore Chinese Chamber of Commerce, recently wrote an opinion piece in Jiao Bao, and I'm very happy Minister Tan actually read it in Chinese just now. He shared that while companies are committed to do all they can to transform their business model, redesign jobs, offer training and upskilling, reskilling opportunities to locals, there remain a near to medium-term structural issue. That is, locals continue to shun certain jobs. For example, physically strenuous jobs, jobs that require shift work, workplaces in remote locations. There are certain deep-seated negative stereotypes of jobs which Singaporeans seem to not want to take on, or perhaps I should say that Singaporean parents do not want their kids to take on. Now, these jobs, however, are critical and essential to our economy. Such jobs can be found in both domestic sector, like the built environment and construction, as well as export sector. For example, a considerable number of foreign manpower worked in our food manufacturing sector that exports about 60% of its manufacturing output to overseas markets. Without continued access to foreign workers, companies in these essential sectors will not be able to function, to stay viable and thrive. And hence, even the jobs of the locals in those companies will be threatened and, by extension, impact the wider economy. Without access to foreign workers to take on work that locals do not want to do, it will affect the export readiness and competitiveness of Singapore brands. I spoke to Dr. Sian Sian Lei, CEO of AmCham Singapore, and she shared with me a preview of the soon-to-be-released 2021 AmCham Manpower Survey of member companies. 64% of respondents looking to hire Singaporeans for senior-level jobs, managers and above, are finding that candidates lack relevant skills, and 53% of respondents report candidates lack necessary work experience. So meanwhile, in order to fill these gaps, companies need to bring in qualified foreign talent who can do the job and also support the training and development of high-potential local talent, especially in areas such as technical knowledge and global markets. This feedback is pretty consistent with other TACs and chambers. So critical for Singapore is to understand what are the relevant skills and work experience that employers are looking for, and to be willing to step up to learn and to reskill, as well as to lean in to express our interest in picking up the new skills and our readiness to pick up the relevant work experiences. If we do not unleash our voice to compete for the job, we have no one else to blame. Asking, "Who has moved my cheese?" will not help. Go get the cheese. Be humble and learn from the foreign talent coach, and do not hesitate to ask the boss for that job when you are done learning. Why you? Because you are always ready to learn and will do the job even better than your foreign talent coach. And who knows, your foreign talent coach may get promoted in headquarters and bring you along as he rise or she rise in his or her career. There are many such heartwarming stories during the 30 years of my career. It does take two hands to clap. Everything starts, in my opinion, with the right frame of mind and attitude. Now, that said, during the COS, I did highlight that in engaging with the MNCs in particular, I hope that MTI and EDB, who are the ones the MNCs work with in the up front, will lean in on them to really recognize the value of the Singapore talent as the foundation of their business success. While it is very good to have MOM come in to police and to check, when it's at the policing end, it's always not so much fun, all right? When we start it right, that's always the best. So, if Singapore hopes to continue to secure good jobs and livelihoods for Singaporeans into the future, we need to continue to be amongst the best of global cities in the world. The alternative is to fall off to the wayside. For a moment, consider what that alternative might look like. We no longer are a hub for human capital and therefore lose our edge in attracting foreign direct investment. Without a melting pot of talents, innovations will likely be dry. And without innovation, the investments into the best-in-class infrastructure will not be funded. The businesses no longer find Singapore attractive for their hub activities, and the list continues to spiral downward. At that point, we will not be debating as to whether having foreign talent in our workforce is a good thing or not, but the debate would shift to how do we stop the brain drain of our younger Singaporeans who, in the absence of good jobs and good opportunities in a Singapore that has become unplugged from the global network, will need to leave their country in pursuit of better opportunities for themselves and their families elsewhere. The future of that Singapore in that story will be a sad one. We have watched this movie before. And as if this is not nightmarish enough, with Singapore's total fertility rate being in decline for a few decades and hitting a low of 1.1 in 2020, we will see the decline in the size of the Republic's working population. I have 4 daughters, so I can say this loudly. Let's make sure that we don't ever come close to this alternate state being a reality. Mr. Speaker, I hope that with humility, with pride, and with solidarity as Singaporeans, we will be a resilient nation. And as PM said in his NDR closing, we have done it before, we can do it again. I support Minister Lawrence Wong's motion.
SMS Siman.
Yi Zhang 先生 please allow me to speak in Mandarin, Mr. Speaker. 议长先生，感谢您允许我参与这场辩论。外籍员工对我国经济与人民的影响，最近又成了热门话题。这个课题并不新鲜，外籍员工占我国总体劳动力的1/3，许多行业都有外籍人员的参与。就事论事的评论外籍员工对社会所带来的利与弊是很正常的。不过，过去1-2年的讨论焦点似乎有所转移，开始有矛头指向新加坡和各国签订的自由贸易协定，更有人声称新加坡印度自由贸易协定简称 Ceca 允许印度籍白领人员大量涌入新加坡，损害了新加坡白领员工的利益。不难注意到，新加坡前进党的代表尤其热衷于提倡这种观点。7月6日，王以康部长、陈诗龙部长在国会发言中对这种观点做出了彻底的反驳与澄清。王部长明确指出 ，Ceca 并不允许来自印度的白领员工自由进入新加坡。陈部长也声明，在金融、资讯科技这些热门行业中，尽管持有白领工作准证的外籍人员有所增加，但本地白领工作岗位增加的更多。今天，新加坡前进党的梁文辉先生和潘群琴女士又提出了一项有关就业问题的动议，还特意点名 Ceca， 仿佛7月6日的辩论完全没有发生过。看来，新加坡前进党对2位部长的发言充耳不闻。新加坡前进党惯用打游击的方式，通过国会询问、社交媒体，提一些围绕着员工国籍、劳动力结构的问题。到了真正交锋时，他们曾经表示同意政府的经济策略，转眼又变卦了。今天我听了2位的发言，基本感觉是晕头转向，越听越乱。里面包含着很多的矛盾，比方说梁先生，他一开头说 Ceca 并不是他今天发言的重点，可是那为什么 Ceca 又在他的动议题目里面呢？而且在回答尚木根部长的提问时，答不出来的时候，他又要求要更多的信息。我想可能我们永远也弄不清楚新加坡前进党在这个课题上的真正立场，但这其实不是最关键的。我不相信多数国人会认同那些全盘否定我国经济发展策略的论点。不过，就业课题确实牵动着大众的神经线，尤其因为数码化和自动化等大趋势对经济结构和技能需求造成很大的变化，再加上冠病疫情对大家的生计所造成的长远影响， 社会上难免会有一些焦虑和不安。我想人们并不是特别关心政府要如何接梁先生和潘女士的招，而更关心政府是否了解并如何解决人们心中存在的一些合理的疑虑。我认为可以归类成以下4个疑问：第一，如果政府真的优先考虑新加坡公民的利益，那为什么还要引进那么多外籍员工来与新加坡竞争？要是外籍上司和同事排挤我、歧视我，政府要如何为我讨回公道？在职场上面临竞争压力。第二，在职场上面临竞争压力，担心被别人取代的新加坡白领员工，特别是中年白领员工的心声，政府听到了吗？第三，新加坡的竞争力和吸引力不是超强的吗？即便进一步限制外籍员工进入我国，跨国公司还是会送上门来的，不是吗？政府总是说不能够过度限制外籍员工进入新加坡，到底是不能还是不肯？第四，新加坡政府是不是特别偏好、特别青睐来自印度的白领？让我们来考虑第一个疑问：政府为什么允许那么多外籍员工来与新加坡人竞争？要是外籍上司或同事对我不公平，政府要如何为我主持公道？议长先生，政府多年来专心致志发展经济，就是要为新加坡人争取更好的工作、更好的生活。这是一场永无止境的国际竞争。所谓逆水行舟，不进则退。我们不能单靠过去建立起来的竞争优势，还得不断想方设法捕捉新的增长点，吸引外来投资，壮大本土企业，通过正规教育和终身学习，让本地劳动队伍保持高水平的竞争力，适当的引进外籍人员，以弥补本地劳动力的短缺。这是全套的经济发展策略，环环相扣，缺一不可。国人对这套经济策略，尤其是其中打造经济枢纽的方针，是耳熟能详的。这个方针主要是借助跨国企业的力量，鼓励他们在新加坡设立据点，尤其是东南亚、亚太乃至是全球总部，从而为国人带来更多优质的就业机会，并扩大就业选择。要实现这套经济策略，除了要有一支受良好教育、勤奋苦干的本地劳动队伍，也必须允许企业招聘一些外籍人员。首先是弥补本地劳动队伍在人数方面的不足。第二，我们谈到要让这些企业成立区域总部或全球总部，这些总部一般都由熟悉各个市场的主管和人才组成，国际来源是多元化的，所以这些外籍人员和本地员工的关系既有互补，也有一些竞争。我国经济总量不断扩大，但土生土长的本地人人数无法同步增长，所以许多企业招聘越来越多来自海外的人员，本地人自然而然的也感觉竞争越来越激烈。政府希望本地员工在这样的环境中可以享有良好的就业环境和事业前景。要如何实现这个目标呢？首先要从多方面提高国人的竞争能力，发展完善和多元化的正规教育体系，适时根据市场需求更新课程内容，并且将工作体验纳入课时，为每一批毕业生进入职场做好充分的准备。接下来也要对终身学习大量的投入，通过技能创前程旗下的一系列措施，鼓励人们学习新技能，具备升职甚至是转换跑道的条件。此外，政府也管控企业招聘的外籍人员，包括白领外籍人员，并遏制不公平的行为。这就包括了按照年龄设立并调整就业准证，这是 Employment Pass， 我们一般简称 EP， 调整就业准证的最低工资，鼓励企业引进具备一定价值的外籍员工，与本地人互补，减少企业引进低薪外籍白领直接与本地员工进行成本竞争的情况。再者，要求企业遵照劳资政公平与良好雇佣联盟准则框架，简称 TAFEP， 在聘用外籍员工之前，必须先公平考虑本地求职者。政府也格外注意那些偏向于聘用任何一国员工的企业，如果发现有某一国人员过度集中的情况，就可能会被列入公平考量框架监督名单，面临更多聘请外籍人员方面的限制。就算企业在以上几个方面成功过关，我们也严肃看待在这些企业上班的国人可能碰到的一些不公现象，例如外籍上司偏袒与自己同样国籍的员工，忽略本地员工的贡献。我们知道，要是在自己的国土上吃外国人的闷亏，本地人肯定会觉得格外的委屈。既然引进外籍人员的初衷是为了让国人能够享有更好的就业机会，政府就绝不可能坐视不理。人力部如果获得这一类的举报，会按照劳资政公平与良好雇佣联盟准则框架认真调查，放任这种不公行为的企业也必须承担一定的后果。这些机制虽然没有公开，但在本地营运的企业都知道它们的存在。正如总理在国庆群众大会上所透露的，跨国公司总部的主管也很在意新加坡的分公司是否因为在培养善待本地人才方面做得不足，而被政府部门盯上。合理的规范企业行为，政府是责无旁贷的。议长先生，政府采取开放经济策略的初衷是为了让国人享有更多更好的经济果实。虽然外籍人员已经成为了总劳动力中不可或缺的一部分，但政府绝不会放任企业无限地引进外籍人员，也不允许企业歧视本地员工。政府对于技能培训的投入基本上限于本地员工。为了应付冠病疫情所带来的经济冲击而推出的各项个人或是家庭的援助计划，也只限于本地人。冠病疫情爆发至今，对全球造成的经济影响不可估量。但是在2020年，尽管新加坡全国缩减了166600个工作岗位，本地就业者却增加了14900人。换句话说，我国所遭受的经济冲击很大一部分是由外籍人员所承受，而本地人的就业情况则相对稳定。况且，白领工作空缺仍然存在，可见新加坡员工的利益始终是政府的首要考量。我们来考虑第二个疑问，那就是中年白领员工的心声，政府听到了吗？人到中年这4个字，时常用来概括中年人面临的种种生活压力和无奈。1982年，中国出了一部改编自同名小说的电影，就叫做《人到中年》。我第一次看这部电影的时候，年纪很小，没完全看懂，只大略的感觉主人翁生活得很辛苦。中年是一个令人烦恼、危机四伏的人生阶段。一般上，中年定义为45至65岁。我现在已步入中年，我的朋友们和我所服务的居民当中，很多也是中年人。放眼四座，国会里的议员们，我想多数也属于中年。人到中年所代表的一切，我自己有体验，我相信在座的各位也很熟悉。中年人上有年迈的父母，下有尚未独立的子女，工作上除了要应付上司和客户的要求，也要在全球化的竞争、 科技日新月异的情况下，不断地跟上时代，自我提升。随着年龄的增长，我们的体能和体力也不如年轻的时代，轻则戴上老花眼镜，重则健康亮起红灯，这会造成另外一种压力。政府是特别关注中年员工的，包括中年白领的整体就业情况。白领员工的就业情况在90年代相对稳定，因为当时他们占劳动力的少数。现在经济结构已经发生很大的变化，新加坡也已经转型成为知识型经济。随着知识型企业的增加，白领员工也从总劳动力当中的少数变成大多数。在市场经济里，企业的兴衰循环是很正常的。更多白领员工会亲身体验企业重组、关闭和新企业的诞生，换雇主甚至是转行的情况也将会更为普遍。尽管如此，本地白领失业率向来控制在低水平。不过，自2015年，我们观察到50岁以上的本地白领人士的失业率开始高于总体的失业率，开始高于总体白领的失业率。这是一个结构性的趋势，反映了数码化进程以及市场对员工技能要求的快速转变。一些中年白领人员的职务由于数码化、自动化而被淘汰，取而代之的是需要数码相关技能的新工作。我们需要采取的是结构性的解决方案，而不是简单的遏制外籍人员进入新加坡。政府是通过多管齐下的方式，协助中年白领人员掌握新技能，快速返回职场。2015年推出的技能创前程，其实就是一个向中年人倾斜的计划。和刚毕业的年轻人不一样，中年人离开校园已久，他们更需要终身学习。技能创前程更在去年推出针对中年白领的中年专业援助配套，年龄介于40至60岁的国人也可以获得额外的技能创前程补助，享有更多的培训机会。劳动力局所推行的事业辅导和就业配对计划，焦点集中在中年以上的员工，这也是由尚达曼资政领导的全国就业理事会的工作重点。所以，在职场方面，中年人的压力是政府的政策考量的一个重点。此外，人到中年的压力除了来自职场，也来自家庭方面的负担。政府近年来推出的许多政策，也对舒缓中年人面对的种种压力起到一定的效果。这就包括提高学前教育补贴、中小学生经济支援、高等学府补贴和助学金额，这些都可以减轻家长的负担。此外，在医疗方面推出建国一代配套、立国一代配套、终身健保、终身护保等医疗方面的支援，一方面减轻中年人照顾年迈父母的负担，一方面也减轻年纪稍大的中年人自己可能需要的医疗费用。所以政府是重视中年白领员工的心声的，他们是政策考量的主要对象之一。现在我们来考虑第3个疑问：进一步限制外籍员工进入我国，难道就真的会赶跑企业？议长先生，打造一个国际贸易中心、金融枢纽是耗时耗力的任务。我国虽然有一些竞争优势，但也有一些明显的局限，主要是人力十分有限，人力成本也高。所以我们所面对的国际形势可以说是前有强敌，后有追兵。如果不是我们已经成立了一定规模的外向型经济，恐怕现在也没有条件进一步管制外籍员工。我们自然希望继续维护本地求职者的利益。接下来，政府还会进一步立法，把劳资政公平与良好雇佣联盟准则框架变成法律，进一步遏制 职场上的不公行为。这是政府在听取公运代表与参与职总的议员们的建议后，深思熟虑的决定。我很高兴听到何庭如女士也注意到了这项计划。但是管制外籍员工的政策，政府需要拿捏得当。刚才官委议员洪月霞女士其实也对于，如果我们一不小心在这个政策拿捏的过程当中，如果失了分寸，不堪设想的后果，她描述的十分的具体，也非常的生动。华人有句俗话，请神容易送神难。在发展经济和招揽跨国公司方面，恰好是相反的，是赶走容易，请来难。无论是在新加坡发展的跨国企业，还是本地企业，很多都向政府反映，希望放宽对外籍员工聘用的管制，让他们松一口气。政府虽然体恤他们的处境，但是我们还是必须优先考虑新加坡员工的利益。瑞士机构 IMD 最新一轮的国际竞争力排行榜上，新加坡的排名由第1降至第5，其中原因是新加坡在几个竞争力的组成部分的排行有所下调，这就包括对全球化的接受度、熟练员工的供应，以及我们的移民政策是否方便企业聘请外籍员工。虽然说总体表现还是好的，但这也显示了国际竞争的激烈。企业的流失会对新加坡员工带来最为长远的负面影响。管控外籍员工是必要的，但是政府也必须谨慎行事，不应该冒进。再三的呼吁加强管控外籍员工，也许可以赢得一些共鸣，但是这种呼声一旦变质，成为一股排外的情绪，就很可能会打击企业对于在新加坡投资创业的热忱，这会直接的影响我国竞争力，对新加坡人的前途造成威胁。所以刚才潘群琴女士和陈诗龙部长之间的一番问答，其实也让我感到十分的担忧，因为他们的问答围绕着这个新加坡公民员工里面土生土长员工的成分。我自己也是土生土长的新加坡人，我看到土生土长的新加坡人有骄人的成就，我心里也是感到特别的高兴，这是很自然的。首先，土生土长的新加坡人，我们之间有共同的回忆，我们感到十分的亲切，十分的亲近，所以你有好的成就，我感到特别高兴，这是人之常情。第二，新加坡国家这么小，我们的人口这么少，我们能够在经济方面、在创业方面、创新方面、体育方面、艺术方面，如果能有一些国际上能够看得到的成就，那是多么不容易的一件事。所以我们的那种高兴和自豪是毋庸置疑的，这是非常自然的。可是如果我们的这种自豪感发生变质，当我们看到一个人表现好的时候，我们不是先去恭贺他，或者是为他高兴，我们先要问你是什么国籍？你是新加坡公民吗？问完了还要问你是不是土生土长的人。那我觉得我们的这个社会上的一些风气已经开始在变质了。议长先生，几天前我受新加坡交响乐团的邀请，我去出席了交响乐团和联合早报合办的一场音乐会，叫做乐享时光。这个音乐会里面呢，主要的表演者是交响乐团的首席笛手金塔先生。我去到这个音乐会，金塔先生他在台上演奏着十分优美的笛声，我满脑子想着今天的辩论，所以在这里我要对金塔先生说很抱歉。其实他在那边吹奏，我想的是，金塔先生他是一个这么杰出的音乐家，他是有这么 杰出的这个音乐成就的这样子的一位人才。我不知道说每个人是不是会真心的享受他的音乐，会不会有人觉得说，不知道金塔先生他的原生地是哪里，那么根据他的原生地再来评论他对于音乐或者是对于我国、对于我们交响乐团的贡献。我满脑子想着这些事情。那么音乐会结束之后，新加坡交响乐团的总裁庄学鹏先生，他是我的老同行，他问我对于音乐会的评价，我很坦诚地跟他说我心里的想法。庄总说：“你知道吗？我身为新加坡交响乐团的总裁，人家问我最频繁的一个问题就是，你们交响乐团里面的演奏者有多少是新加坡公民？”他说我回答了，大部分是新加坡公民。可是问的人还会追问，有多少是土生土长的新加坡公民？由此可见，这种划分其实在我们的社会里是有一定的市场的，不管是在经济领域、在艺术领域、在体育领域，都会听到有人问这样子的一种问题。可是我想说的是，古人有一句话：“英雄不问出处。”如果我们变成英雄必问出处，其实我们会陷入一种无法自拔的思路，这是一条不归路，而且其实也不太符合逻辑。我们想想，当然看到新加坡土生土长人有成就，我们十分的高兴。可是如果有人愿意到新加坡来同我们并肩作战，一起奋斗，那么他如果是在企业的话，他是为新加坡的客户服务。他如果是上市公司的总裁或者是老板，他为新加坡的股民赚钱。那他如果是从事医疗行业、医护行业，他为新加坡的年长者提供关怀、提供医疗服务。他如果是教育行业的，他为我们的新加坡的下一代进行培育。那其实这难道不也是我们应该感到高兴的一件事情吗？现在全世界的人才，他们都有很多的选择，他不到别的地方，来到新加坡，这不也是新加坡的一种成功吗？所以在这里，我想说的就是，如果我们秉着英雄必问出处的这种想法，其实不用等别人来同我们竞争，我们就自己先打败自己了。还有，不要忘了，冠病疫情已经加速了全球居家办公的进程。人们既然可以居家办公，自然就可以远程办公，也可以跨国办公。需要聘用外籍人员的企业也看到远程聘用的好处，这对新加坡经济和新加坡员工代表了另一种竞争。在这个关键时刻，我想我们更应该积极地维护，而不是削弱我国经济的竞争实力。接下来，我想谈谈 Ceca。王以康部长和陈诗龙部长已经很详尽地澄清，新加坡印度自贸协定 Ceca 里面自然人流动 （Movement of Natural Persons） 的章程对于印度籍员工进入新加坡并没有太大的实际作用。根据 Ceca 中企业内部调动条例进入我国的印度白领员工人数很有限。在辩论过程中，这是7月6日的辩论过程中，梁文辉先生表示，他与潘群琴女士是支持自贸协定的。听了部长的发言后，他接受新加坡人的饭碗并没有作为自贸协定的谈判筹码而被牺牲掉。他也同意新加坡人的利益是受到照顾的。尽管如此，梁先生和潘女士今天所提出来的动议又出现了自贸协定如 Ceca 中有关自然人流动条约对新加坡人所带来的广泛焦虑等字眼。我们且不论新加坡前进党一而再再而三地把矛头指向 Ceca 有什么意图，我想今天我们就算苦口婆心地重复回答，恐怕也没有什么用。我们就干脆直截了当地解答第4个疑问：新加坡政府是不是对印度籍员工有什么特殊的偏好？欢迎越来越多印度人进入新加坡工作生活，与新加坡人，尤其是本地的白领竞争。来自印度的白领近年来确实有增加， 陈世龙部长透露，来自印度的白领人员在就业准证 EP 持有者中所占的比例，从2005年的1/7增至2020年的1/4。某些行业，特别是金融和数码资讯科技行业，吸收了许多来自印度的员工。来自印度的白领也在一些私人住宅区聚居。这些转变可能让一些本地人觉得很不习惯。印度白领来到新加坡是为了生活，他们没有理由冒犯本地人。不过，在生活习惯、工作风格、言谈举止方面，可能无法在短期内融入。也有个别印度籍白领的不良行为，通过社交媒体的放大，让原本心里就不太舒服的民众感觉更不好。我国多年来强调种族和谐，大多数人都尽量回避谈论种族或国籍，却不能排除有些人心里有所怀疑：政府为什么这么欢迎印度人？郑斌辉先生今年5月份在《联合早报》发表了一篇读者来信，题目是“我本将心托明月，奈何明月照沟渠”，就把这种想法用一种比较婉转的方式表达出来。他的文章大意是：新加坡政府似乎对印度人特别友好，但是这一番好意却似乎没有什么回报。这一切值得吗？他的文章里有提到和疫情的一些情况，不过也包括在职场上一些印度籍白领的一些不良行为。不是每个人都有郑先生的文笔，所以有一些人怕一不小心涉及种族主义言论，造成不必要的误会，就把疑问憋在心里，这就为别有用心的人制造了空间，推销以批评 Ceca 为主题的各种言论。一般公众可能不知道，也不在乎 Ceca 的细节，只知道这是一个和印度有关的自贸协定，隐约地觉得可能和越来越多印度籍白领的出现有直接关联，所以质疑 Ceca 的观点变得很有市场。很快的 ，Ceca 成了印度人的代号，也成了一些具种族主义色彩言论的掩护。其实，新加坡政府对来自印度或任何国家的人员都没有偏好。我们要的是打造金融和数码资讯科技枢纽，为国人创造更高质量的就业环境。印度又恰恰是这2个行业的人员输出大国，尤其是数码资讯科技行业，全球出产相关人员最多的国家是中国和印度。印度培养出来的资讯科技人员不仅数量大，也通晓英语。中国的数码科技业发展神速，国内市场庞大，足以大量的吸收相关的人力。现在新加坡等地方聘请得到的中国籍资讯科技人员相对少了，所以任何一个以英语为商业用语，又想发展金融、数码资讯科技枢纽的国家，都能看到很多来自印度的外籍员工。美国的矽谷、纽约、英国的伦敦都是如此。之前已经提到，根据 Ceca 企业内部调动的相关条例，进入新加坡的印度籍白领不多，绝大多数都是由雇主通过一般程序申请EP 就业准证进入我国的。换句话说，就算 Ceca 不存在，光凭我国想要打造金融资讯科技枢纽的策略，进入新加坡工作的印度白领很可能还是同样多。我国也很努力培养本地金融和资讯科技人才，让他们能在这2个吃香的行业里大展拳脚。2005年至2020年，资讯科技行业里新增加的工作岗位中，本地白领员工占35000个，外籍白领员工占25000个，是本地人居多。在金融行业里新增加的工作岗位中，本地白领员工占85000个，外籍白领员工占2万个。 不仅本地人居多，而且是外籍员工的4倍。既然如此，那本地企业还需要聘请那么多的印度籍员工吗？刚才谈到，印度是金融和资讯科技行业人员输出大国，本地大专学府2020年招募的资讯科技学生总数大约是7600人。根据一项 OECD 的报告，印度在2015年培养出来的资讯科技人员多达58万5千人，相差数十倍。这也比许多其他国家培养的 IT 人才来得多。如果我们过度限制企业，让他们在聘请印度籍员工时面临很多的障碍，这些企业就会觉得被绑手绑脚，无法完全施展业务计划，有的甚至会考虑放弃新加坡，去找别的落脚处。由此可见，更多印度籍白领在新加坡工作生活，绝不是因为政府在Ceca谈判中签了什么有损新加坡利益的条约，也不是因为政府对印度籍员工有偏好，是因为我国采取打造金融和数码资讯科技枢纽的经济发展策略。我们也没有理由放弃这个策略，毕竟这2个行业属于全球经济发展中最为蓬勃的行业之列，能为新加坡人制造优质的就业机会。虽然政府对印度籍员工没有偏好，但也绝对没有偏见。签发一批就业准证应该以企业的人力需求为主要考量。我们要注意的是管控持有一批的总人数，以及确保新加坡人是否获得平等待遇，倒不是要针对来自任何一个国家的外籍人员。政府也将持续通过国民融合政策，鼓励外籍员工尊重本地文化，融入我国社会。印度籍的一批就业准证持有者必须符合的申请条件和其他国籍是一样的。无论是哪一个国籍的申请者，我们对滥竽充数的现象也有所防备。至于成为新移民，这和持有EP在新加坡工作生活是两码事。在考虑批准永久居民申请时，政府会很注意保持本地种族比例的稳定；在考虑批准公民申请时，政府会更加谨慎。因此，有不少条件良好的印度籍人员申请永久居民或公民，等了很长时间，都还未获得批准。议长先生，我希望这场辩论可以解开人们心中的谜团，并且充分了解：第一，政府有全套计划帮助本地白领员工保持竞争力，并要求企业公平对待本地员工；第二，政府重视中年白领员工的心声，竭尽所能减缓他们所面对的压力；第三，外籍员工的引进向来都有管制，有必要时政府会管得更紧，但也不能赶跑企业，要不然损失的还是新加坡人民。第四，政府对于来自任何国家的员工，包括印度，都没有任何特殊偏好。我们由始至终服务的对象都是新加坡公民。况且，政府也必须考虑国人各个人生阶段的需求。中年员工的处境是值得重视的，但中年过后就是老年。在一个快速老龄化的社会里，养老、保健对个人、对社会都是庞大的花费。经济如果不发达，人民口袋里没钱，国库空虚，在这种情况下，谁又能安心养老？议长先生，在这里我要谈一谈有关工人党所提出对黄循财部长动议的一些修改。黄循财部长的动议里面有提到支持政府管制外籍员工的政策等字眼。工人党提议把支持改成呼吁政府进一步加强政府管制外籍员工的政策等等。议长先生，我刚才在解答第三个疑问的时候， 已经提到了，为了新加坡人的利益，政府将继续的审时度势，平衡管控外籍劳工的需求，以及保持本地经济的活力。原本的动议就把这个思路也已经捕捉得十分详尽。另外，工人党也提议要加入另外一段文字，呼吁政府发布更多信息。议长先生，我认为我们的这场辩论其实并不缺乏信息。这是刚才新加坡前进党在回答不出问题时候的一种拖延之计。我认为工人党犯不着附和，为这场辩论画蛇添足。因此，政府与人民行动党的议员将会支持黄循财部长所提出的原版动议，我们并不支持工人党所提出的修改。总而言之，议长先生，我提议让我们以比较客观和实事求是的态度，应对发展经济、为新加坡人继续制造就业机会途中难免遇到的挑战，不要被似是而非的言论所疑惑，也不应该动摇我们对于维持开放经济的信念。最重要的是，人民与政府之间继续互信互赖，携手克服眼前的难关，也为我们和下一代打造更坚实的基础和更美好的未来。议长先生，我无法接受梁文辉先生和潘群琴女士所提出的动议，我支持黄循财部长提出的动议。谢谢。
Ms. Hazel Phua.
谢谢议长。刚才沈颖女士提到我与人力部部长的一系列问与答，让她深感担忧。因为我们似乎一直在谈是不是土生土长的新加坡人。我想澄清的一点就是这个土生土长的新加坡人不是我说的，是人力部部长自己自动自发提到这个数据，而且还不止一次。所以我想请问沈颖女士她接下来的一系列发言，表示对这种态度的不耻，是否针对人力部部长呢？
其实潘群琴女士，她不提我还真不想说。其实刚才我们也对新加坡前进党梁文辉先生对于新展银行的总裁 Piyush Gupta 先生他的这个国籍反复的提出这个质疑，我们已经谈论多时。其实在这里我也想说，这位新展银行的总裁先生，我觉得我们需要有一些人来为他们说话，因为质疑在我们有没有新加坡所谓土生土长的银行总裁，其实这种论调就是刚才我所说的进行一种划分。我觉得在这个问题上面我们已经讨论得很清楚了，所以我也建议新加坡前进党不需要此地无银300两。谢谢。
Mr. Saktiandi Supat.
Mr. Speaker, sir. First of all, I would like to declare I'm an employee in a foreign bank in the financial sector. I would like to join the motion by focusing on the related issue of globalization and digitalization. As it relates to the two motions, I think the motion by the Minister for Finance, who actually has elaborated on how FTAs and the efforts by the government to help raise livelihoods and created many quality jobs for Singaporeans. Very stark contrast to PSP's motion by Mr. Leong Man Wai, which casts doubts in some ways on our various FTAs and the various FTAs is mentioned earlier on. So very important, stark contrast. And also I'll talk about how Singaporeans, especially mid-career employees aged 40 to 60, and PMATs in sectors perceived to be affected by foreign talents and students who hope to join the workforce. and how they should take advantage of new opportunities in spite of the current economic environment. First, we have benefited from globalization in many ways in Singapore. Singapore and other countries in the region have reaped substantial dividends from pursuing an export-oriented development strategy. And by opening up our economy via multilateral and bilateral free trade agreements and participating in global value chains, we were able to industrialize and grow rapidly for long periods, and in the process transform into middle or high-income countries like Singapore. Inadvertently, Singapore has also built a reputation as a key hub in Southeast Asia, and in some cases globally, for finance, transshipment activities, business services, transportation, and logistics. We should do our utmost to keep it that way. We also have a robust manufacturing base, which is a key node in the complex value chains that wrap around East Asia. As a global financial center, Singapore is ranked 4th behind only London, New York, and Hong Kong, and ahead of Tokyo in the 2018 Global Financial Centers Index. Total assets under management in Singapore stood at $4.7 trillion in 2020, having increased at around 15 to 17% compound annual growth rate over the previous 5 years. In fact, financial and fintech sectors created 2,500 jobs and are expected to create 6,500 more in 2021, particularly in technology, wealth management, corporate banking, and insurance. So I'm a bit confused when Mr. Leong Man Wai mentioned that over the past 10, 20 years, opportunities for Singaporeans and in various sectors have not improved. Singapore is also a favored location for multinational companies with more than 7,000 operating some form of headquarters in the city-state. It also hosts 4,200 regional headquarter operations. This is considerably more than Hong Kong, with 1,389 regional headquarters, Sydney with 533, Tokyo with 531, and Shanghai with 470. We have many Singaporeans working in these MNCs, some of whom are also in this chamber now. Despite these core strengths, Singapore's economy needs to continue growing. By how much is a matter of debate. Arguably, to remain an attractive, vibrant economic hub, Singapore's economy needs to grow at around 2 to 3% per year, which is feasible for a high-income country like Singapore. The challenge, however, is finding where this growth will come from to continue creating jobs for Singaporeans without coming up with changes to measures or policies that may unravel our long-term growth. In the meantime, for small and open economies, continued engagement with world markets in various ways, including free trade agreements across many countries, including the US, Australia, China, and even India, is not a choice, but an economic imperative. It is because of our persistent belief in free trade and our active engagement with countries that are willing to be equal partners in areas of trade, travel, services, and so on. And in spite of some adjustments to our trade policies over the years, we remain one of the most market-oriented and open economies in the world. So by participating actively in the global economy, we have made it easier to move internationally. And this in turn accelerates the factors for labor mobility, enabling Singaporeans to seek more opportunities and experiences overseas. The discussion so far from the start has been talking also mostly about domestic jobs created for Singaporeans in Singapore, which is valid and which is really something that we should discuss on. But we should also discuss about opportunities for Singaporeans going abroad, and the fact that our discussion today, talking about these two motions, in my view, and also talking to the markets, is very closely watched by the rest of the world. In particular, concerns about our principles about free trade and about our view about foreign talent has an impact on how we are perceived by the rest of the world. As of 2019, the population of Singaporeans living and working overseas stands at over 34,000, and maybe even more. We are sought after in regions of growth such as China, India, Middle East, Malaysia, Vietnam, and Indonesia, and many more countries, I'm sure, because of our skills and bilingualism. That is also because the government has invested in some of these regions and has kept a relatively comfortable stance on foreign talent as a key hub for many sectors. We have to be mindful that any change in stance to foreign talent or signs of xenophobia creeping into our policies will signal to other countries this shift in the markets and inevitably in the long run also have an impact on our future Singaporean workers venturing abroad. With the pandemic, more Singaporean talent abroad have decided to come home, but they have brought back with them highly valued international insights on innovation and culture. As representatives of Singapore, they shared Singaporean work ethic of high efficiency and reliability to the rest of the world, so that Singaporeans will remain sought-after employees. And our policies in Singapore contributed to that, and eventually them coming back home. So globalization allows for different cultures and economic systems around the world to become connected and to integrate with each other because of the influence of large MNCs and of global communication. Yet it takes a certain type of person to truly comprehend this and turn this into an advantage. And I come across a resident which I thought was interesting. The Singapore resident works in an international petroleum trading company in Singapore which trades across Asia, Australia, and Middle East. She said that when the pandemic broke out, the Singapore office was literally the only office that was getting things done. And because of Singapore's multicultural, multilingual characteristics, the multinational staff here were able to help fill the gaps in communications between the other offices. One example she gave was being good with understanding accents, and another was being cognizant to the needs of some international colleagues who needed time off for religious activities and having an adequate support system in place in preparation. Consequently, she also noted the threat of remote working from anywhere in the world casting instability on jobs. While it is important to stay vigilant and humble, Singaporeans have little to fear because we have good international reputation and unique ability to contribute to a global mindset to the employer. But what is clear is that there are other more pertinent and major challenges to our Singaporean jobs in MNCs, such as disruptive technology and digital labor markets, or remote working. So globalization is not only seen in economic activities, it also includes proliferation of technologies where communications and distribution networks are becoming very significant in people's lives. This brings me to my next point on digitalization of the economy. In Singapore, technological adoption is even more urgent in view of the country's aging population and compositional shifts of the labor force over the next decade. The working age population has probably peaked already in 2018-2019, and the resident labor force growth will slow to 0.7% per annum over the next decade, from 1.6% per average between 2011 and 2016. So for Singapore to sustain healthy growth and living standards to continue rising, it must keep leveraging technology to drive productivity growth and new growth areas, such as, for example, in smart energy, healthcare, technology-related sectors. That will constitute part of where the opportunities will lie. The government has taken the lead to create a nationwide movement dedicated to this. Under SG Digital, there is a plethora of programs and grants to help businesses, individuals looking to get into relevant sectors, and a community of people who rely on it for their daily life. So with the increase in digitalization of more industries, it is already creating a global demand for ICT talents and relevant roles in maintaining the security and functionality of these digital systems. And this has contributed to the increase in the number of ICT talents working in Singapore. So the benefits of globalization for small open economies such as Singapore is there, but there are challenges associated with globalization. And Minister Lawrence has highlighted that and a few others here as well. We need to take stock of the current tensions arising from the uneven distributional effects of globalization. We know that, and the potential dislocations posed by new technology. The government has over the past decades taken practical policy measures to mitigate the side effects of globalization and achieve inclusive growth. We should enhance these efforts, and as mentioned in the motion by Minister Lawrence. But at the same time, we need to also be cognizant that we are an economy in transition, facing a demographic, shrinking population issue, rising inequalities, and competitiveness issues as we become a more mature economy. Mr. Speaker, in Malay, please. Salah satu segmen warga Singapura yang menghadapi kesan globalisasi setiap hari adalah pencari kerja pertengahan kerjaya dan pekerja dalam lingkungan usia 40 hingga 60 tahun yang merasa bimbang dengan keadaan pekerjaan semasa dan kecenderungan terhadap digitalisasi. Ini bukan kerana mereka tidak mahu mengambil kemahiran baru. Sebenarnya kebanyakan rakyat Singapura menyedari bahawa belajar kemahiran digital adalah satu-satunya jalan ke hadapan. Menurut tinjauan baru-baru ini, 98% responden berusia antara 56 dan 65 tahun percaya pada peningkatan kemahiran dan peningkatan kemahiran untuk tetap relevan. program SG United Mid-Career Pathways telah diperluas dan dipertingkatkan untuk memenuhi permintaan. Saya berharap dapat meminta pemerintah untuk berkongsi mengenai rancangan jangka panjang program ini dan meningkatkannya dengan kemas kini atau kajian semula, dan sama ada kita akan melihat pelbagai pekerjaan dan peranan lebih besar. Dengan program Tech Skills Accelerator atau TESA yang dilancarkan pada tahun 2016, terdapat kursus-kursus untuk mereka dalam kerjaya pertengahan atau mid-career tanpa pengalaman yang relevan untuk melatih mereka menjadi software developer, menganalisis data dan pereka UX. Syarikat berteknologi besar antarabangsa seperti Google dan IBM serta majikan tempatan telah bergabung untuk menyediakan kursus dan latihan traineeship. Antara April 2016 dan September 2020, TESA menempatkan lebih dari 7,000 warga Singapura ke pekerjaan teknologi. Saya berharap dapat melihat rancangan pemerintah untuk meningkatkan ketersediaan program latihan dan penempatan kerjaya pertengahan untuk sektor teknologi, terutama bagi pencari kerja pertengahan kerjaya yang mendapati kesusahan sewaktu ini. Saya percaya ini akan membantu mengurangkan beberapa kekurangan tenaga kerja untuk sektor teknologi sambil membantu lebih banyak pencari kerja pertengahan kerjaya untuk mendapatkan kemahiran dan pekerjaan di industri yang berkembang pesat. Oleh itu, mereka yang berada dalam kumpulan umur ini ada banyak peluang untuk meningkatkan kemahiran anda, memperoleh kemahiran baru dan membantu anda bangkit untuk menghadapi cabaran. Globalisasi dan digitalisasi membuka bab baru dalam kehidupan kita. Kami melihat banyak yang akan dapat menukar kerjaya sehingga mereka tidak terjebak dalam industri sunset. Kumpulan lain yang juga difahami kerisauan adalah pelajar yang baru saja lulus atau lulus dalam situasi pandemik sekarang. Umpamanya lulusan universiti, politeknik dan ITE. Saya senang hati perhatikan bahawa mulai April 2021, permintaan untuk SG United Traineeships atau attachments telah berkurang apabila graduan baru mendapat latihan traineeship lain atau peluang pekerjaan sepenuh masa. Yang lain mengambil kontrak selama setahun atau lebih. Tetapi ada yang masih menghadapi masalah untuk mendapatkan pekerjaan tetap sepenuh masa dan bergantung pada internships dan projek sampingan. Pada masa ini, ia adalah masalah global untuk semua kohort yang lulus kerana syarikat-syarikat di seluruh dunia mengecilkan jumlah pengambilan pekerja. Mereka juga menghadapi persaingan dari warga Singapura lain yang juga mencari pekerjaan. Dan dalam mengambil projek sampingan dan pekerjaan gig dalam talian, mereka juga mungkin menghadapi persaingan dari luar negara. Globalisasi atau kaitannya dengan kemasukan bakat asing tidak boleh disalahkan dalam hal ini. Sebaliknya, keadaan timbul kerana pandemik COVID-19. Sebelum wabak ini, banyak pelajar tempatan telah mendapat manfaat daripada program pertukaran dan internship di luar negara. Ini adalah persaingan global kerana seluruh dunia mengalami kesan krisis wabak ini. Tuan Speaker, saya rasa ia penting untuk mengakui ketidakpastian dan ketakutan dalam iklim ekonomi semasa. Tetapi tidak ada gunanya kita mempunyai pandangan pesimis. Kerana itu hanya akan menyebabkan kita kehilangan peluang yang timbul dari krisis ini. Memang, banyak yang mendapati diri mereka terpaksa menangguhkan pekerjaan impian mereka dan menempuh jalan kerja yang sama sekali baru dan tidak dijangka. Sebilangan penduduk muda menjadi suara bersambilan untuk menjana pendapatan, tanpa disangka-sangka mengetahui minat mereka terhadap penjagaan kesihatan dan dalam sektor itu. Kisah sebegini sebenarnya agak biasa. Warga Singapura dari pelbagai generasi telah melalui krisis yang berbeza di mana mereka harus mengubah jalan mereka kerana keterbatasan masa itu. Misalnya semasa krisis kewangan Asia atau bahkan pada hari-hari pasca kemerdekaan. Pada hari ini, ramai yang mungkin berkongsi perasaan kecewa dan kegelisahan yang serupa. Tetapi perbezaannya ialah kita mempunyai lebih banyak sumber daya hari ini daripada yang dimiliki oleh ibu bapa dan datuk nenek kita. Dan kita mampu untuk tetap lebih optimistik selagi kita menguruskan ekspektasi kita dan melakukan yang terbaik dengan peluang yang ada. Marilah kita meningkatkan usaha untuk memperkukuhkan teras dan kehidupan pekerja Singapura kita. Mula-mula saya ingin mengambil kesempatan ini untuk menyampaikan penghargaan kepada pemerintah kerana telah membuat keputusan penting untuk menerapkan amalan dan garis panduan pengambilan pekerjaan adil (TAFEP) ke dalam undang-undang. Pengambilan pekerjaan yang adil adalah subjek yang selalu terdekat di hati saya. Hanya apabila akses yang sama terhadap peluang pekerjaan kita dapat berbicara tentang mewujudkan pekerjaan yang baik untuk semua orang Singapura. Sekarang jika TAFEP telah diberi lebih banyak kuasa untuk menegakkan hukuman terhadap diskriminasi tempat kerja dan pengambilan pekerjaan, ini akan mengurangkan beberapa kerisauan yang dialami oleh pekerja lanjut usia dan minoriti kita. Mr. Speaker, my next point is on PMETs, working in sectors where foreign talents are perceived to be a threat. I work in the financial sector and I do talk with those in the sector as they share their lived experiences. I can empathize with them and their concerns. Understandably, some sectors, especially the ICT sector, face a talent crunch too. Employers find that in the short term, it takes too much resources and time to hire and train a Singaporean, so they would prefer to hire an experienced and skilled foreigner. With the recent tightening of foreign manpower restrictions and newly enshrined anti-discrimination laws coming, I believe gradually but surely, more Singaporeans should eventually find their anxieties easing. But this does not solve the immediate problems of skill shortage in the sector. In the financial sector, for example, in the foreign banks, the deliberations on foreign staff recruitment are done at the bank's global HQ level to fill any shortage of skilled staff and are based on specific global business needs and internal human capital movement requirements. Therefore, to ensure that all levels of the bank, the locals will eventually be the majority, may not be possible given the global nature of these decisions. All said, I must point out that there are Singaporeans who are holding senior roles in the foreign banks based on merit. And it is not necessarily a situation where foreigners are the only ones dominating the senior positions. I, for one, know, and even if you do a quick search on Google and LinkedIn, would show Singaporeans heading the business units or are in a very senior positions in the Union Bank of Switzerland, UBS, I won't mention the names, even in Julius Baer, Deutsche Bank Private Banking, HSBC Private Banking, and Pictet. And also Singaporeans holding front office positions, such as the global head of treasury markets at Standard Chartered Bank. I'm sure there are many more. And again, with the recent tightening of foreign manpower restrictions and the newly enshrined anti-discrimination laws coming, some of these anxieties can be addressed where there are wrongful practices. In addition, I would like to urge the government to explore even the possibility of enhancing the capability transfer program. I think the leader of the opposition mentioned this, and I've even mentioned this in my German motions previously in 2019 and in various occasions. I understand that I've been very persistent in this, but I believe it will bring about several benefits. Fewer companies are sending Singaporeans overseas for training in this climate, so why not redeploy the funds to support the cause for employers to have their new and existing local hires receive training and mentorship under a more experienced and skilled foreign employee in the company. In the long run, this helps to build up the local talent core. It helps to reinforce the main purpose of having foreign talents in the first place, which is to help companies, including local employees, improve as a whole, not to steal our jobs. The foreign employee will receive a boost to his CV. It is a winning situation for all. Mr. Speaker, as we debate the issues of foreign talent policy and jobs, be mindful that globalization of labor and talent have always been much slower to globalize compared to via the movements of material goods and financial capital across countries. This is due to the complex nature of talent and apprehension of domestic populations on attracting labor inputs from abroad and host the individual, either temporarily or permanently, near the location of the work to be performed. For a variety of reasons, this has proven politically unpopular, and nearly all countries place restrictions on migrations, Singapore included. But ongoing trends by MNCs and companies globally via offshoring before and still now, build-up of digital labor markets have the potential to radically alter the global labor market, making overshooting in foreign talent policy responses by any country lead to more negative outcomes and worse. It supports xenophobic and racist behaviors that can worsen domestically. These digital labor market platforms can connect workers worldwide with companies seeking to have tasks completed, and with technology, this can go beyond data entry and programming roles only. Worse, if the MNCs see Singapore's hub status eroded because of too tight foreign talent policies or any signaling thereof in that direction. And here I would like to refer to Mr. Leong Man Wai's suggestion earlier that he intends to recommend PRs and new citizenships numbers to be reduced going forward. Just want to highlight that the debate today, and I think some of the previous speakers have mentioned this, the debate today is mainly about foreign manpower vis-a-vis our economic strategy. Immigration is a separate topic which covers a much broader range of imperatives. Immigration and work passes are separate regimes with different considerations. Immigration policy is very carefully calibrated. Potential applicants know that we are very strict in Singapore. Our population growth over the last decade has been the lowest since our independence, and we have kept the size of our PR population stable for years. Many of our new citizens and PRs are spouses of Singaporeans and parents of Singaporean children. So I'd like to ask Mr. Leong, does Mr. Leong think that these family members of our fellow Singaporeans ought to wait longer? There have been calls from members of this House, including members from the WP, for us to be more expedient in granting permanent residency of PRs and citizenship, especially for family members of Singaporeans. So I think it's pertinent. So let me give you an example from the ground. A 40-year-old resident who is a Singaporean citizen, works hard as a private hire car driver, has a Malaysian wife and children who wants to be PRs. The question is, how long does Mr. Leong want her and the children to wait before they can be granted PRs? And I think most of the members in this chamber have from time to time seen residents coming to them for help in this regard. And how long do you want their children to pay more for their school fees? So I would like to pose that question to Mr. Leong. And to go on, I urge all in Singapore, we need to channel our efforts positively towards building back better, which begins with an understanding that our challenges are complex and cannot be resolved by narrow ideology on globalization and foreign talent policy. Understanding the complexity of modern society, the working of relationship of democracy and capitalism, and recognizing the prevalence of externalities are the first steps towards genuinely healing our social, economic, and financial issues amid this current crisis. For those broad reasons and various reasons I've mentioned in my speech above, I'm not able to support the motion in the name of Mr. Leong Man Wai. I support the motion in the name of the Minister for Finance, as it affirms that Singapore needs to stay open and connected to the world. It acknowledges the anxieties, whilst at the same time laying out the existing calls for enhancements needed to policies to secure livelihoods of Singaporeans in the long run. The latter, too, does not stir up racism and xenophobia, and is mindful of securing Singaporean jobs and livelihoods in the long run. To wrap up, Mr. Speaker, our success in globalization isn't something that came with a drop of a hat. As far back as in February 1972, our then Foreign Minister S. Rajaratnam visualized embracing the world as our hinterland. We were faced with many challenges, but instead of crying foul, we came up with the new ideas and bravely ventured ahead. We had to change our mindset from being an entrepreneur center to look globally. We were put on the path to be a global city. That vision, that wisdom has helped to put us to where we are today. So I quote the late Mr. Rajaratnam in his speech saying, "But the global city now, in its infancy, is a child of modern technology. It is the city that electronic communications, supersonic planes, giant tankers, and modern economic and industrial organization have made inevitable. Whether the global city would be a happier place than the megapolis out of those crumbling ruins it is emerging will depend on how wisely and boldly we shape its direction and growth." So very true, words to remember. How can we be a happier place will depend on how wisely and boldly we shape its direction and growth. That is what we call to do today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Gerald Yam.
Mr. Speaker, we are debating today about how to create an environment that can provide better jobs and improve livelihoods for our fellow Singaporeans. The information and communications technology sector has grown more than threefold over the last 2 decades. It employs well over 150,000 people, and it has one of the highest proportion of PMET vacancies that employers say they are unable to fill with locals. Consequently, the industry also employs among the highest proportion of foreign professionals. Before continuing, I'd like to declare my interest as a founder and director of a local IT solutions and consulting company. My conversations with people in the industry and my observations as an IT practitioner over the past 20 years inform the policy proposals I'm advancing today. So the tech industry plays a critical role in Singapore's economy and our relevance to the world. My speech will focus on skills and employment issues surrounding this industry, although some of these issues will be similar to those faced in other industries. I will analyze the reasons for the skills gaps and manpower shortage in the ICT sector, suggest ways in which the education system can be reoriented to play a greater part in narrowing this gap, and proposing ways the government can address some of the imbalances that Singaporean professionals encounter in the workplace vis-à-vis foreign professionals. We constantly hear employers complain that while there are many job opportunities in the industry, there aren't enough suitable professionals, both local and foreign, who have the skills to fill these positions. On the other hand, some Singaporean IT professionals have shared with me how they have been passed over for promotions or employment, despite their best efforts to attend training and improve themselves. Singapore is an attractive work destination and often a stepping stone for foreigners. Many are willing to work longer hours at lower wages to pick up skills and experience before moving on to countries like the US, Canada, and Australia. When I was a senior consultant at a multinational technology consulting firm, I saw many resumes of experienced foreigners seeking junior positions just to get hired. The admission of so many entry-level foreign ICT professionals over the past 20 years and the commoditization of core skills such as computer programming has put downward pressure on wages in this industry. Any Singaporean starting out as a software developer would be competing with many similarly skilled foreigners for jobs and promotions. This, coupled with the perception of crony hiring and discrimination against locals, prompted many Singaporeans over the past 2 decades to veer away from the ICT industry in favor of other sectors, leading to an even greater dearth of talent in this industry. In the past few years, with the growth in data science, robotics, and artificial intelligence, the demand for deep tech skills has increased dramatically. Companies are now willing to pay top dollar for data scientists and cybersecurity specialists. The NUS Graduate Employment Survey found that fresh graduates from the School of Computing had the highest gross monthly salary among all graduates, with the 75th percentile earning $6,316, higher than doctors, lawyers, and business graduates. This reflects both the high demand and the short supply of such graduates. The Minister for Manpower said in July that 6,000 jobs remain unfilled in the Infocom sector, and there aren't enough locals to fill the available jobs. In an interview last year, the minister in charge of the Smart Nation initiative said that the Infocom space will require 60,000 more professionals over the next 3 years. An Amazon Web Services report earlier this year highlighted that Singapore will need an additional 1.2 million digital workers by 2025 to remain competitive. Yet the supply of local tech talent is not keeping up. Replying to my parliamentary question on 26 July, the Minister for Education said that the number of places in information and digital technologies undergraduate degree courses in local universities increased from 800 in 2010 to 3,100 last year. This is still not going to solve the manpower crunch in this industry. With 3,100 graduates and 20,000 new tech jobs created every year, our local graduates won't even be able to fill a fifth of these roles. This will lead to a greater demand for foreigners to make up for the shortfall. The pattern of overdependence on foreign professionals will continue. While it is laudable that so many tech jobs are being created, how much does it benefit Singaporean workers if our people are not equipped with the skills to fill them? It will lead to disappointment by both the companies investing in Singapore and our own people. We should have started a bigger push to encourage and enable more students to study IT 2 decades ago. Be that as it may, there is now an urgent need to reorientate our schools to prepare Singaporean students for career opportunities in technology so as to create a stronger pipeline of local talent. Students who are interested in working with computers should be encouraged early to pursue IT as a course of study and an eventual career. Primary schools should introduce all students to computational thinking and basic coding as part of their core curriculum from primary 1. although it should not be made an examination subject, as it may kill interest in it. This will spark their early interest in tech and will help them and their parents choose suitable secondary schools to further their interests. We would not be alone in doing this. Estonia, which is recognized as one of the most advanced digital societies in the world, started teaching all first graders to code almost a decade ago. Currently, only 22 secondary schools offer computing as an O-level subject, and this is available only from Secondary 3. Moving forward, all secondary schools should offer computing as an O-level subject, and it should be extended to the N levels. Computing, just like history, geography, and literature, should be taught from Sec 1, so that all students can try their hand at it and make an informed decision at the end of Sec 2 if they want to pursue it further at upper secondary level. Schools should develop programs and mentorships to widen students' exposure to careers in technology, particularly those from less privileged backgrounds and also girls, given the traditionally lower female participation in this industry. More scholarships and grants should be awarded to students who choose to study computing. Tertiary institutions should connect with industries to showcase careers in tech and encourage students to pursue them. Because there are so few computer science degree places in our local universities vis-a-vis the demand, we are seeing cutthroat competition for admission, and many qualified applicants are being denied places. Take the School of Computing in NUS, for example. The A-level subject prerequisites for computer science courses are an H2 pass in computing, mathematics, further mathematics, or physics, or a good pass in H1 mathematics. This sounds quite achievable until we look at the indicative grade profiles of applicants offered places last year. Both the 90th percentile and the 10th percentile of applicants offered places scored 4 A's for their A-levels, essentially perfect scores. I doubt tech companies really need students who aced all 4 content subjects in junior college. Setting such a high bar for admission could mean missing out on many students who initially were interested in pursuing a tech career, but may have decided to switch their focus to other industries after failing in their bid to study CS in local universities. Institutes of higher learning should move more quickly to increase their intake of computer science majors and should admit more Singaporeans who can demonstrate a passion for technology and meet the prerequisite standards for the course. ITEs can also be a source of local tech talent. Tech, after all, is not the exclusive domain of university or polygrads. To be sure, I'm not calling for a lowering of standards just to admit more students, but an expansion of opportunities to study computer science. Minister Lawrence Wong said in his speech earlier that relying on a local pipeline is not enough, and that if we increase the intake of people in ICT too sharply, there will be complaints of a shortage in other sectors. Of course, I'm not advocating that everybody goes immediately into ICT, because that will be impractical. But if many high-growth, high-paying jobs are in the ICT sector, is it wrong to provide more educational opportunities for our fellow Singaporeans in this sector and encourage more of them to consider careers in ICT? We should place bigger bets on tech in order to seize the burgeoning opportunities ahead of us. Train ahead of demand, as my colleague Mr. Leon Pereira proposed earlier. This way, more Singaporeans can benefit from the thousands of well-paying tech jobs that are going to be created in the years ahead. It will also attract more companies to set up research and development centers in Singapore because of the availability of talent. This virtuous cycle will benefit both our economy and our people. I would now like to address some of the imbalances that many local professionals face in the workplace. So we are a small economy in a very big world. If we want to throw open our doors to global talent, our industry's demand for skilled labor can probably be met, but at what cost? As early as 1997, when I was interning at a large local tech firm, I was surprised to discover that all the programmers in the IT department were foreigners. More than 20 years on, the situation is even more extreme in many IT firms and banks, where many management positions, especially in technology departments, are occupied by foreigners. Now, I'm not asking the government to mollycoddle our workers, nor are Singaporeans expecting to be bubble-wrapped from all foreign competition. We should remain open to foreign talent, but only those who are suitably skilled and earn their positions based on merit. Singaporeans want to be self-reliant and succeed on their own merit. It is therefore the responsibility of the government to ensure that Singaporeans do not become victims of discrimination in their own country. The world has changed, and employment regulations and practices need to adapt to keep pace. The government must commit to stamping out discrimination in the hiring and promotion process in companies, especially in firms where the competition for attractive and well-paying jobs is keener. As a society, we claim to have zero tolerance for corruption and racism. However, there are other forms of corruption like cronyism and nepotism, which have reared their ugly heads in the corporate environment. Some companies have turned a blind eye to their foreign managers, quote, hiring their own kind, unquote, instead of best qualified candidates. This has sapped the morale of honest, talented, and hardworking local employees who are hoping for advancement in their careers. Many MPs would have heard of anecdotal reports from constituents about foreign managers hiring compatriots who were less qualified than locals. You, Mr. Speaker, were one of the first ministers to acknowledge this disturbing phenomenon in the Committee of Supply debate in 2013, when I also raised this concern in one of my COS cuts. Minister Tan See Leng just acknowledged that he knows these things happen. These acts are difficult to prove and hard to catch because they can be very subtle. It is easy for the offending managers to justify that a particular candidate was the right fit without doing an objective, competency-based assessment against other candidates. In Singaporean culture, hiring a less qualified candidate on account of their cultural background is considered discrimination. It runs against the principles of meritocracy. However, in many cultures around the world, this is the normal way society works. While it is not my place to judge other cultures, I think Singaporeans expect that local cultures and norms are adhered to while operating in our country. This should not be difficult because most of our international friends in Singapore already do this. Companies who operate in Singapore should adopt a zero-tolerance stance against cronyism in the workplace. This should be reflected in each company's corporate ethos and codes of conduct. Companies should provide channels for whistleblowing and encourage reporting of such practices. Anti-discrimination legislation should provide MOM powers to prosecute employers for engaging in discriminatory practices in hiring and promotions. Although this is hard to prove, it could serve as a deterrent in egregious cases. To encourage companies to demonstrate their commitment to promoting more qualified women, minorities, and Singaporeans in their senior leadership, listed companies in Singapore should be required to report the gender, racial, and national composition of their boards as part of their ESG impact reporting. I know that Singapore Exchange Regulation is already proposing to step up efforts to enhance board diversity. These should be stepped up further. Foreign MNCs and startups, which benefit from government incentives and schemes, should be made to submit yearly reports to MOM of the gender, race, and nationality of employees at each level of their organizational hierarchy. These confidential reports should be shared with the Parliamentary Standing Select Committee on Foreign Employment, which the Leader of the Opposition proposed earlier. Companies which apply for employment passes and S-passes should be required to submit to MOM a breakdown of employee numbers by nationality at each level of seniority within the company and in the department that the work pass applicant is being hired into. This will allow MOM to objectively assess the concentration risk of foreigners from any one country before issuing them work passes. MOM should make transparent its criteria to determine what is an acceptable threshold for each industry and size of company. Companies must provide a reasonable justification if they cannot adhere to these thresholds. None of what I propose should cause much inconvenience to companies. They just need to run a simple query against their employee database to come up with the numbers. It will not be a deterrent to invest or set up business in Singapore, since we are not imposing any hard quotas on them or preventing them from hiring foreigners. Yet, this level of transparency will nudge companies to relook their HR policies and expand the opportunities they provide for the hiring and advancement of local talent. Mr. Speaker, I've spoken about how we can address the local manpower shortage in the ICT sector, create a stronger pipeline of skilled ICT professionals, and provide a more level playing field for Singaporeans. These solutions are neither easy nor cheap, but they are necessary if we are to remain a competitive economy and a cohesive society in the decades to come. So I support the motion as amended by Mr. Pritam Singh.
Professor Hun Hien Teck.
Mr. Speaker, sir, a debate on the impact of Singapore's foreign talent policy on jobs and livelihoods needs to confront three realities: the lump of labor fallacy, the role of foreign direct investment in job creation, and the mosaic effect in the face of a declining citizen workforce due to a total fertility rate that is below replacement level. The lump of labor fallacy is the mistaken idea that there is always a fixed number of jobs. Instead, the number of jobs in an economy is variable and determined by the interactions between the pace of job creation and the pace of job destruction. The role of foreign direct investment recognizes that in a small open economy like Singapore, with the right institutions and business-friendly policies, an increase in the size of the labor force boosts the return to capital and thus attracts multinational corporations to set up shop and create new job vacancies. The mosaic effect recognizes that if talent is randomly distributed across a given population, then the bigger the size of the population, the greater the absolute number of talented people. As an organizing framework to think about the motion before us, it is useful to characterize the Singapore economy as a country that is linked to the global economy via technological diffusion, a process that is facilitated by strong cross-border exchanges of goods, capital, and people. First, the lump of labor fallacy. It is a fact that even as the size of Singapore's labor force has expanded over the decades since independence, so that there are more people looking for jobs, the number of job vacancies to be filled has increased. The pace of job creation over the decades reflects a changing comparative advantage of the economy. In the 60s to the 80s, as factories were built, the expanding manufacturing sector provided jobs to Singapore citizens, even as the size of the foreign workforce expanded. In the 90s to the present decade, the financial sector expanded and also created new job vacancies. Moreover, real wages were on the whole rising, even though the economy faced adverse economic shocks that caused recessions in successive decades since 1965. It should be acknowledged that the global financial crisis that started in 2008 most likely had lingering effects on pulling down the wage growth in the years 2009 and 2010. But other than that, over the decade as a whole, it is the case that as standard of living has risen, real wages by and large has gone up. Certainly from the year 2000 onward, there came to be some divergence. The better skilled workers continue to see rising wages, whereas in the 10 years since 2000, the low-wage workers have seen their wages somewhat decline. But the country has dealt with that. And our focus today is on foreign talent policy. So overall, with technological diffusion, because we have stayed connected to the global economy, we have been able to catch up to the US standard of living. starting from less than a third of the level of US purchasing power parity adjusted GDP per capita in 1965. Second, the role of foreign direct investment in job creation. I find it useful in my own effort to understand the Singapore story to note that even as our total labor force increased by more than 3 times, from less than 1 million in 1978 to over 3 million in 2013, the stock of foreign direct investment, FDI per worker in real terms, adjusted for inflation, increased by more than 10 times. So from 1978 to 2013, the year when I was looking at the trend, labor force, total labor force increased 3 times, but total FDI stock increased by more than 10 times. So the stock of foreign direct investment per worker more than increased. Then from 2013 to 2017, just to check the more recent data, 2017 is the latest year that I found publicly available data on the stock of FDI. That's in the Singapore Yearbook of Statistics 2019. The latest year of the data on the stock of FDI is for 2017. You would find that the growth of the FDI stock just over this period, 2013 to 2017, the growth of FDI stock, again, far exceeded the growth rate of the foreign workforce in Singapore. Overall, then, total FDI has grown much faster than total labor force. Moreover, the services sector share of the total FDI stock, because we have data as well of FDI stock divided across industry, manufacturing, services, and broken down, you would find that the services sector share of total FDI has been increasing over the years, and in 2017, more than 50% of the total FDI stock went to financial insurance services, one of the industries in there. So manufacturing has been shrinking in terms of its command of the total share of FDI, even as total FDI has gone up, which means disproportionately more of it has gone into the services sector, and in particular the financial and insurance services, where many of our PMEs find their employment. A direct benefit of the strong presence of multinational corporations, MNCs, that undertake the FDI in the Singapore economy comes from what is known as the employer size wage effect. Large firms, which many MNCs tend to be, are more productive, and they pay more for observational identical workers. So 2 persons who are graduated even from the same university, the one who works at the MNC, holding everything constant, tends to be paid more than at a smaller firm. That's an empirical fact, widely acknowledged now in the labor economics literature. Now, it is true that in the early stages of recovery from a recession, small firms provide a more rapid pace of job creation than large firms in the early stage of an economic recovery. However, in the later stages of economic recovery, the pace of job creation tends to be more rapid at large firms. And workers enjoy pay rises when they join these large firms. So that's a huge advantage that we have got, that even as we have expanded our labor force, the numbers show that the increase in the stock of FDI really has been huge. And that has been a great help in both creating good jobs and overall providing better wages. My final point, the mosaic effect. In the face of a declining citizen workforce because of the below replacement total fertility rate. In the next phase of Singapore's economic development, it is not enough to rely on technologies developed abroad. We must move from imitation to innovation just to maintain trend growth. Much of the catch-up phase in the technological diffusion is probably nearly over. And so in the next stage, innovation will have to drive productivity growth. While MNCs still play an important part in creating new technologies, We need them both for the job with better pay, but also their part in creating new technology because they also do R&D. A bigger share of the source of growth would have to come from productivity gains achieved by small and medium-sized enterprises, SMEs, that are successful in their innovations. Working in an MNC might be a prelude to stepping out to launch a new business venture, since moving between departments in an MNC exposes a worker to different facets of running a business. A shift in our own education system towards preparing students to cope with novelties and picking themselves up after failures will also help to increase the supply of entrepreneurs to boost the SME sector. However, as an empirical matter, SMEs exit their respective industries more frequently than large firms. Many new business ventures end up in failure, but among the ones that survive, their growth is higher than the average growth rate. Given the high probability of failure in any innovative activity, having a large supply of workers who turn into entrepreneurs is necessary to ensure a sufficiently high aggregate rate of innovation that would need to drive the productivity growth to allow us to attain trend growth as a mature economy. The demographic transition, however, to a declining citizen workforce carries the implication that it will be difficult to sustain the pace of indigenous innovation necessary to maintain the trend growth. Since it is people who create ideas, a declining workforce ultimately leads to slower productivity growth. It would appear then, just to maintain the trend growth, keeping the size of the labor force from declining is of paramount importance. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, sir, Singapore overcame the odds against it when it attained independence by developing the right mindset and academic institutions capable of riding on the opportunities provided by the world. Even as it now faces the challenges of a growth transition, a demographic transition, technological disruptions, and higher workers' aspirations, it will be the ability to develop political consensus and supporting social and academic institutions to continue to embrace academic openness, not only to goods and capital, but also to people, that will assure it of a future with a supply of good jobs and wages. Therefore, I support Minister Lawrence Wong's motion to secure Singaporean jobs and livelihoods while staying open and connected to the world in order to grow and prosper, even as we focus on the other points made in the motion. Thank you very much.
James Lim.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to participate in this debate. Before I continue, I wish to declare that I'm an educator at an institution of higher education, delivering courses in international trade and finance. Last month, Ministers Ong and Tan provided thoughtful expositions about the benefits of free trade for economic growth and prosperity, and Professor Hoon has just done the same. Mr. Ong has also shared with us his perspective, which I'm convinced is deeply embedded in his intellectual DNA as a trade negotiator, while simultaneously exposing us to the delicacy that is Samsu. He also clearly articulated that the government's position that anxieties on jobs, while legitimate, are distinct from both free trade agreements in general and Ceca in particular. In my contribution to this motion, I will argue against the blanket claim that the precarity felt by our workers has absolutely nothing to do with free trade or, for that matter, free trade agreements. The proposition that free trade is a net positive for national welfare has long and illustrious roots dating back to the 18th and early 19th century. In my courses, I teach this idea in my very first lecture, that countries are better off when they specialize and trade instead of trying to take on the burden of producing everything within its own borders. This is the case even for an advanced economy in possession of technological capabilities to produce all manner of goods more efficiently than others can. The conclusion is counterintuitive, but once one embraces the logic, it is incontrovertible, and the insight deeply satisfying. Indeed, this insight has been characterized as both non-trivial and elusive. In my second lecture, however, my students quickly learned that free trade is not an unadorned good. Even in the simplest of models, trading relationships between two countries will throw up both winners and losers. In general, for capital-rich, advanced economies, the gainers will, unsurprisingly, be industry, leaving the lot of workers worse off. By a similar token, higher skilled labor in developed countries tend to benefit from trade opening, while the lower skilled ones are often left behind. But this unequal outcome need not be the death knell for free trade. In the long run, as workers displaced by trade find new jobs and reallocate to in-demand sectors, wages and employment will even out. Furthermore, since the gains outweigh the losses, it is entirely possible for winners, in this case capitalists, or higher skilled professionals, to compensate the losers, the workers, at least in part. Doing so leaves everyone better off and helps ease the transition to a more liberal trading regime. And there you have it, the case for free trade, which has survived many generations and of subsequent elaborations with bells and whistles thrown in. Thus, as long as we keep in mind the pressing need to ease the distributional consequences, we can always build a national consensus in support of trade liberalization. Alas, in the real world that we inhabit, many policymakers have often forgotten this important imperative. So, globally, the pursuit of trading relations has often left parties to fend for themselves, losing parties to fend for themselves. When Singapore was a relatively poor, underdeveloped economy, this mattered a lot less. After all, the gainers in this case were our masses of low-skilled labor, hungry for jobs and opportunities that will be ushered in by embracing globalization. With so little to lose, it was straightforward to build a large coalition in support of free trade. But we are no longer poor, and this complicates matters. Today, the major gainers in our nation's stance on free trade are the high-skilled and those with access to capital. These groups benefit disproportionately well from our open trading regime, leaving our less well-off working class, now decidedly the minority, in an even worse position. It should therefore be of little surprise that all over the world, we have witnessed populist challenges to globalization, from the 1999 Seattle WTO protests to the 2011 Occupy Wall Street movement to the more recent Gilets jaunes in France. And Mr. Speaker, may I venture that the backlash against Ceca also has its roots in the perceived inequality of the deal for our local workers. After all, this all comes down to the recognition that free trade and free trade agreements are hardly the same thing. Many of these agreements have been concluded with insufficient attention to the distributional consequences for the minority that has been hard done by the deal. As a result, we have ventured from the rules of thumb on compensation that economists have routinely advocated to secure support for free trade. Now, to be completely fair to governments worldwide, including this one, the standard prescription on compensation has not been completely ignored. The United States first enacted the Trade Expansion Act of 1962. The EU created a Globalization Adjustment Fund in 2007. Closer to our neighborhood, South Korea rolled out an adjustment program targeted at SMEs that same year. But in many instances, these programs do not go far enough. Qualification criteria for assistance tend to be stringent, and those who ultimately benefit from such programs turn out to be only a fraction of those who have lost jobs. Some programs are not even specifically targeted at displacement due to trade. and as a result, underemphasize the importance of retraining and reskilling. Our equivalent program is WSG and Skills Future, although these are not explicitly targeted at addressing trade-related job displacement alone. I have previously spoken during this year's Committee of Supply debates on potential refinements of our reskilling and re-employment programs, including rolling out redundancy insurance and making the Jobs Growth Incentive and Professional Conversion Program permanent features of our policy landscape. Other Workers' Party colleagues have also spoken of challenges faced by our workers as they adapt to challenges wrought by trade, such as our Junit MP Sylvia Lim on unemployment, and my Sengkang colleague Louis Chua on expanding worker protections. But suffice to say that there is more we can do to provide an end-to-end jobs safety net that can help our workers cope with the pressures of globalization. Now, this renewed attention to adjustment costs and distributional consequences has also come under greater re-examination even within the economics profession. This was prompted in no small part by the harsh realities of the so-called China shock, which accompanied the entry of China into the World Trade Organization in 2001. The comfortable consensus in support of free trade that existed for so long began to be seriously questioned. Emerging evidence from the widespread displacement of workers in industrialized economies, especially in the manufacturing sector, where China had proven to be a formidable competitor, revealed that output, wages, and employment losses in sectors particularly exposed to imported Chinese goods tend to be large and significant. These efforts were not limited solely to sectors confronting Chinese import competition. The spillovers left whole regions which used to hum with economic activity and offer respectable middle-class jobs decimated, leaving behind armies of unemployed, disaffected workers, while also inducing declines in the wages of even those workers who worked in unrelated sectors. Now, with this general preamble on the merits and demerits of free trade agreements, it's appropriate for us to turn to a more careful examination of Ceca. While the trade deal may prima facie look like an FTA just like any other, it actually carries its own set of idiosyncrasies, both in practical terms and for our nation at this point in our history. For starters, India is much larger than our little red dot. This is not just in geographic size, which is a given, but it also dominates us in terms of economic size. India's absolute output, measured in a common currency, is almost 8 times larger than ours, and even more evidently, in terms of population. One important lesson that economists have learned from China's 2001 WTO entry is that unlike the trade liberalization experiences of the 1970s through 1990s, gaining access to a massive market also means accepting entry of a massive labor force to the global economy. When there is a flood of new, lower-wage workers joining an industry that is newly open to trade, higher-wage workers that have been displaced are not as easily absorbed into the rest of the economy. Moreover, we should recognize that India is also at a far earlier development stage in their journey than we are. Another important consequence of trade opening is that over time, the prices paid to inputs of production, this is the wages, interest, or rent, will tend to meet somewhere in the middle. With the wages so much lower in India compared to Singapore, this could lead to a sharp downward shift in our local workers' earnings before some sort of convergence is achieved. Importantly, some adjustment of this nature will occur even if foreign workers do not relocate to local shores. The upshot of trade opening is that minimum salary floors for foreign employment pass holders will only offer limited succor, and the growth of local wages for those in the same sector will still be reduced so long as we begin from a relatively higher starting point. Hence, even for Singaporeans that do not lose their jobs outright as a result of Ceca or any other FTA, there is still a chance that their salaries could face a significant hit if they happen to work in sectors more exposed to trade liberalization. This is our very own version of the China shock. All this is not to say that Ceca is fundamentally flawed, nor that it is the main factor driving our workers' anxieties, which, as my other Workers' Party colleagues will have elaborated, is more because of our labour market and social protection policies. Still, there's little reason why we shouldn't seek to refine the deal, especially in light of the ongoing third review of the pact. Doing so will bring us back to the standard remedy I mentioned earlier, that gainers compensate losers. Do we have just cause to believe that this has been the case for Ceca, or for that matter, all our FTAs? It is unclear if companies that have enjoyed enhanced access to the foreign market as a result of our trade agreements necessarily pay higher taxes as a consequence. Nor is it clear that professionals recruited from foreign nations to work in Singapore systematically do either. When all is said and done, it appears, from my vantage point, that the government has been the one picking up the slack via WSG and other adjustment schemes. Well, this is important. Unless the winners from trade are definitively contributing a share consistent with their boosted incomes, this will end up shifting the burden of supporting displaced workers back to the Singaporean taxpayer. So let me take one step away from the economics and touch on the impact of FTAs from an institutional and social-cultural perspective, something that has been shared by my Sengkang colleague, He Ting Ru. As this House is well aware, Singapore is a small island bereft of natural resources, which has meant that our success has always been because of our people. As a developing country after independence, we invested heavily in educating our workforce, producing hardworking, well-trained workers that can hold their own in competition against the rest of the world. At the same time, we refined and adapted the legal institutions and civil services that we inherited as a British colony. We imbued our people with a sense of national pride, identity, and common purpose. These did not spring from nowhere. We had to inculcate them via national education, patriotic songs, a shared history, and yes, our common love for food and shopping. Do our FTAs and labour market policies that encourage large immigration flows compromise these key contributors to our past prosperity? While the jury is still out, there are concerns about the entry of workers with less than stellar educational qualifications, the presence of a sizable but temporary expatriate labour force with limited understanding of our unique national identity, and the dilution of our cultural capital that has hitherto been so central for our success. In my view, these elements bear closer scrutiny, and PM Lee's announcements during this year's NDP rally that the government will consider gradually tightening EP and S-Pass criteria is a heartening step in this direction. Mr. Speaker, the promise behind free trade agreements is that it will lead to increased economic opportunities in both trade and investment, traditional strong suits for our economy, accompanied by the creation of more jobs for Singaporeans on net as a result. Such agreements also allow us to contribute positively, albeit indirectly, to advancing the development of our trading partners. These aspirations are all laudable. Even so, we need clear-eyed evaluations of the benefits and costs of all our FTAs, Ceca included. We need to know whether these agreements have been detrimental to the job prospects of some of our local PMETs, who are already anxious about automation-related retrenchment. We need to know whether local credentials and qualifications issued to our graduates may inadvertently become undervalued relative to foreign ones because of mutual recognition clauses. We need to affirm our tenuously employed workers those that have been involuntarily forced into food delivery or private car hire jobs, that FTAs do not open up loopholes to excessive labor inflows. All these assertions should be based on evidence obtained through careful analysis and deliberation. I call on this government to institute a Freedom of Information initiative that will guarantee the full release of accurate and complete trade, production, and labor market data, insofar as they pertain to our study of FTAs. This should be at any degree of aggregation requested, disaggregation requested, albeit suitably anonymized if necessary. I should note that this is a routine practice in countries worldwide, from advanced economies like Australia, the European Union, and the United States, to developing nations as diverse as Brazil, Moldova, and Sri Lanka. Such a move would permit our researchers and interested members of the public to come to their own conclusions, to correct misperceptions that this government has routinely railed against. If we truly believe the FTAs have been good for our country, we have nothing to fear in releasing these data for further study and scrutiny. On that note, I support the amended motion advanced by Leader of the Opposition, Pritam Singh.
Ms. Abdul Samad.
Sir, I'm too engrossed into today's debate. I'm not so sure whether I'm the right person to talk, but nevertheless, I have a duty to speak for the workers. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to commend Minister Lawrence's motion securing Singaporeans' jobs and livelihoods and the foreign talent policy. This is so as it directly impacts workers who are at the heart of all we do in the labor movement. Acknowledging the role of foreign talents, I would rather focus my energy more on how to help our fellow workers to seize and secure the available good-paying jobs from any big companies that comes to offer them. The labor movement believes that job is the best welfare and full employment is the best protection for our workers. The unions and labor movement are constantly looking at how to help workers achieve better employment and employability outcomes in the long run. So I had highlighted the importance of training and workforce transformation in my budget speech earlier this year and reiterated that upskilling is key to cultivating a strong Singaporean core during my speech on the 27th of July. I would once again like to call upon employers to be proactive in equipping your workforce with relevant skills to meet the evolving needs of your industry now and the future. The unions will work with you, rally the workforce, allay any fears of changes, and provide constant ground-up feedback. Let me add that when I mention workers or workforce, it also includes professional managers and executives, in short, PMEs. Due to COVID and its impact on business, we see that mature PMEs aged 40 and above are more disadvantaged due to their age and seniority. As much as we have debated and implemented policies and programs to better support PMEs, there is still a need to protect our PMEs against egregious companies who exploit the system, treat workers unfairly. The unions will not hesitate to deal with such companies to ensure PMEs receive fair hiring opportunities and are treated fairly when in employment. On the broader topic of workplace discrimination, NTUC will work closely with tripartite partners in the Tripartite Committee on Workplace Fairness to improve workforce fairness. However, I am aware that not all workplace discrimination can be resolved through legislation. The unions will continue to play an important role to work closely with employers to resolve workplace grievances. Sir, if there is one thing that we do best here in Singapore, compared to any other countries in the world, and that is tripartism. It has remains to be our tried and tested formula to ensure social and economic stability and success. As such, NTUC and unions look forward to working together with our tripartite partners to tackle the next round of workforce challenges and build an inclusive workforce. Sir, I am heartened with Minister Lawrence's earlier sharing and stand in support of the motion securing Singaporeans' jobs and livelihoods, not forgetting also the importance of every FDAs as we believe it will benefit Singapore and Singaporeans. Thank you.
Mr. Joshua Roch Thomas. Ms. Edward Shah. Ms. Mariam Jaffa. Mr. Cheng Sing Yao. Do we know if any of them are coming in?
Singapore has excelled as a regional hub for businesses and talents for a number of business sectors. A few of Singapore's success factors are: 1, public policies that prioritize the long-term interests of Singapore; 2, pragmatic execution of public policies; 3, open and multicultural society; 4, in the face of competition, we always choose to level up by improving ourselves; and 5, never wasting a crisis to emerge stronger. The COVID-19 pandemic has been a huge crisis for us, but through the methodical way we have handled it, it is beginning to turn into a great opportunity. We are one of few Asia-Pacific countries that has a real plan for transiting into an endemic COVID-19. Global investors have seen not just the resilience of the economy, but also the resilience of the society and the people of Singapore. We can now see the conditions for Singapore to develop into an important regional or even global hub for the technology sector. In due course, we might become a hub for the pharma, medical, and sustainability sectors as well. However, opportunities come and go. They seldom come around a second time. When we have the chance to develop both the breadth and depth of a desirable industry cluster, we should do so quickly and decisively. Once we have achieved the ecosystem of companies and talents, we will likely continue to attract even more investments. Conversely, if we were hesitant or slow to act, the ecosystem takes root somewhere else, future investments and talents will be drawn there instead. One of the most important considerations for businesses to locate or expand their HQ, operations or R&D centers in Singapore is the availability of the right talent pool to support their growth. Mathematically, the size of our local talent pool is insufficient to meet their needs. This is a genuine concern by many corporation executives who are further unnerved by anti-foreigner public discourse. If our total workforce cannot meet the needs of companies, they will move out. All the jobs that could have been taken up by Singaporeans and foreign workers will be lost. Thus, as a society, we need to embrace the concept that foreign talents and labor are complementary to our local talents and labor. We seem to take it for granted that people always want to come to Singapore to live and work. Today, we remain attractive, but our attractiveness is relative. It depends as much on what we do as what our present and future competitors do. One critical trend to note is how digital connectivity has facilitated working from home. Home in this context need not be in Singapore, it can be anywhere. The person competing for a job need not be physically in Singapore. There's no stopping this trend. This will heighten the competition for businesses, investments, and talents among cities, and facilitate the emergence of new and credible competitor cities to Singapore in the future. To conclude, managing a complementary local and foreign workforce is a complex and emotive endeavor. It requires careful calibration. We also need to be mindful at the cusp of emerging stronger from the pandemic. We should try not to let great opportunities slip by. In the course of my work, it is always nice to meet overseas executives who had previously worked in Singapore. They understand Singapore and still have positive regard for us. In a way, they continue to contribute even after they have left Singapore by helping to bridge understanding and forge business relationships for us, not unlike a school alumni. Mr. Speaker, sir, I support the motion put forth by Minister of Finance, Mr. Lawrence Wong. Thank you very much.
Mr. Woodshire.
Mr. Speaker, sir, even though we are in a much better position than a year ago, some Singaporeans continue to be anxious about their jobs as global uncertainty continues. During my regular home visit discussions with residents at Zhenghua, as well as my meetings with industries, there are employers and employees who are even concerned if newly learned skill sets are adequate in view of continued disruptions and technological advancements. Some residents who are self-employed shared with me that their concerns from work from home now means work from anywhere, and clients are starting to offshore services. The competition for jobs and opportunities is no longer confined to a geographical boundary. We are undergoing significant transformation, and providing national clarity on what we are doing to emerge more competitive and relevant is essential. In my comments today, I will be supporting the motion that the government has doubled down on our focus on our workforce skills upgrading, job security, and this has enabled us to compete globally through strategic foreign trade agreements with greater confidence. The government has been reviewing and enhancing several core training schemes. For instance, the training support package and absentee payroll were enhanced. Over and above, that many other schemes such as professional conversion program, place and train program, etc. were put in place. These were introduced to help support individuals and employers with skills upgrading opportunities that are directly linked to job placements. A few weeks ago at the National Day rally, PM Lee announced that there will be a new tribunal for workplace discrimination and further enhancements of legislative powers for TAFEP in the Employment Act. This is such an important step to ensure fairness in the workplace when it comes to hiring, another key component in enhancing our workers' job security. Employers and employees will now be assured that the government takes this issue very seriously. In the spirit of continuous review and resolving the issues from all angles and addressing concerns upstream, I'd like to suggest 3 more areas. The intent of these suggestions is to keep our people in jobs, create opportunities for progressions. And by doing so, we reduce the probability of displacements, which creates greater distress for Singaporeans and consuming more resources for assistance. This approach is more sustainable for the government, employers, and employees. The first is to provide a degree of longevity for those schemes that were enhanced last year, thereby giving our workers and employers confidence that the government understands that their transition will take time. This level of commitment will translate well to the enterprise level, and workers will have assurance that help will not be pulled back too soon. So I am pleased to hear earlier from Minister Lawrence Wong that MOF is considering this. If the government could explore the possibility of committing to a 5-year period for these newer schemes, it would be helpful. Building on that is my second proposal. I'd like to suggest that existing government schemes that support local employers to appoint consultancies, especially for business transformation, require the consultant to include relevant training for the employees in support of the identified strategies. By ensuring direct connectivity between employers' transformation and their employees' upskilling rather than two separate activities, it maximizes the return on investments for our grant schemes. There will be many details that need to be sorted out to make this happen, but I believe it would have significant impact on how our workforce can see their training directly linked to their employer's strategic direction. My final proposal is to recommend mandatory training hours per year and to couple it with enhanced absentee payroll support to assist employers and employees with resources to continue to stay ahead of the disruption curve. This will reiterate and complement government's existing ongoing Skills Future initiatives, ensuring our workforce is future-ready through upskilling and reskilling. With such comprehensive suite of measures from skills investments to enhance employer support and deeper legislative power to reduce workplace discrimination, we can keep our borders open with confidence. To further mitigate the downsides of disruptions and work from anywhere phenomenon, we need to grow and anchor jobs in Singapore. To do so, we need to grow and entrench employers. Being open and connected is critical for Singapore's competitiveness because many of our employers can only succeed if Singapore is strategically plugged into the global flow of trade, investments, and people. Our free trade agreements are purposely crafted and executed to ensure that our employers and our workers benefit from such connectivity. It allows employers to have access to overseas markets for their products and services, and it allows for our employers to also source for skills and technologies to accelerate their capabilities. The benefits of these agreements ensure that Singapore, with our employers and our workers, are relevant in the global movement of economic activities, which leads to value creation back home. It is therefore highly disingenuous for the PSP to simply focus on one or two components of a single FTA to create unnecessary anxieties, especially when it has been addressed in Parliament. Hence, I completely disagree and not in support of the motion standing in the name of Mr. Leong Man Wai. This is not about either the big picture or the small picture, but it is about the real and practical picture of how our workers make a living by Singapore remaining open to the world, because we have been strengthening ourselves. Let me share an example. Tunity Technology, which is a homegrown employer in the business of RFID technology. This employer benefited from many MNCs in Singapore during their inception. Through winning business contracts that enabled them to deepen their R&D from the revenue opportunities. In the words of Ms. Lim Pek Hui, Managing Director of Tunity, and I quote, "Tunity is chosen by MNCs facing the most challenging and complex RFID projects. Some of the MNCs include ExxonMobil, Carton Nate, NEC, and we are currently working with some Chinese MNCs like Yonyo for collaboration. Such collaborations allows Tunity to develop more IPs to serve them and their clients, which in turn strengthen our expertise, experience, and capabilities. Some of the collaborations bring Tunity solutions beyond Singapore, which by ourselves would not have been made possible. This has helped us grow over the past 18 years." End quote. Tunity exemplifies actually what Professor Hoon shared earlier on the need for SMEs to evolve from technology imitation to technology innovation, and how staying open has enabled SMEs to do so. In addition, Tunity has grown with their employees, done notable national projects such as the National Gallery and National Heritage Board's inventory tracking systems, built intellectual property, and recently secured another huge contract from another MNC in the pharmaceutical industry. Moreover, they have worked closely with IMDA under the company-led training program to provide upskilling, training, and employment to mature PMEs. This example of Tunity truly illustrates how participating in the global economy has helped them grow. And as Tunity grew, they contributed further to our economy and society, hired local PMEs, creating a positive virtuous cycle. Mr. Speaker, sir, the government has clearly done a lot for worker training to provide the skills to be relevant. Recent efforts to go further and enhance its powers to tackle workplace discrimination will go on an even longer way in easing our workers' minds on job securities. This multi-pronged approach is so important that we can keep our borders open with confidence, because our workforce is continually being prepared, ready, and relevant. Singapore cannot live in fear of how the world is changing. There are movements which focus only on the downsides of globalization, and I believe this is not a healthy conversation. There will always be challenges, and we must be sensitive to them. We should focus on how to mitigate these concerns by regularly evolving our systems, structures, and policies to enable our workforce to compete confidently. This is the best way to create more jobs, enhance wages, and ensure our continued relevance in the global community. Therefore, I rise in support of the motion standing in the name of the Minister of Finance. Thank you.
Minister Tan See Leng.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to have a point of clarification from Professor Lim. He was talking about the lines of Ceca, that he would like to look at Ceca and refine it. So perhaps can I ask him to sort of elaborate on what he means by refining? Which aspects of Ceca does he want and does he wish to be changed? Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Just to be clear, I was saying that it was time to evaluate the agreement, and that my call explicitly was for additional information for us to actually better understand what the distributional implications of the agreement had been. I did not call explicitly for a refinement of Ceca.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. I think I would just like to also refer Dr. Lim, or Professor Lim, to an article that was published, I think, in the Channel News Asia in 2020 February, and that the household income inequality at the end of 2019 was at its lowest in almost 20 years. And this, we didn't start the FTAs in 1965. We started the FTAs, I think, at the turn of this millennium. And at the end of the period of the FTA signing, the Gini coefficient after transfers is lower. So I think just to sort of perhaps put some perspective into what Professor Lim is talking about. Thank you.
Associate Professor James Lim.
Just a quick clarification. I actually agree that our post-tax Ginis have improved in recent times, but that is, in fact, precisely because of something I pointed out, which is that we have engaged in transfer policies to seek to ameliorate some of the implications of rising inequality. So in fact, if you look at the non-post-tax Gini coefficients, they have in fact risen over time. So I think that distinction. I understand it's a technical distinction, but I think it underscores the point that I was trying to raise, which is that it is important that we have policies, government policies, to help ease this process of redistribution.
Professor Lim, in the interest of time, I thank you for acknowledging that the government has been making these transfers and easing through our policy refinements and tweaking and our constant improvement in the entire situation. Thank you.
Ms. Mariam Jaafar.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the motion, standing in the name of the Minister of Finance. In this speech, I would like to focus on two sectors that have drawn some measure of unhappiness, and which the Honourable Member, Mr. Leong Man Wai, is quite fond of bringing up: financial services and technology ICT. I think we can safely assume that these are sectors in which he would like to see an urgent rebalancing of the foreign PMET population, as well as a review of the provisions in Ceca. At this point, I would like to declare my interests as a managing director and partner of a management consulting firm. I do a good portion of my consulting work with banks and tech companies, and I want to share some perspectives on just how important getting the right balance in this debate around the foreign talent policy is to our competitiveness in these two sectors. These are both people businesses that lend themselves to being natural hubs. Our strategy has been very clear. These sectors do not exist merely to provide services to our domestic market. Our strategy has been and must unequivocally remain to be a regional and global hub. And we have done very well. In the financial sector, we have banks of every color: local banks, regional banks, MNC banks. Today, Chinese banks are actively entering the market. The fintech sector has been growing, and we are seeing the birth of the first digital banks. Wealth management continues to grow strongly, with family offices flocking here, on whose heels highly sophisticated legal practices are also coming. So many PMET jobs have been created for locals and foreigners within the sector and in adjacent sectors. Jobs that a lot of Singaporeans want, not only for the good pay, but also for an MNC work environment that is seen to be more progressive, dynamic, and diverse. Today, we are without a doubt the place to be for financial services in Asia. It is a status that only a few global cities can claim, and it's a status that we cannot take for granted. While more recently forged, our status as a tech hub is growing by the day, with the FANG companies or the global tech giants ramping up their Asian headquarters here. The Chinese tech giants have also come, the ByteDances, the Alibabas, the Ping Ans, the Tencents. They bring with them high-paying jobs, stock options, and a startup culture that attracts some of our brightest young Singaporeans. We have unicorns like Shopee, and we are also seeing more and more early-stage startups or pre-unicorns. There is also a growing phenomenon of founding teams that comprise of both Singaporeans and foreigners. And that diversity is fueling innovation and entrepreneurship. Both these sectors are important growth sectors for Singapore. MNCs come for many reasons: our attractive tax laws, our business infrastructure, our skilled workforce, and yes, our open foreign talent policy. They do not come only because of our foreign talent policy, but they will not come if we curtail the flow of talent so much that they no longer feel they have access to a global talent pool. Because they play a global game, and a global game requires a global talent pool. Global talent may also not come if they hear from the peers that they won't feel welcome. As the government has explained many times, it is our choice to play this global game, to be a financial hub, to be a technology hub. It explains why we have a lot of foreigners in these sectors, and in particular, a higher concentration of Indian nationals. Not Ceca, no other FTAs. Mr. Speaker, if I may use an analogy of something I love, and I know many others do too, football, and in particular, Liverpool Football Club.
Thank you.
The English Premier League has undoubtedly become the most successful football league in the world. The EPL doesn't exist to bring Britons their weekly fix of soccer. The EPL has legions of fans around the world. For 2 of the past 3 seasons, the Champions League final has been an all-England affair. For Sunday's match versus Leeds, the Liverpool starting 11 comprised of 9 nationalities, with only 2 Englishmen. But if you want to compete in the Champions League, you need the Messis, the Cristiano Ronaldos, and the Mo Salahs. They not only complement the homegrown talent, they improve them. Local boy Trent Alexander-Arnold would not be as good a right back as he is today if he wasn't pinging in crosses every day to the likes of Mo Salah and Sadio Mane, without Alisson and Van Dijk yelling instructions to the back 4. This openness to talent has allowed Liverpool to bring pure joy to their fans around the world. It allows Liverpool kids to grow up dreaming of being the next Trent Alexander-Arnold or Curtis Jones, both academy lads. It also means that many local lads and academy players never break into the senior team. Just think of Harry Wilson, the 2017-18 Academy Player of the Year, who recently joined Fulham, unable to break the front 3 of Salah, Mane, and Firmino. They have to ply their trade elsewhere. But with the foundation of a club like Liverpool, it is a soft landing. They can still make a great career for themselves. Just think of Conor Cody, who now enjoys an important role at Wolves, and even earned a call-up to the national team for Euro 2020. Or the tireless James Milner, whose minutes get less as he pushes the old age of 36. But only a fool would question his importance to the team, on and off the pitch, for his versatility, his experience, and his leadership, to talk to the younger players, or in Klopp's words, I quote, to do his kind of little bit dirty dressing room talks that I cannot do, the things you say in the dressing room that I am not allowed to say in public. That's the last kick, and that's nice. I, for one, would not object if the rumors of a future role in management in Klopp's team were to come true. And which Liverpool fan can forget when we welcome God, or Robbie Fowler to the rest of you, back to heaven, where Rafa brought him back from Anfield as a backup striker to Owen and Heskey. Mr. Speaker, we cannot deny the fruits of a foreign talent policy have not been equally shared by all. It has made things more competitive for our PMETs, and MPs from both sides of the House have talked about the anxieties felt by Singaporeans. I have spoken to residents, many in the 40s and 50s who were retrenched and have yet to find a new job, despite sending out many CVs and making efforts to tap on various reskilling programs. I have spoken to residents who feel they have been displaced because there was a foreigner willing to work for a lower pay. I have spoken to residents who see the new expat manager is always followed by more of his countrymen. And I have spoken to residents who have felt discriminated against at work, passed up for promotions and diploma assignments. I have spoken to residents who question whether their foreign colleagues really have the qualifications claimed. I have spoken to graduates of our tertiary institutions who find that they can't land the sexier jobs in ICT, which seem to demand experience that they think should only be expected of people with a few years of experience, not a fresh graduate. And I've spoken to residents in their 30s and 50s who have jobs, but are feeling anxious about which side they will be on in the next round of headcount cuts, or just feel a little stuck. And I empathize. I do not doubt that some of these grievances are real. That is the reason why we have FCF and TAFEP. And so I was happy to hear of the commitment to ensuring that Singaporeans always get a fair chance, including measures to enshrine TAFEP in legislation in PM's National Day rally speech. The government must be firm in enforcing this. It also makes sense to increase the EP and S-Pass salary criteria, because Singaporeans today are different from 20 or 5 years ago. We are more educated, more skilled. We have more Singaporeans that can do these jobs, and companies must recognize that. But it is dangerous to generalize and falsely characterize these issues as more pervasive than they are, just to stoke emotions. It is dangerous to believe that if we just had fewer foreigners, all the problems would be solved and Singaporeans would get all jobs, because there are other issues at play. It is dangerous to believe that if we tell our banks and tech firms that we will not approve most of their EP applications and renewals, as I seem to hear the PSP say, that they have to get rid of the foreign talents they already have to meet some concentration ratios, that the hard-earned status of being a global financial and tech hub will not be eroded. It is dangerous to believe that it is okay to lose this status because we have so many things to fall back on, because we don't. And that is why I cannot accept, is why I must reject the motion standing in the name of Mr. Leong Man Wai. Mr. Speaker, the reality is in both these sectors, we have more jobs than talent. The war for talent is not hyperbole. Talk to people in the industry and they will tell you how tight the labor market is, how hard it is to fill many of the roles. Indeed, as it has become more difficult to bring in new people, I have heard that people already in the market are able to jump to another opening, almost always with a minimum salary bump of 20 to 30%, and often also with a jump in role. And part of the reason it is so hard to find people is that technology is changing so rapidly and the depth of domain knowledge or specific technical skills are not yet readily available. We simply do not have enough Singaporeans with these skills. In ICT, we now have lots of well-trained IT project managers, but for roles like back-end developers, data scientists, often when they put up applications from these roles, many of the Singaporean CVs they receive check off perhaps 1 or 2 of the 5 to 6 skills involved. And for those who check off more boxes, the competition for those who have all those skills is intense, from the tech giants, from the Chinese firms, even from GovTech, where I have to declare I'm on the board. On compliance in banking, we have a lot of Singaporeans in compliance, but for some, their knowledge is limited to of traditional compliance frameworks, while globally banks are adopting smart compliance, which is much more agile and aligned to business objectives, and they don't yet have that experience. At the leadership level, we still hear that it is still difficult to find enough Singaporeans with the leadership, communication, change management, and influencing skills needed to lead in the complex multi-stakeholder environment common in most MNC organizations. The reason often cited is that many Singaporeans lack international work and management experience. Minister Lawrence Wong and Minister Tan See Leng have shared the changes that have been made over time to our foreign talent policy and guidelines on employment practices. These have been necessary and timely, and the impact is being felt. My banking contacts have shared that getting an EP now takes much longer. EPs that used to get approved in days now take months, even for senior jobs. But again, does that mean the role will go to Singaporeans? The reality is global banks are unlikely to settle because their own competition is so intense and the pressure to deliver outcomes so strong. So if getting an EP takes longer and is more uncertain, if they don't see the skill sets immediately available in the local market, they choose to wait, or they build in flexibility for themselves, such as by parking the staff in London, New York, Hong Kong, or Dubai, temporarily, but potentially permanently. A senior bank HR executive shared that while she is supportive of the move to increase EP salary criteria, if new restrictions go too far, it will force them to reopen their location strategies. When COVID has changed the world, by now MNCs have gotten good at working in remote teams. It is not inconceivable that banks move some tech and ops roles to India or even Poland and Russia. And indeed, it is already happening, taking along with them jobs held by Singaporeans in those teams. Tech managers echo these sentiments. I could try and settle on a lower quality candidate, but that really doesn't sit well with me. I can wait several months, but that doesn't really work in business, or I can move the role elsewhere. None of these are great options I really want to do. I hope to not be put in a difficult position of making these kinds of trade-offs between quality, time, and location, says a hiring manager in tech. At the same time, many bank and tech companies are heeding the government's call to invest in the Singaporean core. At an MNC bank, at the entry level, the directive is now to hire exclusively Singaporean fresh grads and PMEDs who have gone through professional conversion programs. At the next level, where the jobs require more specialized technical skills, there is a mix of Singaporeans and foreigners, And they're trying different things to increase the proportion of Singaporeans. They had tried getting hiring managers to carve out time to develop their local talent, but it didn't really work. Perhaps an ask too big for busy hiring managers. But they're now looking to start a scheme where local talents can shadow or do projects with the hiring manager 1 or 2 days a week. And for even more senior roles, they are pushing to give internal Singaporean candidates more opportunities. And at all levels, screening and interviewing practices have been updated to encourage more diversity and Singaporean representation. For example, at least 3 parties, including HR, interview every candidate to address the perception that some foreign hiring managers tend to favor people from their own countries. Hiring managers are also asked to consider internal Singapore applicants first, before internal EPs, before external Singaporean hires, and then only external foreign hires, in that order. Similarly, in the tech sector, companies like Google are very deliberate in making sure that locals are represented in the screening and interviewing process, and have also created traineeships under schemes like SG United. Google has made a few hires from this program and has contributed more trained talent to their ecosystem. And all these are initiatives that take effort, but they do them. Mr. Speaker, at this point, I do want to give a voice to Singaporeans in these sectors who are perhaps heard not as often about. Like my friend, Ms. M, who joined one of the tech giants when they ramped up their regional operations here. She said, I quote, "I love what I do, and I enjoy working with the diversity of colleagues. If Singapore were not open and Company X hadn't come here, I would never have had the opportunity to work for this great company." Another friend, who is in one of the digital banks, said, "I get to be involved in creating a new business model. I'm learning every day." Meanwhile, a former colleague who joined one of the unicorns has recently embarked on an exciting adventure to head up their operations as they take bold steps to expand in Brazil. These positive feelings persist even when there are disappointments. Ms. L shared with me how she had applied for the position of country manager, which eventually went to a foreigner. I could feel like it was an opportunity taken from me, but you know what? I report to him now, and I have learned a lot from him. I don't begrudge him that role at all, because I recognize him as a world-class talent. So I learn from him, and maybe one day I'll get my shot. These are intensely personal stories, but they are real Singaporeans too. And how can we deny these Singaporeans the opportunity to live their dreams? The PSP talks about rebalancing the foreign labor force. Based on the list of concrete proposals of how they seek to achieve that, I can only observe that they seem to be fixated on achieving this rebalancing by taking unilateral actions to reduce the number of foreigners as quickly as possible, as if that is the only way it can be done. It is as if the PSP has no faith in Singaporeans to get there on our own merit without risking our global hub proposition. I beg to differ. We Singaporeans are much more adaptable and resilient than that. So yes, let's tighten up where we can. Let's ferret out instances of discrimination because there's really no place for this. But I say the best way to rebalance is to keep investing in Singaporeans until we are globally competitive. And the government has made significant investments in the Singaporean core. The number of training and reskilling programs for the unemployed has been impressive. It's still too early to tell what the overall outcomes will be, but we have some reason to be optimistic. In one of the mid-career reskilling programs I'm familiar with, 40% of the trainees landed a job within a couple of weeks of graduation. We all know mid-career PMs who have taken courses and not landed a job. But let us not forget to celebrate those who have, and let us keep working on it. Reskilling is also relevant to two other groups of Singaporeans. First, Singaporeans who have jobs but are at risk, either due to sunsetting sectors or their individual skill sets. And two, our graduates. In my maiden speech, I called on companies to take accountability for their employees' learning. In many organizations, learning and development is still not top of mind. And too often, conversations about skills are associated with performance management rather than professional development. Employers sometimes say that it's difficult to get their employees to go for reskilling, even though failure to reskill will ultimately cost them their current jobs and their future prospects. As for tertiary graduates, more can be done to equip them with industry-relevant skills, knowledge, and tools. Now, you may see this as an indictment of our tertiary institutions, but that's not entirely fair. It is difficult for professors and curriculums to keep up with the pace at which industry is moving, specifically when it comes to specific tools that are used only in industry. When companies recruit for back-end engineers, they look not only for knowledge of back-end programming languages, but also knowledge of popular frameworks like the Spring Framework, Spring Security, or Django used in the industry. According to the CEO of a startup which uses big data to understand skills, few young Singaporean graduates have these on their CV. Interestingly enough, many young graduates in India and Jakarta do, not through their university courses, but through boot camps and external short courses they attend. We don't quite have this culture here yet. It's easy to say Singaporeans are too sheltered, passive, complacent, but I submit it is in fact often because they lack awareness and understanding of where and how to start, especially if there are frictions that make it difficult to, such as family commitments or side gigs to augment family incomes.
Ms. Mariam, if you can wrap up, please.
We can do more, the government, employers. We need to empower Singaporeans to take ownership of their own reskilling and career development by first giving them the tools to understand where their skills stand versus their peers, where their skills or lack thereof are at risk, and then what they can do to start their reskilling journey or nudge them on the jobs they can put their hands up for. Tertiary institutions can work with industry to curate these courses and boot camps and guide their students on which ones to take for the jobs they want. And the Singaporeans must put our hands up. Don't just complain that company job postings or internal job portals are just for show, even if it may be true in some cases. Know the skills, get the skills, send in the application showing the skills, and then companies, MOM will make sure that companies cannot ignore you. To do this, much more granularity is needed on skills required for each job.
You do need to wrap up.
Okay. This granularity will allow MOM to be more circumspect and discerning when employees come claiming that they cannot find any Singaporeans with the skills, and to ensure that reskilling programs supported by public funds will have a better track record of outplacement. So there are a number of proposals I do have, including extending skills future credits to our tertiary students below 25, supporting longer-term reskilling and professional development programs than the current 6 to 12-month traineeships, especially for the sandwich class, and removing frictions for Singaporeans to take on overseas posting.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister articulated clearly the need for us to remain open while investing in the Singaporean core. This motion proposed by the Minister of Finance reiterates this. It's critical we get this balance right, and notwithstanding my suggestions in the speech, I support the motion. Thank you.
I will now call Minister for Finance to make his reply on his motion on securing Singaporeans' jobs and livelihoods, followed by Mr. Leong Man Wai for his reply on his motion on foreign talent policy. Thereafter, I will put the question in respect of each motion to the House for voting. Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I thank members for speaking on this debate. We all know that change is the only constant, and COVID-19 has accelerated change further with digital transformation, new business models, and new ways of working. In the coming years, we will see more disruptions and volatility in the global economy. As entire industries adapt to these changes, many jobs will be transformed. The skill sets needed will change. New jobs will be created, but some jobs will become obsolete. This is the reality of the globalized world we live in. And this is the inevitable price of human progress. Sentiments towards these changes are understandably mixed. Some foresee limitless new opportunities. Others fear massive dislocation of jobs. How Singapore capitalizes on these opportunities while addressing the anxieties around jobs will determine our success and whether we remain cohesive and intact as one people. I'm glad that members who have spoken acknowledge this is a complex issue requiring a delicate balancing act. We need to deliberate our options carefully and work hard to find solutions that balances the different interests and the needs of our stakeholders. There are no easy answers. Sir, I listened carefully to the points that Mr. Leong and Ms. Hazel Phua said just now. If I may summarize, the basic thrust of their argument is this: we have too many foreigners in Singapore. Let's squeeze them out of Singapore, and these jobs will go to Singaporeans. Even better, our wages will go up. But this is simplistic and wishful thinking, and let me explain why. First, when we squeeze the foreign PMATs, the jobs will not automatically go to Singaporeans. Just think about this. Global businesses are here. International consultancy, a private bank. They are here, as Ms. Mariam Jaafar said just now, to play the global game. They are not here to serve the Singapore market. They are here to serve the region and the world. And here in Singapore, they want to bring together an international team. That is our value proposition to them. That's why they find Singapore attractive. Imagine if you tell them, look, you can only be here if you fulfill 90% of your staff being locals. That's the condition. Why would they find that attractive anymore? So to assume that by squeezing the foreigners, all these jobs will go to Singaporeans, I think is just being very simplistic about the argument. But Mr. Leong goes further than that. He says, look, if foreigners go and Singaporeans can't take the jobs, then it's the failure of the education system. Really? I think that argument is completely disingenuous and does a great disservice to our educators and teachers in our schools and institutions of higher learning. Mr. Leon Pereira and Mr. Gerald Giam didn't go as far as Mr. Leong, but they had variations of this same argument. If only you did better with training. If only you taught all the kids coding from a young age 20 years ago. If only. So we will continue to improve our education system. But I think all of these arguments miss out on the most important point. And that's the stark reality that Singaporeans are great at the workforce, but there are just not enough of us. We have needs in IT. We have tremendous needs in engineering. Look at the services sector. Healthcare is growing. We need more people to look after our elderly population. We need more doctors, nurses. We need more physiotherapists. Oh, by the way, low-income issues are a problem. Don't we need more social workers too? And didn't some members of the PSP ask, earlier when I was in MOE, they certainly did, let's recruit more teachers. Where are we going to find all the Singaporeans? Everybody wants more. Indeed, if you go to any of our faculties, or maybe most of the faculties in our universities, polytechnics, ITEs, they will tell you when they talk to industries, the employers are saying, look, we want your graduates, but produce more of them. And how are we going to produce more Singaporeans graduates? If we move to one area, the other will say that there's a shortage. That's just the stark reality. Then there is another argument that says, look, so many mid-careers underemployed. Let's train them. Yes, we are doing our best to train all the mid-career PMATs. But this does not happen overnight. All of us know it's very hard for someone in his 40s and 50s to make a career change, to transit from one industry that they have been working in for years to another industry. It takes tremendous effort. And that's why, as I mentioned earlier, the government is going all out to help our mid-careers. We are investing more heavily in Skills Future, in lifelong learning. We are working with our tripartite partners, and especially with the NTUC and labour movement. But individuals also do have to make the effort in order to make these transitions. So that's my first point. It's hard work getting this reskilling done, and we shouldn't just automatically assume that squeezing foreigners means jobs will go to Singaporeans. Second, Ms. Phua also showed the chart that suggested there was an association between tight labor markets and wage growth. And yes, perhaps there was, the data is quite clear based on the last 10 years, but I would say be careful about drawing simplistic policy conclusions from that data. It will potentially lead to bad outcomes. What happened in the last 10 years? We had the 2008 global financial crisis. And then after that, we waited for a while to make sure that the economy stabilized. And if you recall, we tightened our foreign worker policies, levies and quotas. At the same time, the economy bounced back very sharply, much more strongly than we expected. In fact, I remember after 2011, entering politics, and we were discussing this issue, having dialogues, many businesses and employers were literally scolding us for tightening foreign worker policies. They said, look, there's so much growth. Why are you holding us back? They were very upset with us. But it was that combination of factors, tightening of foreign worker policies, the very strong economic growth during that period that resulted in wage growth. If we make that simplistic conclusion that tight labor markets just tighten, wages will automatically rise, I think we may be going down a very dangerous path. Because beyond a point, if wage increases are not matched by productivity increases, we will lose our competitiveness. And when that happens, we are not just squeezing out foreigners, we will be squeezing out investments, and jobs will go with them. And that leads me to my third point, which is that this thinking is not just simplistic or wishful, it is fatally flawed. If we were to take such a short-sighted approach, companies will leave and jobs will leave with them. Over time, Singapore's reputation as a business hub will surely be impacted, and our economy will decline, and Singaporeans will suffer. There is another thing about the PSP's approach that worries me, and that's the complacent assumption in their thinking that Singapore has arrived and companies just want to be here. So the government can set tougher rules and the companies will have to put up with it because they have no choice. But let's get real. No one owes us a living. Global competition for investments is relentless and more intense than ever. It took many decades of hard work to get to where we are today. Please have a care about what we say or do because things can fall apart very easily. I've set out in my opening speech the government's approach. We keep Singapore open and connected to the world because that's the best, indeed, the only way to secure our future. At the same time, we know that there are downsides to being an open economy, and so we will deal with these downsides proactively. Associate Professor James Lim just now talked about the concern about an India shock. And I think he also suggested that perhaps our FTA with Ceca might make us more vulnerable to this India shock. But again, Ceca is not relevant here. Ceca or not, if India liberalizes and open up, just based on WTO, there will be an India shock which we will have to deal with and adjust to, as we had to do when China joined the WTO. So there are downsides to trade. I said that in my speech. There are downsides to being an open economy, and that's why we work very hard to deal with these downsides by managing the flow of foreign work pass holders, upholding fair employment at workplaces, and helping every displaced worker to get back into jobs. We know that the speed at which technology has developed and the way the global economy is shifting is indeed disorienting and difficult, especially for our older PMETs. Some have been knocked down by the winds of change, and it's not simply a matter of bouncing back on your feet again, especially when you're older. But the world will not stop, and the economy will continue to change. And so the government will provide the best possible support we can give to those who have been knocked back. We cannot go back or hesitate in embracing change. Our children now have opportunities today that we would only dream of in the past. They get to work in the most cutting-edge industries and companies. They work alongside the world's best without having to leave Singapore. And this is not just for the few, as it was for an older generation, but for the many amongst the young. And all these have been made possible because we kept open to the world, even as many other countries caved in to domestic pressures and turned inward. There is no reason why, as fathers and mothers, we cannot walk tall, knowing that we are doing our best for our children and our next generation. Several members also gave specific suggestions on what more we can do in various areas. We will study all suggestions carefully and continue to fine-tune and improve our policies. I've also presented evidence of what we have achieved with our policies: more jobs created, incomes rising over the years, more opportunities for our children. These are all based on published data and facts. There is a lot of data out there, more than enough for any serious analyst to dive in, understand better what's happening to the labor market, what's happening with employment trends and unemployment trends. And Professor Hun just now demonstrated that with his excellent economic exposition based on published data. So look at the evidence and see for yourself how our policies have benefited Singaporeans. But at the end of the day, I recognize that this strategy that I have set out, that the government is pursuing, it's not something that's easy to implement politically. While the vast majority benefit from an open economy, there will be some whose lived experiences are not so rosy. And for everyone who suffers a negative experience, it is painful, it is very difficult, and it's emotional. In other countries, populist parties have no compunction about tapping into people's anxieties, appealing to fear, appealing to tribal instincts, pitting one group against another. They blame immigrants and foreigners and make them scapegoats for their country's problems. And this results in the countries turning inward and becoming more protectionist. We cannot afford any of this to happen in Singapore. First, as a small city-state, staying open is not just essential, it is existential. Second, if we start having racial or xenophobic undertones in our politics, we will be going down a very slippery slope. It will start with seemingly innocent comments and questions being raised, or dog whistles, coded phrases, but over time, the comments become normalized, and racist and xenophobic sentiments become more prevalent. And when that happens, our society will fracture and Singapore will fall apart. Indeed, many members have spoken out strongly against racism and xenophobia. I thank you for your statements, and I fully agree with all of you that there is no place for such sentiments in this House and in Singapore. Mr. Leong himself now claims that his motion has got nothing to do with racism or xenophobia. But the fact is that over the past few months, the PSP has been raging against Ftas and Ceca. And for reasons that I genuinely cannot fathom, despite all the clarifications we've made, his motion today continues to attribute the cause of job anxieties to Ftas and Ceca. Now, Mr. Leong takes issue with the government calling him out on this. But it's not just us. Others can see what the PSP is doing. In my opening speech earlier, I read an email from someone that various ministers received the email from. Mr. Leong says the PSP listens to the people. Is he listening to feedback like this? Ms. Phua said, in response to my email sharing about this Singaporean who was not happy with the PSP's campaign against Ceca, that we should assure him that, don't worry, the PSP approach will give him more assurance of getting a job. But I've already highlighted the PSP's approach is not going to work any better. It will be worse. And second, Ms. Phua misses the point because this gentleman who emailed to us, his concern was not just about jobs. He said, and I repeat what he said again, the PSP's campaign is truly racist and is hurting Singapore Indians, and we are splitting Singaporeans along racial lines. It's not just a jobs concern, which you haven't addressed. The PSP's own members have expressed this concern, which my colleague Mr. Shanmugam said just now. According to media reports, one senior PSP member said that focusing on Ceca is, quote, cheap politics. Another member said there are racial undertones with how the Ceca issue is being raised in Parliament, and the, quote, real problem is not about Ceca. So these are voices that the PSP's own members have said, that Singaporeans have highlighted. Mr. Leong and Ms. Hazel Phua keep saying, no, we are not racist. We are not stirring racist sentiments. But look, if it looks like a duck, if it walks like a duck, if it quacks like a duck, it is a duck. Whatever Mr. Leong or Ms. Hazel Phua may say, the fact is that this is how people see and perceive the PSP campaign. Mr. Leong also asked for more data. Well, Dr. Tan had given a whole range of data just now, and as I said, there's more than enough public data out there to show that the job challenges we face do not arise from FTAs, let alone Ceca. And I can't help but feel that the persistent data requests are red herrings to continue this campaign of casting aspersions and creating disaffection toward the government. I hope Mr. Leong and Ms. Phua will have the open-mindedness to look at the data and evidence again. Listen to what Professor Hoon said just now, or any other serious analyst that's looking at the data, and review the PSP's position objectively, and be gracious enough to accept that the allegations are baseless and put a stop to the false claims that they have been perpetrating about Ceca and FTAs both in and out of this House. Next, let's consider the policy issues that Mr. Leong raised. He suggested tightening immigration policies, but as several of my colleagues said just now, this is really a separate topic from manpower policy. In any case, the evidence is clear. Population growth over the last decade has been the lowest since our independence. So there should be no doubt that we have already been very tight at the overall level. And we've also emphasized that our immigration policies will continue to ensure that the ethnic balance remains stable for our resident population. And you can see for yourself in the latest census reports how we've maintained this balance over the decades. As far as foreign manpower policy is concerned, after all the fire and brimstone from Mr. Leong, all that he has asked for are 3 adjustments to our policies: raising EP and SPAS qualifying salaries, imposing a levy on EPs, and imposing a cap of 10% per nationality in any company. These proposals have nothing to do with Ceca and FTAs. So if these are the 3 specific policy issues that Mr. Leong is concerned about, why didn't the PSP raise them in the first place? Why does this motion harp upon the foreign talent policy movement of natural persons in FTAs and specifically Ceca? Why is he continuing the PSP's sustained negative campaign against Ceca, a move which even his own party members say is cheap politics? Why pin the blame on Indian nationals and stir racial unhappiness in our own community? These are questions that I doubt I will get direct answers from Mr. Leong, but only he, Ms. Phua, and the PSP know the real answers too. But I hope that having had the benefit of this debate, Mr. Leong, Ms. Phua, and the PSP will seriously reflect on their actions and conduct and abandon such irresponsible politics that will divide our society and be disastrous for Singapore. By all means, let's talk about manpower policies. Let's debate them. Let's talk about the pros and cons of different settings. But they have nothing to do with Ceca and FTA. And the more you persist with this line of questioning, the more you persist with your campaign, the more you obfuscate the matter and make problems worse. Next, let me address some of the questions and points that members from the WP have raised. If I can summarize the Workers' Party position on my motion, it is this. The Workers' Party agrees with the government's overall strategy to stay open and connected to the world and deal with the downsides of an open economy, but would like the government to do more to help Singaporeans. First, I thank the Workers' Party for supporting our strategy. That's very important, that there is alignment and common ground on this basic strategy for Singapore. As for the do more part, well, I've already said that the government will do our utmost to deal with all the downsides. Where there are specific policy suggestions, and a few were raised just now, we will consider them. We will weigh the pros and cons and consider carefully also, wearing my MOF hat, how we should pay for them. And I'm sure there will be opportunities in future for such meaningful debates, including during the budget next year. The Workers' Party also had another line of argument, which was about information, data, and communications. The government's communication is not perfect. We will always work to improve our communication strategy. But where data is concerned, as I've said, there is already a lot of data that we have released to the public. Data on the labor markets, data that has been requested. We've put out more than enough data for anyone looking at the matter to examine the facts carefully. The Workers' Party's line is that more data is better, and in fact, why not go all the way and have freedom of information, a proposal which the Workers' Party has made before. I would say the government has a different view. We see data and transparency as a means to better governance, and it's not always the case that data is necessarily an unmitigated good. America has the Freedom of Information Act. What's their trust in government like? It's all the external surveys will show that the trust levels are low and nowhere near where we are in Singapore today. And this is America, but you can look at many other countries which have similar freedom of information provisions, and that has not helped to improve public trust or public confidence in policies. The real issue is this: when someone loses his or her job, they will be unhappy, no matter how much data you provide to them. In fact, when they lose their jobs, they are not interested in data. They need help. And so we will do our utmost, as I said, to help everyone who is displaced. There is also sometimes, from time to time, good reasons why we may want to be careful about releasing data, which is why I said our view on data is a lot more nuanced than the Workers' Party's position that just release all the data and everyone will have enlightenment. For example, people ask for more data with breakdown by nationality. And where it's possible, we have released those data. But is it such a good thing to let the whole world know our dependence on foreign workers and from which particular country? Really, do we want to let everyone know that? I think it was one of the Workers' Party's members who also said that one has to be careful about hostile actors that may exploit our social fault lines to disrupt our society. Indeed, we live in a dangerous world. So shouldn't we be careful about external parties that may hold us ransom by threatening to disrupt or terminate our labor flows, especially in certain key industries? So that weighs on our mind when we think about data release. And we should therefore think through carefully these broader considerations when we talk about data release and information policy. And this is why the government cannot accept the Workers' Party's amendments to this motion. First, the First Amendment drop the word support and talk about calling for stronger actions. But this leaves it too open-ended and changes the meaning of the limb of the motion that we originally had. The second limb, limb F, talks about data and information, but that's really about, as I said, information policy. Nothing to do with the debate we are having now about jobs. And there is no shortage of data, as I've emphasized earlier. There's a lot of data today already that allows anyone to study the facts and evidence to decide how our policies have worked and impacted Singaporeans, and make an informed decision about this matter. If the Workers' Party would like to have a separate debate on information, data provision, or even what the Workers' Party has proposed, which is to have a Freedom of Information Act, we can do so separately. But let's not conflate the issues. Finally, we talk about racism and xenophobia, which is the important issue we are dealing with today in this debate. I note that the Workers' Party has tried to disassociate itself from the PSP motion. It suggested some amendments to the motion, which Speaker has ruled that they were not acceptable because it changed the substance of the motion. But it's quite clear from the speeches made by the Leader of the Opposition and members of the Worker Party where they stand on this matter. And I thank Mr. Singh and Workers' Party's members for your very strong stand against racism and xenophobia. Mr. Singh himself quoted from a speech he made, I believe, at the opening of Parliament, where he talked about foreigners in our economy, giving Singapore vitality, that we must maintain that openness and friendly attitude towards them. In the debate in July, he made very clear his stand again that that when it comes to racism and xenophobia, we have to reject them and there can be no ifs and buts. And I believe he also agreed that FTAs, including Ceca, are fundamental to our economic survival. That was in the debate in July. And again today, I think he was quite clear where he stood, and he, I believe, also mentioned that he was concerned about the racial undertones that have entered into the present debate on FTAs and Ceca, and we should be very clear that the Workers' Party does not stand for any of this. Those were, I believe, statements that he made earlier. So I thank the Leader of the Opposition for making very clear where the Workers' Party stands on this important matter. And in that spirit, I hope he will confirm that we cannot give credence to negative racial undertones in our political debates, that we must never allow such politics to take root in this House and in Singapore, and that the Workers' Party will reject the PSP's motion. Sir, in this pandemic, we've been talking about vaccines and the antibodies they provide against the SARS-CoV-2 virus. There are other viruses we should worry about. The dark forces of fear and anger, of racism and xenophobia. They are no less infectious or deadly. As a society, we need our antibodies to kick in, too, against these viruses, against these other threats, to defend against and defeat the bigots, the racists, and the fearmongers. Finally, Mr. Singh and Mr. Leong suggested having parliamentary committees to discuss the issue of jobs and skills. So we have no shortage of opportunities to debate these issues in Parliament. The government will provide data when it's asked for, where we think it's in the national interest to provide such data. We will certainly do so. We will consult widely with our stakeholders, especially with our tripartite partners. We will take all ideas and views seriously. Often there will be differing perspectives, and it will not be possible to take on board every suggestion. So in the end, the government has the responsibility to govern and to make policy decisions in the best interest of all Singaporeans. Some decisions will not be so popular, even though we are convinced they are necessary and must proceed for the good of all. And when that happens, we may see opposition parties finding ways to stir up disquiet and disagreement. That's the nature of politics. Sometimes the government decides it's an urgent matter and we need to move quickly. Then we will be criticized for not consulting and being too high-handed. On other occasions, we think it's better to take time to deliberate and get everyone on board. Then we will be criticized for moving too slowly. That's our karma. We've accepted that in government. At least I've accepted that. But we will not be shaken from our conviction to do what's right for Singapore and Singaporeans. We will not sugarcoat realities or shirk away from our responsibilities in tackling difficult issues. We will make the tough calls where necessary, and at the end of the term, we will present our report card to Singaporeans and they will judge us on our performance. That's how our system has worked and will continue to work. And that's why the PAP government will always be on the side of Singaporeans working with you and for you. We know our policies are delivering results and Singaporeans are seeing improvements in their quality of life. But we also recognize that there are segments who are more vulnerable and who struggle to keep up. So we are fully committed to do more to ensure the fruits of progress are shared by every Singaporean. Our priority is to build a fairer, more equal, and more inclusive society as we emerge from this crisis and enter a more uncertain and volatile post-pandemic world. Mr. Speaker, we've had a long debate on important issues. I'm mindful of the time, but it is an important debate. It's a debate about jobs and livelihoods. It's also a debate, more importantly, about our values, who we are, who we want to be, and the Singapore we want for ourselves and our children. Two motions stand before us. The motion that stands in my name, that talks about Singapore's overall economic strategy to stay open, connected to the world, and to deal with the downsides of an open economy, and to continue with all our efforts to help every Singaporean cope and adjust, and to make sure Singapore stays united and we progress together. The motion that stands in Mr. Leong's name, ostensibly to deal with the anxieties about jobs, but for reasons known only to the PSP, persist with a negative campaign to link this to FTA and Ceca and to continue to stir racism and xenophobia. So we have to decide where we stand and make a choice. I say we take a firm and unequivocal stance against racism and xenophobia. And so I ask all members in this House to vote for the motion standing in my name and to reject the PSP's motion. Sir, I entered politics 10 years ago in 2011, and my first posting was as Minister of State in Education. When I visited schools, one of the questions I like to ask our students then is this: what would you like to be when you grow up? At that time, I received many traditional answers: to be a doctor, to be a lawyer, be a soldier, be a teacher. When I returned to MOE last year, I went around asking the same question in my school visits. And this time I hear many more diverse aspirations. Kids say they'd like to be a video game designer, data scientist, startup founder, pursuing careers in companies like Amazon and Google. These aspirations are possible because we have defied the odds to build something special here in Singapore, a vibrant city connected to the world, brimming with life, energy, and excitement, full of opportunities for our people. By continuing on this path, we give ourselves the best chance of helping our children realize their aspirations. And this is what's at stake for all of us. We know it's not easy to thrive as a little red dot in this big ocean of globalization. We will encounter many bouts of stormy weather along the way, for sure, but we are all on the same boat together, and we will get through these storms as one people. And that's what we've been doing for the past 20 months, dealing with the COVID crisis. it has been difficult for all of us. And it has added to the stresses and strains felt by people who are suffering the negative experiences of trade and globalization. But we have also seen throughout this period that we are strongest when we stand together. We have demonstrated we have the never say die spirit, we have the ability and drive to work as one people, and we have the guts and gumption to meet every problem head on. So together, we can build our best home in Singapore and create a brighter future for ourselves and our families, and for all Singaporeans, young and old. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Leong Man Wai, please, if you can make a reply on the motion.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank the ministers and members for their participation until so late tonight. Rest assured, I'm time limited, so I only have 40 minutes for my speech. I come to this House to respond to a challenge by Minister Shanmugam to debate on Ceca. It has been puzzling me because it was in reference to his remarks made on a racial incident, which has nothing to do with Ceca. The very fact that he linked the incident to Ceca was both disingenuous and troubling. The Prime Minister also, in his National Day rally speech, claimed that those who questioned Ceca, wanting to put Singaporeans first, had a strong racial undertone. Minister Wong also reiterated many of those accusations throughout his speech, his two speeches today. But when I asked Minister Shanmugam for instances where I've commented about Ceca prior to accepting his challenge, he can't reply me. He went on to ask me a few other questions, but he didn't reply me. So these are clearly attempts by this government to put a label on those seeking more information disclosure and more objective discussion on Ceca as racist and xenophobic. I think I'll leave that issue as it is. We have done all our explanation that we are not racist or xenophobic. At the end of the day, justice is in the heart of the people. The people will decide. Political labels are convenient to use to discredit someone, but they are not helpful for an open and objective discussion. By the way, I have also to object to Minister Tan See Leng words just now saying that PSP is attacking foreigners. Maybe it's a slip of his tongue, but I have to correct that. All of us here today have one common objective, and that is to improve the job prospects and livelihood of Singaporeans. And I've stayed focused on that objective. So let me reiterate that we are neither racist nor xenophobic, and this debate is squarely about jobs and livelihoods of our PMETs, who are adversely affected by the foreign talent policy. The provisions on people movement in FTAs like Ceca are only a small part of a much larger problem. To be clear, we need foreign talent. They play an important role in complementing, transferring skill and knowledge, as well as providing opportunities for cross-fertilization of ideas. But those that are brought in en masse under the EP and SP schemes are not, by definition, really foreign talent. They are foreign professionals let in without quota, resulting in displacement of our own workforce. By drawing on Mr. Goh Chok Tong's definition of mediocrity, a foreign talent should be one who earns more than $500,000 a year or $40,000 a month. While we do need foreign talent, more importantly, we need to protect our Singaporean core. And what is the Singaporean core? It is simply our citizens, natural or new, who recite our Singapore Pledge and whose interest the government has the prime responsibility to look after. The current policies have seriously hollowed out our core. In many key industries, our PMET core is no longer the dominant force that we can rely on for long-term growth. The very people that can ensure the future of our country are being displaced and hollowed out. It has been a long debate, and we have covered a lot of ground. However, as expected, the government's stance on the causes and the severity of the problem we are facing, or the Singaporeans are facing, is very different from ours. As a result, probably the new policies that the government is going to come out with will not solve the problems thoroughly, and Singaporean sufferings may have to go on. We might have to come back 1 year later again and debate on the same problem. Singaporeans would note that PSP has done our best to convince this government. Let me go through the differences between the government position and PSP position. First, the government says displacement due to globalized and fast-changing world. PSP say a large part is due to work pass holders. 2, the displacement problem is not serious, the government says. PSP says probably a lot more serious. Coming back to the 380,000 PME jobs the Manpower Minister had presented to us in the July 6 ministerial statement, we are trying to ask him, are you sure that this number represents a net job creation for Singaporeans? So there were some exchanges just now with my colleague Hazel Phua as well. There was no conclusion. But let me just share some numbers with you. 380,000 PME jobs created for locals, and that is for both Singaporeans and PRs. From 2005 to 2020. But during the same period, 600,000 PRs has been awarded to work pass holders. So the reclassification is likely to be a significant factor. But we don't know what is the number because we don't have the number from the government. On top of that, there were 400,000 university and polytechnic graduates during that period. So 1 million people seeking job versus 380,000 jobs created. So I don't know how to reconcile the numbers, but maybe in other future forums, we can continue to discuss that. Number 3, government say emphasis is on training and retraining Singaporeans. PSP say better prevent job displacement first. Let the foreigners do the skills transfer. Because once a person is displaced, it's difficult for him to find a new job. It is so easy to say, train again, take up the challenge and all that. The examples you quote, I'm sure, is a small minority of those Singaporeans who can really change to a new industry and learn new skills. Number 4, Government say discrimination is sporadic. PSP say probably is structural. We have to look at it. Because the foreign work pass holders has been in Singapore in large numbers for the last 20 years. And they are a very influential force in the job market. So if you want to rectify the discriminative situation in the job market, that legislation may be too slow. Number 5, foreign talent create jobs, say the government. But PSP say the work pass holders we are attracting are all average work pass holders. Where do they have the ability to create jobs? So they are just here to share our jobs. So the jobs done by them, most of it can be done by Singaporeans as well. So in that sense, Professor Hun's lump of labor fallacy may not apply. Number 6, and member Mr. Patrick Tay also mentioned this, that there's a lot of resistance from employers if we want to change the foreigners' policy. Of course, that's expected, because after all, they are profit seekers. But PSP say, how long can we kick the can down the road? At some point, we have to change. And this is a golden opportunity, because now we can tell the employers, work harder. We can give you the quota now, but make sure you promise to scale down your people in 3 years' time. This is the opportunity to convince the employers to work together and we change the course of our economy. If not, our economy will continue to be stuck in a low value add position. Lastly, government say you send wrong signal to foreigners. PSP say as long as we Singaporeans are united, government and alternative parties all united and say we have to change course, I don't think foreigners can say much. Because that is the way we have chosen. And I don't think the foreigners are here just because we give them work passes. They are here to make a business decision and a strategy. There are many factors involved. Work passes are just one of the factors. And in fact, afterwards I will elaborate on our policy recommendations. We are not saying that you don't allow the foreign companies to come in with the number of work passes they want initially, but it must be transitional. There must be localization over time. We cannot allow them to continue to keep the same number of foreigners from the very day they come in. So as long as we are united, I think we can put the message nicely to the foreigners. After all, we can set up a fair consideration framework for foreigners. Why should a fair consideration framework for Singaporeans? That is something, as a Singaporean, I feel very puzzled. An interesting point was brought up by Ms. Janet Ang. I respect Janet as a senior executive in the private sector. She mentioned that Singaporeans didn't have the relevant skills, work knowledge, and global experience. But I would like to say, if Singaporeans continue to be uprooted from their jobs, where do we get the opportunity to accumulate the skills and know-how over time? Like I said just now, you cannot expect the Singaporeans to pick up new skills all the time. Are you going to say that if foreigners come in and replace the Singaporeans because it's low cost, the Singaporeans lost a job and then he has to go and acquire a new skill again? No. Skills and know-how, and that comes to our capabilities of our economy. The whole foreign talent policy, as far as we can see up to now, contribute little to our capability building. Partly because our Singaporean core is being affected. Our Singaporean core are no longer learning over time in the same job. They'll be displaced. Another thing I want to point out to Janet is that we hope the top managers in Singapore would also understand that and support the Singaporeans and not keep saying Singaporeans don't have this, don't have that, because they are now under a system that do not have the incentives to make them work hard, to make them work in the way we want them to take up the challenge and all that. Okay. Those prospects existed in our generation, Janet. In this generation, it's more challenging. And now, the leadership of the country has brought in an additional trouble for them, and that is competition. Not that we want to avoid competition, but as I've said before in my speech, the competition was not really fair to start with. So other than the discriminatory structure that we talk about in the job market, actually our economy now is also in a very different operating structure, thanks to the 20 years of foreign talent policy. It will not be easy to transform. We know that. Like a GLC senior manager who is a friend, a very close friend, recently shared with me, if you want me to overhaul my whole system now, it will be very high cost because it's totally dependent on foreigners now. But I think we still have to make the change. If together we have a consensus, we can rope in a lot of initiatives, a lot of resources, we can give each other time, employers, workers, but I think we need to make the change. The next I want to comment about is from Mr. Satyandi, who mentioned that Singaporeans are now very active in the global financial markets. Well, I like to hear that, but I also like to remind him, we Singaporeans have been in the forefront of the financial markets since the 1980s. I started work in GIC in 1986. Before that, many of my seniors, not just in GIC, but seniors in the financial sector in Singapore, were pioneers in financial innovations in New York. They go to New York and they make the innovation. Some of the innovations were interest rate swaps and all the equity and bond derivatives. I'm not so capable, but I set up one of the first equity derivative desks in Tokyo in 1987. And Mr. Satyandi mentioned about my PR recommendation. I recommend to control the number, manage the number down, but he didn't read my recommendation correctly. I actually say the recommendation is for work pass holders. So I'm in support of Singaporeans with foreign spouses and give the PR to the foreign spouses. I'm in support of that. But for this recommendation, I'm referring to PR and citizenship to the work pass holders. So to reiterate PSP's position. 1, we think the foreign talent is not a silver bullet to solve all our problems. 2, the foreign talent policy is the root cause of the influx of foreigners, and that has caused a significant number of displacement of Singaporeans. 3, unfair wage competition is the main economic driver of the displacement. 4, decisive and concrete measures is now needed to rebalance our job market. 5, and lastly, the FTAs and Ceca are part of the equation when we consider immigration and employment policies. And unless the government can provide new information to prove otherwise, unfortunately, as of today, we still cannot agree that Ceca is net beneficial to Singapore. Next, I'd like to address the policy recommendations that I've made. In reply to Minister Lawrence Wong and also Minister Tan See Leng. First of all, PSP is for an open economy and society. So our policy recommendations are not meant to make Singapore a closed society or economy. And our policy recommendations are meant to make a point that all of us agree upon that we change course. We have to change course. But after we have agreed to that, I would think that we can throw in or rope in a lot of other things and provide the leeway for us to implement those policies. They need not be cast in stone. And among the policies that I've recommended, only the price-related policies, or I call price control policies, has got a time frame. For the quota policies, I have purposely made it no time constraint. I hope you notice that. Okay, in terms of the policy, firstly, I think we really need to eliminate the wage disadvantage against Singaporeans, hence the EP levy. I don't think Minister Tan See Leng twice attempt to reply to my EP levy as a necessity to equalize the compensation package of the work pass holders of the EP and Singaporean really answer the question. Because the 17% CPF, employer CPF contribution is a differential. It's a direct differential. You cannot avoid that. And being an employer, that will go into his decision making. B, in order to attract more foreign talent, the government also agreed that the qualifying salaries should go up. So it's just a matter of how fast. My policy may be a bit faster. C, I did not put any time limit to reduce the headcount of work pass holders. Although I would like, actually today, we can come to some conclusion as to what is the number of displaced Singaporeans. So that becomes a target that we can work on. But since the government claims there's very few displacement, then we will not discuss that anymore. But I didn't put any time limit to reducing the headcount. Okay. I also didn't put any time limit to reducing the single nationality number. Okay, but all this, there is an aspirational or planning target that maybe we should put a 10% cap on the single nationality and that. So what I'm trying to say is, the policies that PSP has recommended, actually we are very mindful of the effect and the implementation, the effect of the implementation has on the employment market, on the job market, and also directly what kind of, or indirectly, what kind of messages we are sending to foreigners. Next, we also have to reflect how the problems of the foreign talent policy has been allowed to fester, develop, and exist for the last 20 years. It tells us a lot about the checks and balances in our governance system. In particular, we have to question the freedom of information, tripartite partnership, and the conduct of our government. First, freedom of information. Throughout this long-running saga on the foreign talent policy, accurate data has been lacking, which has contributed to the large amount of fake news and speculation floating around. In my own experience of preparing for this debate, I cannot find the figures on intra-corporate transferees. Of course, today, Minister provided a few more years. But the thing is, why just give out piecemeal? You are the one who is generating the data. You should be putting the data in an organized format. Yes, we agree that some data may be sensitive, but please put it in an organized format for people to analyze. There are so many people in Singapore who will be able to analyze the data if the data are presented regularly and in an organized manner. Like today, Minister Tan See Leng provided, I would say, quite a lot of new data, but the new data are not actually available for us to analyze without him telling us. So the way the government is doing is what I call guerrilla data, you know. Whenever they want to prove a point, they give you a few more data. You look at the chart that Minister Tan See Leng has given us, below put Labour Survey Report. That is available. After that, administrative data from the Research Department of MOM. So without the administrative data, we don't have the whole picture. Dr. Tan Cheng Bock has called for transparency, accountability, and independence in matters of national governance. Singaporeans have the right to information in order to make informed opinions and judgments. We urge the government to introduce the Freedom of Information Act as soon as possible. Although we are not the first one to raise this, Workers' Party has always been talking about this, and we thank them for that. The Parliament also has a constitutional role to play in ensuring that sufficient information is provided and policies are thoroughly debated. To this end, we recommend the setting up of Standing Parliamentary Select Committee in every ministry with representatives from both the ruling and alternative parties to improve information flow, to facilitate more substantial policy deliberation. And policy deliberation is about an integrated deliberation. It is not just a legal interpretation. It is more socio-economic analysis, but on top of that, philosophy, history, how human beings have behaved over history. Those are important things for policy making. The second point I want to make is tripartism. Tripartism has been practiced since independence. However, in my opinion, the weak NTUC link in the tripartite partnership has become obvious during the foreign talent policy saga. I believe Mr. Patrick Tay and all the NTUC leadership and the NTUC staff are working very hard. But if the overall policy is pointing at a different direction, the results that come out of their hard work speaks for themselves. Lowly paid workers constantly needing governmental financial support to get by, despite working full-time, PMETs in their 40s and 50s finding themselves extremely vulnerable to discrimination, and now underemployment. So NTUC needs a lot of soul searching if it still wants to be relevant in representing the interest of the Singaporean workers. We also urge Singaporean employers to stand up against discrimination. They will have the most to lose in the long run, in the long term, if the current situation leads to a radical change of our business culture and mode of operation without a robust Singaporean core. We urge employers to take the lead in rooting out discrimination in the job market so that we can build a competitive yet fair, multicultural and multinational workforce with Singaporeans at the core. Lastly, conduct of government. The government needs to show more empathy rather than lip service in order to understand the psychic and the real experiences of the working citizens. Many of them are struggling. Even if one Singaporean is being discriminated, we should take action. Let's not argue about majority, widespread or not widespread. Every Singaporean will have a duty to make sure he's not discriminated in the job market. Over the years, while Singaporeans have constantly provided feedback on the predicament, the government has insisted that all attempts in trying to curb immigration and foreign workforce growth in order to safeguard Singaporeans will end up hurting the Singaporeans themselves. I quote Dr. Amy Khor from her speech at the White Paper debate in February 2013, quote, "To curb immigration or foreign workforce growth in order to safeguard Singaporeans could, in an ironic twist, hurt the very people this reversal is intended to help," unquote. I wonder what Dr. Amy Khor has to say now. Before the ironic twist has happened, the silver bullet unleashed by the foreign talent policy had actually shot down many Singaporeans' livelihood and may hit Singapore soon. Well, time is a powerful weakness. When Singaporeans' anxiety has persisted for the last 10 to 20 years, I think it is difficult to justify that the current policy is not fraught. Honorable members of this House, contrary to the original promises presented in the Population White Paper, the foreign talent policy has created in Singapore an imbalanced population with a diluted national identity, an economy with inadequate technological innovation, and significant displacement of Singaporean workers. This has been a debate that many Singaporeans are concerned with and anxiously waiting for. This is not just a debate about a particular section of Ceca, nor has it anything to do with racism and xenophobia. It is a debate about elevating the plight of our PMETs adversely affected by the foreign talent policy. It is a debate about the need to safeguard the Singaporean core, which is the pillar of our economy and our future. It is a debate about developing our very own talent by looking into new ideas to create opportunities for them. The PSP position is clear. We recognize the need to stay open as an economy. We are pro-trade, but not free for all trade. We recognize the need for real foreign talent to complement our Singaporean core, transferring skills as well as sharing experiences. But we want a healthy balance of foreign and local workforce, achieved through sound immigration and employment policies. We want these policies to be designed and executed fairly, with Singaporean interest first. We call for urgent and concrete steps to be taken to alleviate the current problems. And we have given suggestions what needs to be done. The Prime Minister has said in his National Day message that he recognizes the anxieties about jobs, that his government will make changes over time. But time is of essence. The changes must start now, before this dire situation gets to a point of no return. Many of us have heard or read about the story of Mr. Philip Wang, whom I happen to know. He was a senior vice president of a bank, but now has to drive Grab for a living. Please don't be mistaken. There's nothing wrong with driving a Grab, as it is an honorable job. But this is a good illustration of underemployment, which many of our PMETs are facing. Their skill sets could have been much better. Their skill sets could have been much better utilized. Yet, they are forced into a no-win situation. There are many more sad stories as we discover through our survey of 750 PMET respondents. It pains us to know that we have our own talents that are not treasured, and the very government that's supposed to look after their interest has their priority elsewhere, maybe economic growth. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me close by reminding that democracy is famously described as government of the people, by the people, for the people. So let's not forget that it is the interest of the people that the members of this House and this government are elected to serve. There's nothing wrong in voicing out for them and championing for them. Singaporeans deserve better. The many Philip Wang out there deserve better. For country, for people. Sir, I beg to move the motion. Thank you.
Dr. Emiko.
Mr. Speaker and members of this House, let me apologize. I did not mean to take up any more time than is necessary, but I think I need to address or clarify Mr. Liu's point. He asked me what I have got to say about the quote from my speech. Let me say that I would say the same thing, because for the last 8 hours or so, this is exactly what many of the members of this House, including Professor Hoon, has said, and Minister Lawrence Wong, that Singapore has to continue to remain open and have to welcome some of these foreign talent if we want to continue to thrive and grow, we need some of these people. I think Minister Lawrence has said, we simply don't have enough people. So I would still say the same thing, that we have to be very careful in saying that we keep the foreigners out. We don't have any of these people there, and we will have jobs, because indeed, if we do that, we will really hurt the very people that we are trying to help, and that is the Singaporeans that we care about, and we want to make sure that we improve their lives, they have good jobs.
Any other clarifications? Mr. Leong?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank SMS Amico for making that statement. So we can confirm that from the debate today, the government's stance is that the old policies still stand. PSP says you need new policies. Thank you.
Mr. Shan?
Thank you, sir. I don't think this is going to be a reprise. Mr. Leong asked...
I have a feeling it will be, but it's okay.
Mr. Leong asked me a question, or suggested something, so I thought I should clarify through...
Please do.
Yourself, Mr. Speaker, sir. He said that, look, prior to my post of 21st of June 2021, I have not mentioned Ceca, and I asked the Minister Shanmugam, and he didn't say anything. I'm not quite sure what the purport of the point Mr. Leong makes, because Minister Ong Ye Kung had said during the July debate, gave chapter and verse of the various times when PSP party leaders had referred to Ceca. For example, Dr. Tan Cheng Bock on the 2nd of July 2020, that PSP will call for a review of the India-Singapore Comprehensive Economic Cooperation Agreement, and the canard that it allows the free movement of professionals. And others had made some statements, similar statements. Mr. Leong put up his Facebook along similar lines in June. His motion, which we debated today, is along the same lines. And all of this is on the record, and I had made it clear. So I'm not quite sure what point he was making. I'm not asking him to clarify, because I think then it's past midnight. But all I'm saying is, the reason I didn't respond to him was because the record is clear. He associated himself with all these statements, unless now he is saying, well, those are racist, but I didn't make them. But he associated himself with them. I think we can leave it at that. That's my answer. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Lawrence Wong.
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to respond very quickly to Mr. Leong's last comment, that he concluded the government's old policies remain, and that was his conclusion. That's an erroneous conclusion. My motion specifically states that the government will continue to update and improve our policies. Our policies are not static, they continue to be improved. What we object to are muddle-headed policies that will lead us to the path of ruin. And what Mr. Leong suggested, what the PSP suggested, in our opinion, will get us there. I was flummoxed when Mr. Leong said, if we do not change course, Singapore will remain a low-value-add economy. Really? Low-value-add economy today? Mr. Leong, have you seen the economic data? Today's economy? I think if we change course to adopt your policies, we will truly be a low-value-add economy.
Mr. Pritam Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to clarify a point made by Minister Lawrence Wong vis-à-vis his request that we vote against the PSP motion. We feel strongly about the amendments that we sought to put on the PSP motion. Speaker disallowed it because it was substantive. It was deemed to be a substantive change to the motion. But the reason why we opined that that change was important is because we have a different view on FTAs and Ceca compared to the PSP. Similarly, I have shared with the House why I sought to move an amendment to the Minister's motion, and we feel strongly about those amendments as well, and I think we have a difference of opinion on that. And on both motions, the WP will vote accordingly.
Mr. Desmond Chu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do have to apologize to everybody for holding things up, but Mr. Leong Man Wai had a specific comment, and he says that the NTUC or the labor movement should do some soul searching. I did some soul searching, and I hope he did as well. I'm sure he also benefited from what NTUC has provided over the years through our grocery program. I'm sure he did. But I do want to seek some clarification from him. As he was in the 1980s building a derivative platform in Tokyo, was he aware that in the 1985 recession, NTUC and the union, together with the government, worked with the workers to take a 15% cut in CPF to help Singapore go through a difficult time? Whether he also remembered the Asian financial crisis. The labor movement worked with the government and the people of Singapore to go through a difficult period of time. And during the 2008 global financial crisis, under the leadership of then SecGen, Mr. Lim Swee Say, to upturn the downturn. So I don't think NTUC is the weak link in tripartism. And I want to also emphasize, we always do deep reflection and soul searching about what is the best thing that we can do for workers. The best thing that we need to do for workers is to care for them in the long term. We seek to protect workers, we care for their jobs, but protecting workers does not mean a zero-sum game. We are worried if investments go away, companies suffer. If companies suffer, then there will be no jobs for workers. So this is something that we think about day and night. This is the soul searching that I do. I have it here on my phone because this is something that I look at all the time. So I want to seek the clarification of Mr. Leong Man Wai. After the 3 pointers that are given to him, does he still agree that NTUC is the weak link? And if he still agrees that NTUC is a weak link, I would very much like to invite him to NTUC and share with him the work that we have done since our founding in 1961. Thank you very much.
Mr. Leong.
Thank you, Member Desmond Chu, for the clarification. I appreciate all the work that NTUC has done for Singaporeans. In fact, NTUC was formed, no, not formed. I think the fair price was formed around the time of the oil shock, right? Oil crisis. I was still a small boy. I remember going to the community center to collect rice from NTUC Fair Price. I don't think it's called Fair Price at that time. Huh? So yeah, the thing done by NTUC, we all Singaporeans, we all know. In fact, in this house, we are all for Singapore. We all know. We are just trying to say what is the right direction forward. So, but when it comes to talking about, well, general welfare for workers, all that, I think NTUC have done a tremendous job as well. But when we come to wage policy, I think there's some room for improvement. And sometimes it's not because of NTUC. There's an overall national policy called foreign talent policy. And then there is some preference to make sure the businesses do well before the workers. Okay, I mean, that may lead to another debate, but I just say, maybe suffice to say that, okay, we think that there's some room for improvement as far as wage policy is concerned. I hope that answers the question, and, thank you.
Members will be glad to know I've prepared for breakfast. Mr. Desmond Chu. I didn't mean that seriously, though.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just one last point, just to clarify what Mr. Leong Man Wai has said. He said that we ought to do better. Of course, we definitely want to do better for workers, and that perhaps in the wages side of the house, we can do better. I think it's something that we always strive to do our best. We don't want to overstate the work that we've done for the progressive wage model, but it's precisely a way that we can implement good wages for workers by making sure they're sustainable. So to say the NTUC and labour movement is not doing its part on wage policies, I'm sure we are as confused as he is in the last 8 hours of not doing homework. I think that's important. I think the second thing that we must note is that the NTUC and labour movement has been an important part of the National Wage Council. Year after year, we deliberate, trying to find out what is the best wage policies for our workers across different segments. It's a difficult thing to do. We have fierce exchanges with our employers, with our government side of the house, but we need to do that because we need wage increases to be sustainable, create a pie, so that our workers can go back and come back to work tomorrow again with their job intact. So I do appreciate what Mr. Leong has done in the financial sector, but I do not want what he has said today to stand as a record for the generations of unionists before me who have dedicated their time, their blood, their sweat to better the lot of workers in Singapore. Thank you.
Dr. Tanya Swam.
Okay, I want to thank PSP for sharing your survey on 700 people and sharing some of the ground sentiments, because in healthcare, we actually have problems finding nurses, clinic assistants, and radiographers for these trained jobs. So I'm just wondering, could there be a mismatch of trained Singaporeans in getting these jobs? And I hear a lot about a lot of concern over foreigners and foreign talent. I would like to ask the PSP, what do you think of Singaporeans working overseas? In a global economy, I would think that there will always be flow of people crossing nations for jobs. And would our Singaporeans working overseas then be discriminated as foreigners?
Mr. Leong.
Thank you, Dr. Tan, for the clarification. One on the lack of manpower in certain sectors. As we say, we are not saying that we clamp down, on foreigners immediately. We are saying that we have to chart a path, because this path going down does it mean that we need more and more foreigners? That cannot be the case, right? Because that is not something that Singaporeans want. So we may need to chart a new path now. But as for at the ground levels, there are a lot of different requirements, so we will handle it accordingly. Okay.
Mr. Abdul Samad.
How about sorry.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I take, I'm not so sure what's the right word to use. When you say about NTUC not doing justice, I take it very bad because I'm a working union leader. My job is not full-time doing union, but it's a mixture of sacrifice that I have to take. When you talk about wages can be better, I would like to share with this House what you have seen and you've heard based on just the PWM is not reflective. Every union through the branches that they represent, every time when we renew a collective agreement, we make sure the workers are benchmarked to the type of work that they really do. Review their job scope, pay them accordingly. As much as we know, recently when NTUC launched the Worker 4.0, we talk about 3 Ws: wages, welfare, and work prospect. Wages is always inside our mind. So it is not right to say that NTUC have not done our part. We have been doing since it was founded. I'm a beneficiary of past great union leaders. Some have been NMPs like the late Nityanandan. We go on the table, we quarrel over wages, even we know at the end of the day it has to be, there's some sacrifices to be made. But I want to put it clear, NTUC, we are here for the workers. The wages, the welfare, and the work prospect will continue to be our main aim. We are just not representing. When you talk about fair price, that's talking about trying to mitigate the cost of living compared to other merchants. But we are holistic, an institution that upholds every worker needs to pay with due respect for what they have contributed to the company. Thank you.
Any final clarifications? Ms. Janet Ang.
Well, I'm so sorry it is past midnight. I'm 63. No, 62, sorry, are you? Past midnight, but I'm 62, sorry. Don't add my age. Well, Mr. Speaker, if I may, I'm really humbled that Mr. Leong called my name in his speech. So, I cannot help but have to stand up. So the point is, he mentioned about the data that I shared in my speech that came from the survey of American companies, a preview of the survey that the MCHAM shared with me. They are real employers who are hiring, and they have found the gaps they found. So I'm not sure what Mr. Leong is disagreeing with me about. All right, because it's from a survey, they are real employers, they have found those gaps. Again, I had to do a couple of things. One is engage these employers and really, like I said in my speech, understand what those relevant skills that our people are missing, what those relevant experience that is missing, and then we go figure out how to get the right approach. But since, I have managed United Nations employees in IBM before, all right, I will share with you, which is what I said in the speech. One tip that Singaporean workers need to recognize is we have to be brave to speak up. We will always have all our things in our head, I'm so good on all this, that guy is not so good. Why is he taking your job? But if you do not speak up and you do not tell anybody why you deserve that job, you won't get that job. Because the competition, Mr. Leong, which is my second point I was going to ask you, because you did say that the paradigm has shifted from our time. Yeah, I'm 62, I don't know how old you are, but yes, the paradigm has definitely shifted. So don't you agree that competition for most jobs is not just among the talents that are onshore in Singapore, whether local or foreign, but really a global one? Right, so again, back to my point, if us Singaporean PMETs, we don't speak up, we don't ask for the job, we don't show hunger for our job, then of course, those who speak louder, those who are more enthusiastic, those who appear more hungry will get the job. So my point is, Mr. Leong, you have been a private sector executive yourself. Do you give the job to the individual who is entitled to the job, almost like, and this is not a little bit scary to say it, almost like Malaysia's Bumiputra policy, perhaps? Or do you give the job to the guy who has the skills to do the job? And better still, add the other characteristics of passion for the business, hunger for the business, and a willingness to go the extra mile. So, Mr. Leong, since you asked me those questions, if you could, help me understand whether I got you wrong. Thank you.
Mr. Leong.
Okay, I think, thank you, Member Janet, for raising the clarification, but it's past midnight. Only thing I want to confirm is that, yes, I'm also 62 years old. So that's why I know we are from the same generation, and that's why I related the example. But I don't think we want to go further into explaining what you just said, because it will enter into another debate. I hope to have another opportunity in the near future that we can talk about wage policy and retirement. Okay, but that will be for another forum. So I hope that's okay for you, Ms. Janet. Thank you.
Professor Hood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A reference was made to the lump of labor fallacy. So I think we all agree that, in essence, that's not a good description of labor markets. And I will just conclude by applying that to two settings. I think one with reference to what Member Desmond Chew illustrated, thinking that the understanding that the lump of labor fallacy, which is that there are only 100 jobs, and so, if you got more people than that, and then some other people take the job, the others would not have it. That, in fact, that does not apply first in a setting when the economy is itself subject to adverse shock, recessions. Desmond Chew pointed very well to the episode in 84, 85. In the face of a sharp recession, in fact, therefore, the number of jobs substantially decreased. Unemployment sharply went up. There were major retrenchment. Job destruction was very high. I think that the remarkable thing about Singapore, when you look at how it faced its challenges over the decades, is the ability indeed to demonstrate the lump of labor fallacy does not apply even in an adverse situation. 84, I was an honors year student graduating from NUS. Prime Minister Lee was then actually directing the Economic Committee. They came out with their report. And the remarkable thing that came out of that episode, really remarkable, because it was the sharpest recession since 1965, was the ability to bring together union leaders, employers, government, to convince the people that you would accept a 15 percentage point cut in your CPF. That amounted to 12% of your wages, really. I had the opportunity in 2010 when Professor Paul Romer, who won the Nobel Prize in 2018 through my association with Professor Edmund Phelps, was my teacher at Columbia. Paul had, for some years before he won the Nobel Prize, was very interested to visit various countries to talk about policy. And so he was in Singapore. He was in the International Advisory Panel on university at that time. Came to me and said, Hientek, at Professor Phelps' suggestion, would you like to take a trip with me to South Africa? One-day conference where they're going to bring together their business leaders, their trade union leaders, to talk about the fact that the unemployment rate among the young people were close to 50%. And I had a chance to tell them about the Singapore story, about how it was with trade union members all all in the room about how we were able to convince labor to accept the 15 percentage point cut. And of course, with the understanding that the wage, the CPF rate will be restored. The challenge ahead for Singapore is understanding that the lump of labor policy still does not apply over the long term. The challenge for Singapore really is to recognize that the sources of growth going forward has to come with the continued integration into the global economy. And I think Minister Lawrence Wong has demonstrated and illustrated that very well, a view that I share with. And so the challenge for Singapore is in the next stage to indeed demonstrate, and because we have got 5 decades of being able to find a new way to reinvent ourselves, I think there is great reason to have great optimism to show that indeed the lump of labor fallacy will not apply. And at the heart of it, I believe it is indeed right in that point in the motion by Minister Lawrence Wong, for which I have a deep sympathy, that Singapore's growth must continue with the economic openness. And it will include openness to trade, capital, and people in the right way. Thank you very much.
Okay, we have now finally come to the conclusion of the debate. I shall put the necessary questions to the House for decision. We will first deal with Minister for Finance motion on securing Singaporeans' jobs and livelihoods. We have 2 substantive amendments by Mr. Pritam Singh and a consequential amendment. Mr. Pritam Singh's amendment number 1 is in Part C of Minister Wong's motion to delete the word supports at the start of the sentence and to replace it with calls for stronger. Mr. Pritam Singh's amendment number 2 is to insert a new limb, F, which reads, calls on the government to proactively release information on jobs and employment prospects of Singaporeans and the costs and benefits of free trade agreements and foreign worker policies, with a view to formulating better policies to ensure Singaporeans secure good jobs in Singapore and are not disadvantaged when seeking employment. If this new limb is agreed to, Mr. Pritam Singh's consequential amendment is to remove the word N at the end of Part D and to include the word N in the end of Part E. We will deal with the first amendment by Mr. Pritam Singh to Part C of the motion, which is to delete the word supports at the start of the sentence and there to insert the words calls for stronger. So the question is that the word proposed to be left out be there left out. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary say no. No. I think the noes have it. The noes have it. This amendment falls. Part C of the motion remains in its original form. Mr. Pritam Singh's amendment number 2 is to have a new limb, F, with words, calls on the government to proactively release information on jobs and employment prospects of Singaporeans and the costs and benefits of free trade agreements and foreign worker policies, with a view to formulating better policies to ensure Singaporeans secure good jobs in Singapore and are not disadvantaged when seeking employment, to be added at the end of the motion. So the question is that the words proposed to be added be there added. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary say no. No. I think the noes have it. The noes have it. The amendments to have a new limb, F, falls. As a result, no consequential amendment will be made. The original question is now before the House. The question is that this House, A, acknowledges Singaporeans' anxieties about jobs and competition in a globalized and fast-changing economy. B, affirms Singapore's need to stay open and connected to the world in order to grow and prosper. C, supports government actions to manage the population of foreign manpower, ensure fair treatment by employers, and invest in education and upskilling to create more good jobs for Singaporeans. D, calls on the government to continue to update and improve its policies to secure the well-being and livelihoods of Singaporeans in an uncertain post-pandemic world. And E, deplores attempts to spread misinformation about free trade agreements like the Singapore-India Comprehensive Economic Cooperation Agreement, or Ceca, stir up racism and xenophobia, and cause fear and anxiety among Singaporeans. As many as are of the opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, say no. No. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We will now deal with Mr. Leong's motion on foreign talent policy. The question is...
Mr. Speaker, I beg your indulgence. Can the
Mr.
Workers'
Singh?
Party MPs have their dissent recorded, please?
Yes, we will. All the Workers' Party members?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. We will now deal with Mr. Leong's motion on foreign talent policy. The question is that this Parliament calls upon the government to take urgent and concrete action to address the widespread anxiety among Singaporeans on jobs and livelihoods caused by the foreign talent policy and the provisions on movement of natural persons in some free trade agreements like the Comprehensive Economic Cooperation Agreement. As many as of the opinion say aye. To the contrary, say no. No. I think the noes have it. The noes have it. Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it will be a great relief to the members that I now beg to move that Parliament do now adjourn to a date to be fixed.
The question is that Parliament do now adjourn to a date to be fixed. As many as of the opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. So before I end, if I may just extend our congratulations to Ms. Janet Ang for her birthday yesterday and for staying on, disappearing for a short while for dinner with her family and coming back. And because it's now today, happy birthday to Mr. Zaki Muhammad as well. On that cheerful note, order, order.